At City A No. One high school, only the senior students remained in the teaching building waiting for the talent test. In Class 1 of Senior 3, all the students were discussing the liberal arts exam that had just ended yesterday. How did you do in history? Don't even mention it. They asked how many countries were left on Earth after the super martial era, and I actually wrote down Sakura country. You're hilarious. 70 years ago, a meteorite fell on Mount Fuji and Sakura was destroyed that very year. Now it's a monster country unrecognized by the Earth Alliance. I heard the Dragon Kingdom was ready to send troops to crush Sakura, but then a meteorite did the job for us the next day. My great-grandfather was alive back then. He was furious that we didn't do it ourselves, so he wrote a family rule: whoever sets foot on Sakura soil gets their own page in the family tree. My family has the same rule. If I awaken a rank or higher talent today, I swear I'll visit Sakura someday. You're quite ambitious. I just hope I'm not stuck with Frank. The classroom chatter shifted from yesterday's exam to today's talent test. A boy in school uniform, nearly 185 meters tall with a sharp glint in his eyes, pushed open the classroom door and sat down in a corner seat by the window. Upon seeing the familiar face, the students immediately began whispering. Who is he? Why is he sitting in Chun Anmin's seat? He looks just like Chun Anmin. What do you mean looks like? That is Chun Anmin. What? Wasn't he hospitalized yesterday with powder fractures after that beating from young Master Chow? Powder fractures? Are you crazy from training? Don't you think Chun Anmin seems a bit taller? His eyes look kind of fierce and his hair seems a bit spiky. Honey, Chun Anmin seems taller and even more handsome than before. Hearing his girlfriend praise another guy's looks, he retorted, just a bit taller. My mom said I could still have a growth spurt at 23. Oldham, why are you here? Are you? Okay. Zhang Wei, Chun Anmin's deskmate, stared in shock at his appearance. Wei Guim, fine. See, the doctor let me leave. I really have to thank you for that resurrection pill you gave me yesterday. These days were the most important for all senior students in the Dragon Kingdom. Today's talent test would decide whether they walked the path of a martial artist or remained ordinary. Zhang Wei took the check sheet Chun Anmin handed him, squinted, and quickly read through it until the last words discharged. His eyes bulged like oxen. Wait. This? You had powder fractures. How can you be discharged in just a few hours? Chun Anmin looked at him helplessly. It's comminuted fractures. I told you it's because of your resurrection pill. Don't worry, I'll pay you back when I have money. Sit down, the head teacher is coming. A boy at the door whispered. Hearing the self-appointed door god, everyone immediately returned to their seats and fell silent. Actually, about that resurrection pill. What? Never mind, I'll tell you after the test. When everyone settled, no one noticed a pair of eyes fixed on Chun Anmin since he entered. Only when the homeroom teacher Old Song pushed the door open did she finally withdraw her gaze and stand up. Stand up. Good morning, teacher. Old Song walked to the podium and swept his eyes across the room. When he saw Chun Anmin in his seat, he paused briefly, then began speaking to the class. You passed your liberal arts hurdle yesterday. Today is the awakening. I still say if your talent is frank, it's better not to go to martial arts school. This is for your own good. The Earth Alliance's unified standard divided combat strength into 9 ranks: Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Master, Grandmaster, and King. 60 years ago, a stone was discovered near Sakura's waters. When touched by human hands, it emitted one of 8 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and white. Research showed that touching the stone once allowed humans to break gene locks and cultivate using demon cores. White was the lowest rank, red the highest SS rank. The higher the talent rank, the further one could cultivate. An SS rank talent would at least become a master-level martial artist. After the super martial era, all nations on Earth gradually formed a world where martial arts reigned supreme. Thus, the annual talent test was crucial for senior students. It decided their future path: entering an ordinary university and living as a commoner, or joining a martial arts school, becoming a martial artist, and enjoying privileged status. And frank talent can at most reach the bronze stage in their lifetime. Moreover, they are easily corrupted by demonic energy during battle, becoming mindless fiends. So I advise you to be responsible for yourselves. After stating these well-known facts, Old Song had everyone collect numbers according to their seats. When all were ready, he said, "Follow me to the testing room." Hearing this, the crowd rose and followed him toward the school clinic at the end of the corridor. Chun Anmin walked last, toying with the red number plate, a hint of doubt flickering across his face. I wonder what rank my Saiyan bloodline talent would be. When Class 1 arrived at the clinic, Class 10 was already lined up. Chun Anmin's calm gaze swept over the last few people in Class 10's queue. Who if it isn't our school's top scholar? You actually bought bone-mending pills. Did you sell the house your grandpa left you? The speaker, not in uniform, but in a floral shirt and beach shorts, stood arrogantly among the students, addressing Chun Anmin while shuffling in slippers. He obviously looked like the ringleader. Ha ha ha. What a wastrel. The 4 or 5 behind him burst into laughter at their leader's remarks. Young Master Chow, I hope I don't run into you outside the school. Otherwise, I'll turn your bones into powder too. Upon hearing Chun Anmin's words, the group, led by Chow Ru, was momentarily stunned, then burst into even louder laughter than before. Did he get beaten stupid yesterday? Chow has been trained by martial arts instructors since childhood. What moves could a poor nobody like Chun On-min possibly know? If Brother Chow hadn't been too lazy to act yesterday, wouldn't have ended with just a comminuted fracture. Basking in the flattery around him, Chow Ru felt a surge of pride. A smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he looked at Chun On-min with a gaze full of contempt and provocation. You worthless piece of trash. I could put you in the hospital with a single word. Who do you think you are? Just then a scrawny fellow with dyed yellow hair stepped up to Chun On-min, raising his hand to strike. And nobody like you dares to provoke my brother Chow? Let me teach you a lesson first. Just as the palm was about to make contact with Chun On-min, a strong and powerful hand stopped it. Everyone turned to look at the suddenly appearing Lao Song. Lao Song's eyes were sharp as he stood in front of Chun On-min, coldly staring at Chow Ru and his gang. What? None of you want to take the test anymore. I can readily accommodate you. As Lao Song's words fell, a bronze-grade pressure descended, chilling everyone to the bone. They all stepped back several paces and fell silent. At that moment, Wang Chuanlin, the homeroom teacher of class 10, finally squeezed through. Smiling obsequiously, he said, "Oh dear Teacher Song, look. They're just kids fooling around. Don't take it to heart." "Oh, Teacher Wang, you call a comminuted fracture fooling around? How about I have a little fun with you next time?" Song Dihai, as the homeroom teacher of the elite class 1, considered Chow Ru a rotten apple in the school. And Wang Chuanlin, who constantly shielded Chow Ru to curry favor with the Chow family, was the second rotten apple. So he spoke to them with deliberate harshness. Hearing Song Dihai's words, Wang Quanlin immediately shut his mouth. This man was a veteran of the Black Dragon Army. Even though his strength had regressed, he was not someone an ordinary person like Wang could provoke. Seeing Wang Quanlin silence, Song Dihai turned back to Chow Ru and his group. "If I see you throwing a fight on campus again, none of you will get your diplomas." Having said that, Song Dihai returned to the front of the line. Wang Quanlin glanced at Chow Ru and followed. "Chun On-min, you want revenge, don't you? In 7 days, the martial arts exam. I look forward to us entering the secret realm together." "Chow Ru, do you really think money allows you to do anything?" Zhang Wei frowned at the smug Chow Ru. It was because of this group that Chun On-min had been hospitalized yesterday. If Zhang Wei hadn't been cautious and followed the route Chun On-min took home, finding him with multiple comminuted fractures, he might never have seen him again. "Oh, you're right. Money can let you do anything." Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Chow Ru spread his hands and looked at Chun On-min and Zhang Wei. "Of course, if you promise to leave Yinyu, I might spare you this once. I look forward to the day we enter the secret realm. Hope you'll still stick together then." As Chun An-min's words left his mouth, everyone from Class 1 and Class 10 stared at him in astonishment, and whispers broke out. Has Chun On-min gone mad? He still wants to take on 5 at once. Maybe a cheap rejuvenation pill fried his brains. He's risking everything for a beauty. Class 1's monitor Lu Yinyu is not only the school's beauty, but also a top student who competes with Chun On-min for first and second place. What does Chow Ru have except family money? If you ask me, none of them are worthy. Only I deserve Miss Lu. At this, everyone looked at the chubby guy, barely 1.6 tall and weighing 85 kilograms, and spat in disdain. "There's a key maker at the door. How many keys do you need? No mirror at home. Don't you have any piss in you?" Zhang Wei was stunned by Chun An-min's reckless words. Chun On-min had entered a city No. 1 high school with the city's top score. For 3 years, he had always been a quiet, honest person, never raising his voice. It seemed that being beaten into the hospital by Chow Ru's group had changed Chun On-min, but wasn't this change a bit too drastic? Zhang Wei tugged at Chun An-min's clothes and whispered, "Olden, are you crazy? Give me some time, I'll deal with him." Chun On-min looked at Zhang Wei with "Are you kidding me?" expression. Then he patted Zhang Wei and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Time passed slowly, and soon it was Zhang Wei and Chun An-min's turn. The green light inside the white tent gradually faded. "No. 95-24, talent rank C. Next." Hearing this, people behind murmured enviously, all looking toward the tent. "Li Haoyu is impressive, a rank talent. A golden ear martial artist is almost guaranteed. I'd burn incense to the heavens if I could get a crank." Soon it was Zhang Wei's turn. He walked into the white tent with his palms together, mumbling something. "Xiaolon, what rank of talent is the Saiyan bloodline? My world has no awakening stones. If the host can get one, I can analyze and create it. How much does it cost to create one? At least 10 combat points." Hearing that Xiaolan wanted 10 million, Chun On-min winced. That was too expensive. He only had a few hundred yuan on him. Rewinding to last night when he awoke in the hospital room, a blue light flashed before Chun An-min's eyes, and a mechanical female voice, like an AI, resounded in his mind. "You're finally awake." Confused by the unfamiliar voice in his head, Chun On-min blurted out, "Who are you?" "I am your exclusive system, destined to lead the host to become the strongest in the universe." "A system?" Chun On-min sat up in shock. As someone from Earth, he was no stranger to the system trope, the cheat that helps protagonists conquer the heavens in web novels. But he forgot that he was still in a state of multiple comminuted fractures. If Lu Yinyu hadn't fed him a rejuvenation pill later, he wouldn't have been able to wake up at all. This time he didn't speak aloud, but thought silently. "Do you have a newbie gift pack? The host is quite clever. Newbie gift pack has been delivered." Bloodline Activator 1, Senza Bean 1, Scout 1 is Skill Book Rock Paper Scissors. Shin On-min noticed several icons resembling a grid backpack from online games appearing before him with a shop option at the top. Luckily, the system could be accessed with just his mind, not by touch. Otherwise, not only would he be unable to lift his fingers with all his bones broken, but the hospital room surveillance wouldn't allow it either. The first item in the grid backpack was the Bloodline Activator issued by the system. Shin On-min's gaze fixed upon it. The test tube contained a dark red blood-like liquid that looked rather unsettling. Shin On-min swallowed hard. System, are you sure this isn't blood? Ding. Host may gaze upon it for more than 1 second to view detailed information. Hearing the system's prompt, Shin On-min looked closely. Bloodline Activator. If the drinker possesses a hidden bloodline, it will be perfectly activated. If not, it will have no effect. System, what hidden bloodline do I have? Dragon, Phoenix, or the bloodline of Pangu? As an avid web novel reader who often indulged in online fiction during class and part-time jobs, Shin On-min was no stranger to systems, especially the kind that involved drawing blood from Pangu. Host, please refrain from random fantasies. Those beings are mere legends. This system's goal is simply to lead you to become the number one in this universe. Simply, number one in the universe. And merely, truly the system's words were spoken with such understatement. Ding. Tip, host can mentally retrieve the potion and inject it directly into the body. Shin On-min retrieved it as instructed. Being number one in the universe was not yet his goal. For now, he only wanted to leave the hospital immediately so as not to miss tomorrow's awakening ceremony. And naturally, he wanted those people to pay the price. After using the potion, a surge of warmth coursed through his body. Shin On-min felt an itch beneath his tailbone, as if something was growing while the bones all over his body tingled, seemingly healing. But the healing was insufficient. The bones of his limbs remained unhealed. System, is there any medicine to make me recover quickly? The liberal arts exam had just ended today, and tomorrow was the day for the nationwide unified talent test. If he stayed in the hospital for months, he would miss the martial arts exam in 8 days. Otherwise, he would either have to repeat the year and wait for next year's exams, or attend an ordinary university, forever bidding farewell to the path of a martial artist. Host may retrieve and consume the Senza Bean for immediate recovery. The system's prompt brought Shin On-min some surprise. He had thought that an ordinary bone-mending pill allowing him to leave the hospital within a week would be good enough, but the system had an even stronger remedy. Shin On-min looked again at the second grid provided by the system at the detailed information of the Senza Bean. Senza Bean 1 bean can sustain you for 10 days without food, heal all injuries except severed limbs, and restore energy. Awesome. After seeing the detailed information of the Senza Bean, Shin On-min shouted excitedly. A passing nurse heard the noise from the ward and pushed the door open. What's wrong? What's wrong? Shin On-min turned around and awkwardly explained to the nurse before she left. Use Senza Bean. With a thought, the Senzu Bean instantly appeared in his palm. The emerald bean exuded a faint herbal fragrance. Suppressing his pain, he swallowed it without hesitation. After chewing and swallowing the Senzu Bean, a surging wave of warmth instantly flooded his entire body, as if countless tiny lives were weaving through the cracks in his bones. The excruciating pain of the comminuted fracture receded like a tide, replaced by a numbing sensation of healing. The shattered bones in his body and limbs rapidly mended, and the bruises beneath his skin vanished in the blink of an eye. He sat up abruptly from the hospital bed, testing his arms and legs with fluid and powerful movements free of any stiffness. Then he looked behind him. A monkey's tail had appeared at the base of his spine. System, what exactly is my bloodline? Why do I have a tail? Ding. The bloodline dormant within the host is the Saiyan bloodline. Please explore its characteristics on your own. System, daddy, tell me about it. You wouldn't want me to accidentally get myself killed from not understanding my bloodline, would you? Ding. This system is not one to take advantage, but given the host's sincere attitude, I shall explain. Also call me mommy next time. Speechlessness was Shin On-min's current state. As the system explained, he gradually learned about the Saiyans. Saiyans, humans from planet Vegeta in another universe, called themselves a warrior race. The only physical difference from Earthlings was their extra tail. This tail was both an advantage and a weakness. Under a full moon, they could transform into giant apes, multiplying their combat power tenfold. However, if someone grabbed it firmly, they would lose all fighting ability. Moreover, they possessed far superior defensive capabilities to Earthlings. With combat power equal to an ordinary person, they could withstand bullets, whereas Earthlings only reached that level at the silver rank. Shin On-min got out of bed and changed out of his hospital gown. When putting on his pants, he noticed the tail had torn right through the fabric. Damn, they're not going to make me pay for this, are they? He deliberately hid the torn side, folded the gown, changed into his school uniform, coiled the tail around his waist, and ensured it was not easily noticeable before pushing open the ward door. Shin On-min hurried to the nurse's station. It was already past 7 in the evening, and the nurse was idly playing on her phone. Nurse, I want to be discharged. The nurse looked up in surprise. Student, you. How are you up? You had a full body comminuted fracture. She clearly remembered when Shin On-min had been brought in unconscious with broken bones. If not for the little girl who came later and gave him a returning spring pill, he might still be in a coma. Chen Amin smiled, jumped a few times, and even did some push-ups. See, I'm fine now. Sis, just help me get discharged. I have to test my talent tomorrow. The nurse understood the importance of the talent test and wasted no time in finding the attending physician. Half an hour later, with the test results out, the doctor expedited the process and issued Chun Anmin's discharge certificate on the spot. In the old apartment unit on Old Factory Street, Chun Anmin changed into shorts and flopped onto the familiar old couch, finally letting his tightly coiled tail relax. Knock, knock, knock. An urgent and clear knocking sound rang out at that moment, as if striking directly at his heart. Who is it? Calling for souls at this hour? Chun Anmin shouted irritably, reluctantly, pushing himself up from the soft embrace of the couch. After hiding his tail around his waist again, he shuffled in his slippers to the door. Opening the old security door, a familiar yet anxious face appeared. Lu Yinyu. I just went to the hospital, and the nurse said you were discharged. Why aren't you staying for treatment? Looking at the girl's anxious expression, her eyes filled with genuine concern and a trace of sweat on her forehead, he spoke in a relaxed tone. I'm already fine. Why are you here? Hearing Chen Anmin's words, Lu Yinyu was utterly bewildered and quickly reached out to feel him all over. Hey, what are you doing? Tingling from Lu Yanyu's touch, Chen Anmin couldn't help but speak up. Let's talk. Let me check if you're really okay. Oh, pervert. Her scream nearly deafened Chen Anmin. What the heck? You're the one touching me, and you call me a pervert. And the door's still open. Know this. What's that in your waist? Chen Anmin quickly shut the front door and pulled Lu Yinyu over to the sofa. Why are you here so late? I came to see you. You got into trouble with Chao Ru because of me. How could I just hide away? I should have just thrown a sack over him and found a place for us to beat him up together. Lu Yinyu and Chen Anmin had been in the same class since kindergarten, their bond unbroken through school days and journeys home. Ever since high school began, Chao Ru, captivated by Lu Yanyu's breathtaking beauty, had pursued her relentlessly. And Chen Anmin, her childhood friend, was a thorn in his side. For 3 years, Chao Ru had been causing him trouble outside school. Lu Yinyu felt deeply guilty for the trouble she had brought upon Chen Anmin, tears welling in her eyes as she spoke. Seeing her autumn-clear eyes threatening to rain, Chen Anmin quickly comforted her. I'm fine. Actually, I should thank that guy Chao Ru. See? Lu Yinyu, tears still glistening, looked curiously as Chen Anmin reached into his waist. What are you doing? Lu Yinyu covered her eyes again as Chen Anmin pulled out a long brown object from his waist. Look closely, I'm not being you know. Chen Anmin laughed helplessly, trying to explain. He never thought the tomboy had climbed trees and raided bird nests with him since childhood would get so worked up over touching his waist. He raised the furry tail as high as he could, waving it left and right in the dim light. See, it's growing out of me. Lu Yinyu parted her fingers slightly, her moist eyes peering through the gap, warily examining the thing that looked like a monkey's tail. You awakened a beast transformation. How is that possible? That's why I said I really need to thank that Chao Ru. Hearing the grit in Chun Anmin's teeth, Lu Yinyu assumed he hated Chao Ru for triggering his beast transformation. Since the super martial era began, humans cultivated using qi, and most people after awakening rapidly advanced by absorbing monster cores. This beast transformation was a double-edged sword for all earthlings. After transformation, parts, or the entire body, took on animal forms. Though early leveling was faster, no matter the grade from F to SSS, once transformed, absorbing too many cores at the silver rank risked contamination by demonic qi, turning one into what old Song called a demon human. Lu Yanyu's heartbeat gradually steadied as she lowered her hands from her eyes, the shock still lingering in her gaze. But where did you get the money to buy monster cores? Having grown up with Chen Anmin, she knew his family situation well. He was raised by his grandfather and had never met his parents. When Chen Anmin was 15, his grandfather passed away, leaving him alone to live on the meager inheritance and odd jobs. Lu Yinyu clearly remembered that during high school, after shaking off Chao Ru's gang after class, he often worked at courier companies unloading and sorting packages. Even so, his grades rivaled hers, always ranking first or second in their year. Had he sold a kidney? No, even selling his whole body would only buy the cheapest monster core. I didn't have any money. In the hospital room, I just felt this itching all over, and then I was healed, and this tail appeared. Chen Anmin knew science couldn't be compared to Earth's beast transformations, so in a pinch he used that as an excuse. After all, he didn't want anyone to know he possessed a system. Actually, beast transformation lets you level up fast. Even reaching silver is a height many achieve. Look at our principal, Old Chin. He's over 50, and at silver mid-year, he's already T4 in our city. Lu Yinyu patted his shoulder with feigned maturity to comfort him, then stood up and said, Have you eaten? To celebrate your discharge, I'll treat you to a late-night snack to calm your nerves. Having just eaten Senzu and eager to learn about the system's items and shop, Chen Anmin politely declined. I just ate, so I'm not too hungry. Besides, I just got out of the hospital and want to rest up for tomorrow's awakening. Hearing this, Lu Yinyu didn't insist. She refused his offer to see her off and rode her a bike home. As Chen Anmin closed the door, he missed her faint mutter. You dense idiot. Back on the sofa, Chun Onmin shifted to a comfortable position, idly playing with his tail with his left hand. System come out. A blue light screen appeared showing a shop at the top and some slots below where the 2 remaining items from the system gift pack still lay. Focusing on the first item, information appeared instantly. Scouter, when worn on the left eye and ear, it can display the distance number and combat power of the nearest living beings on the entire planet. Scouters can communicate with each other with no distance limit. The first item immediately piqued Chun Onmin's interest. He took out the scouter, put it on his eye, and found the button near his ear per the instructions. There were only 2 functions, the top button for scanning and the bottom one for toggling communication on and off. After double pressing to activate the self-dist, the lens displayed the number 17. 8. Is this my combat power? Why is it so high? An untrained adult typically had a combat power of around 5, but he was at 17. 8. The threshold for a black iron rank warrior was 20. Earth also had devices to measure combat power, but those took up 5 or 6 square meters, looking like small houses from afar, called combat power detectors. A city was lucky to have a dozen of them. Had never seen such a compact scanner. Dissatisfied, he asked, "System, is this reading accurate? Please do not doubt the items provided by this system. The system has adjusted the combat power levels to suit Earth. As for the host's combat power increase, it is merely the awakening of the Saiyan bloodline. This bloodline grants the host a foundational physique and potential far beyond ordinary humans." Driven by curiosity, Chun Onmin turned his gaze to the old sofa in the living room, focused his mind, and pressed the detection button on the scouter. There was no reaction on the lens. He walked to the balcony and looked down at a stray dog rummaging through a trash can. A string of numbers appeared. 0. 3, distance 5 m. Then he looked into the distance. The data on the lens instantly refreshed, and dense points of light, like stars, illuminated the entire area within his field of vision. Next to each point of light was a small number and distance. 5. 2, distance 13 m. 7. 9, distance 32 m. 10. 1, distance 73 m. 8. 3, 6. 1, distance 89 m. Target count 2. Chun Onmin was dazzled. The elderly strolling downstairs, young people jogging at night, and even couples hiding in corners to be intimate. None could escape the scouter's scan within 100 kilometers. Those combat power values, some even below 5, were clearly reflected on his left lens. It seems it can only detect living things. But if someone had a gun, could it detect that? And it seems it only shows the count when there are 2 or more targets. Chun Onmin lowered his head, rubbing his chin with his right hand. When he looked into the distance, the green numbers suddenly turned red and a line of figures appeared. 331 e, distance 10. 9 kilometers. This is the Black Dragon Core base, right? Platinum level. Looks like he's the strongest person around here. Chun Onmin raised an eyebrow. This scouter was a peeping. On no, a strategic reconnaissance artifact. 60 hours of battery life, fully charged in 5 hours under the sun, unlimited detection range, and precise threat assessment. He fondled the small device on his left ear, its cool touch igniting a fire in his heart. With this thing, anyone trying to ambush him would be spotted from afar. It was a must-have for the secret realm. System, this thing is amazing. Can you add a feature to assess the target's level? Ding. Yes. Please check the shop. Without a second word, he opened the system shop. It was divided into 3 categories: items, skills, and the upgrade system he had just mentioned. Following the prompts, he placed the scouter into the upgrade slot and wrote down the desired function. A system prompt appeared. Upgrade cost 2 combat power points or 2 yuan. Note: 1 combat power point 0 yuan. Please select a payment method. Chun Onmin's face fell. 1 combat power point equaled 1,000,000 yuan. After paying the medical bills, he had just over 300 yuan left. As for using combat power points, that was out of the question. The martial arts exam and the secret realm were in 8 days. He couldn't afford to falter. Then he quickly went back to check the last item. Skill book, rock, paper, scissors. Non-tradable. System, it's just rock, paper, scissors. I can do it without a skill book. Since the host does not require it, the system will now reclaim the skill book. Seeing the skill book about to disappear, he wanted to try what it felt like to use it. Besides, if it was reclaimed, he might have to spend millions to buy it back. Thinking this, Chun Onmin quickly stopped it. No. I was wrong. I won't brag anymore. With his plea, the system relented. To avoid further trouble, he directly chose to use it. A surge of information exploded in his mind. Chun Onmin instinctively made the moves, rock, paper, scissors. Each action and experience becoming muscle memory integrated into his combat instincts. He was startled. This skill was far beyond expectations. It had truly integrated a simple game into his combat instincts. After finishing the 3 moves, Chun Onmin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, system, you're awesome. Then came the sound of the neighbor knocking on the wall. Keep it down. It's late. Chun Onmin quickly covered his mouth and whispered apologies toward the wall. Sorry. Got too excited. Another dissatisfied grunt came from next door, then silence. He tiptoed and lay sideways on the old double bed, his heart still pounding with excitement. At least the neighbor thought he was just playing a game. If anyone discovered the truth, he wouldn't be able to explain. Amid the chaotic thoughts, exhaustion finally set in. The bizarre events of the day, complete body fractures, acquiring the system, awakening the bloodline recovery, had drained his energy. Just before falling asleep, Chen Anmin thought to the system, calling you system all the time might give me away. From now on, I'll call you Shaolin. Okay, time returned to the present. The talent test was underway, and an angry voice came from inside the tent. 9,527. 9,527. Damn it, where is he? Zhang Wei nudged him in the ribs. Laoan, what are you doing? The tester is cursing. It's your turn. Reminded by Zhang Wei, Chen Anmin snapped back to reality and quickly called into the tent. Hey teacher. M9527. Chen Anmin hurried into the tent and, following the tester's instructions, grasped a black stone. The stone was warm to the touch. The tester then took his hand and guided the qi within Chen Anmin into the stone. The black stone slowly glowed with 7 colors. After a second, the color cycle ended and the black stone had turned white. White Frank talent. Next, the tester, looking at the now white stone in Chen Anmin's hand, calmly recorded the number and talent before calling for the next person. Chen Anmin didn't rush back to the classroom. While waiting for Zhang Wei, he contacted Shaolin in his mind. Shaolin, didn't you say I'm a warrior race? Why am I Frank talent? The host's bloodline and talent are not the same. With the Saiyan bloodline, the host has entered a different system from the Earthlings. Shaolin's words dispelled Chen Anmin's worries. Yeah, so what if someone had SS strength talent? He had a system. He was cheating. Did they even understand the value of that? Zhang Wei, who had just finished his test and walked out, saw Chen Anmin's face go from gloomy to a creepy grin. He patted him on the shoulder. Laoan, you didn't go crazy from getting in Frank, did you? Maybe Chen Anmin is just pretending. I bet he's regretting all the boasting he did before the test. Laoan, you didn't go crazy from getting in Frank, did you? Maybe Chen Anmin is just pretending. I bet he's regretting all the boasting he did before the test. Ha ha ha. You wanted to act tough without the strength to back it up, and now you've got what you deserved. Ha ha ha. Oh dear, and Frank talent. I'm so scared. Scared enough to wet yourself just thinking about entering the secret realm, huh? At that moment, Chao Ru, shuffling in his flip-flops, pushed aside his gang of followers and sneered at Chen Anmin. Trash is always trash. Yin Yu isn't strength talent. It seems she'll leave you even without my interference. After all, an ordinary person and a martial artist are worlds apart. So what if I'm Frank? He'll say it again. You'd better look forward to what awaits you in the secret realm. As Chen Anmin spoke these words, Zhang Wei beside him grew increasingly anxious, regretting not having silenced him earlier. When Xiao Ru and his gang heard his words, they froze for a second before erupting into thunderous laughter. Xiao Ru laughed as if he had just heard the funniest thing ever, clutching his stomach and gasping for breath, then gestured to the yellow-haired lackey beside him. Little mouse, tell him what my talent is. Chen Anmin, listen up. Don't piss yourself in fear. Young Master Chao isn't a ranked talent. Do you dare to challenge me? Just as Chen Anmin was about to speak, the sound of a door slamming shut interrupted the group at the entrance of the medical office. What the hell is going on here? Don't you know we're conducting talent tests inside? All of you get the hell out. The speaker wore a star-gray camouflage uniform with a black dragon embroidered on his left sleeve. He was a member of the Black Dragon Army, overseeing the talent tests. Everyone fell silent the moment they saw his uniform, and under the soldiers' fierce glare, they slowly shuffled back into the classroom. You're not seriously thinking of entering the secret realm, are you? Chao Ru isn't a ranked talent. If he beats you up in there like yesterday, the examiners won't take the side of an Frank like you. Zhang Wei tugged at Chen Anmin's arm as they walked toward the classroom, his tone laced with reproach for his overestimation of himself. Don't worry, in that secret realm, he'll be the one ending up like that. By the way, what's your talent? Zhang Wei was speechless. Just yesterday, after the written exams, Chen Anmin had been modest, saying had done his best, and now had to leave the rest to fate. But after just one trip to the hospital and a single night, why was he speaking so arrogantly today? Could it be that his head really had been damaged? Hey, what are you thinking about? I'm talking to you. Oh, I'm not even Frank. I have no talent. It's fine, I've got your back. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes at this boast, ignoring him, and thought to himself that once Chen Anmin absorbed a magic core, he'd understand the gap between their talents. Our class monitor is amazing. She's actually Shrank. While the monitor is truly the monitor. Not only is she good at studies, but her martial talent is also this strong. Did you hear the harsh words Chen Anmin threw at Chao Ru before the test? His talent turned out to be only Frank. What an overestimation of himself. Frank. He'll probably struggle just to cultivate with the chi from magic cores. While the classroom was buzzing with excitement, Chen Anmin and Zhang Wei walked in. The room quieted for a moment before erupting into noise again, though this time the topic shifted away from Chen Anmin. 10 minutes later, Old Song entered the classroom holding a stack of forms. He tapped the podium twice, and once the room fell silent, he began to speak. Everyone's talents have been tallied. This form in my hand is the registration sheet for the martial arts exam in 7 days. Those of you taking the exam, come get your form after I read out the talents. As I've said before, students with frank talent should think carefully. Lu Yanyu Shrank. Zhang Jia Rank. Zhou Shi Crank. Wang Sai Frank. Zhao Jiao Rank. Chen Amin Frank. Zhang Wei No Talent. Alright, those registering for the martial exam, go home and discuss it with your parents. Submit your forms by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chen Amin walked straight up to Song Dihai, grabbed a form, and under the teacher's conflicted expression filled it out in a minute and handed it back on the spot. Chen Amin, are you really signing up for the martial exam? A wave of shock rippled through the silent classroom as Song Dihai's voice echoed. The students erupted into an uproar. No one had expected that Chen Amin, who had just been assessed as frank talent and hospitalized yesterday after a beating, would actually dare to sign up for the notoriously dangerous martial exam with its high mortality rate. Holy crap, he really signed up. And frank talent wanting to become a martial artist. There are easier ways to die. Yesterday's head injury is confirmed. Case closed. Discharged. I think they need to up his dosage. Could Chen Amin be planning to take Chao Ru down with him? After all, talent determines the future, and right now none of them are martial artists yet. Tisk, is he trying to pull off one last big show before dying? Even so, would you team up with him? I wouldn't dare. Neither would I. Ignoring the mockery from his classmates, he calmly looked up at the still-stunned Old Song on the podium. Teacher, I filled it out. Old Song stared at the registration form Chen Amin handed back, then at his unervingly composed face. His brow furrowed deeply, and finally, with a heavy sigh, he took the form and spoke in a stern tone. Chen Amin, let me remind you one more time, the martial exam is no joke. The path of a martial artist is different from the liberal arts and sciences you've studied all these years. It's not too late to back out now. No need to think it over, teacher. Chen Amin replied with unwavering resolve. Old Song gave him a long, hard look, said nothing more, and simply tucked the form away before distributing the others. Chen Amin returned to his seat amid the sneers and schadenfreude of the entire class. Zhang Wei leaned in and lowered his voice. Olden, have you really made up your mind to become a martial artist? And frank talent absorbs magic cores with pitiful efficiency. I don't want my best buddy to end up as a monster. Relax, I know what I'm doing. Chen Amin patted him on the shoulder and fell silent. A few minutes later, Old Song finished distributing the martial exam registration forms, went over the instructions once more, and announced the end of class. The classroom instantly buzzed with noise. Chen Amin and Zhang Wei, along with others not planning to register, gathered their things. None of them intended to come back tomorrow. Chen Amin had already submitted his form, while the others had resigned themselves to not pursuing the martial path. Lu Yanyu seemed about to say something to him, but she was swept toward the classroom door by a group of girls. At the door, Chao Ru stood holding a bouquet, blocking her path with his gang. Yanyu, congratulations on awakening and shrank talent. These are your favorite flowers. I've booked a table at Fragrant Pavilion tonight to celebrate for you. Chao Ru beamed as he offered a bouquet of dewy roses to Lu Yanyu, his gaze fervent. Behind him, the yellow-haired lackeys and others joined in with timely cheers. A flicker of barely perceptible disgust and resistance crossed Lu Yanyu's face. She instinctively stepped back half a pace, refusing to take the flowers. Thank you for your kindness, classmate Chao, but no need. I have plans for the evening. Chao Ru's smile froze for a moment, but quickly returned to its usual state, even more ingratiating. Don't be so quick to refuse, Yanyu. I know you've just awakened your talent, so you must have many questions to discuss. We can talk over a meal. Oh, I know a few senior martial artists who can offer insights on cultivation. It will definitely help you. As he spoke, he tried to press the flowers into Lu Yanyu's hand, leaning slightly forward with an air that brooked no refusal. The girls surrounding Lu Yanyu showed expressions ranging from envy to concern. Just then a slightly impatient voice cut in. Hey Chao Ru, she said, no. Can't you understand plain speech? Everyone's gaze instantly focused on the speaker, Chen Amin. He had somehow already packed his things, slinging his backpack over one shoulder, one hand in his pocket, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery as he looked at Chao Ru. Chao Ru whirled around, the fake smile vanishing, completely replaced by undisguised coldness and fury. Chen Amin. Grade trash like you has no right to speak here. Get lost. What business is it of yours whether I leave or not? Chen Amin sneered, completely unfazed by the threat. You're the one blocking the door like a gatekeeper. A good dog doesn't stand in the way, got it? You're asking for it. The yellow-haired thugs behind Chao Ru bristled, rolling up their sleeves as if to charge. What do you think you're doing? A sharp shout rang out. The soldier in a starry gray camouflage uniform with a black dragon armband on his sleeve had somehow reappeared at the end of the corridor. His piercing gaze swept over them like a blade, exuding an oppressive aura that instantly silenced the yellow-haired thugs, freezing them in place. Chao Ru's face darkened. He shot Chen Amin a venomous glare and lowered his voice to a venomous whisper audible only to the two of them. Chen Amin, you'd better pray we don't meet in the secret realm. And grade piece of trash like you. Just wait and see how I toy with you. Chen Amin picked his ear, looking utterly indifferent. Oh really? I'm so scared. But before that, mind moving. You're blocking my way home. With that, he completely ignored Chao Ru's blazing glare, sidestepping between him and the yellow-haired thug, as naturally as brushing aside two bothersome leaves. Zhang Wei quickly followed suit, ducking his head and skirting along the wall to catch up with Chen Anmin. Chao Ru was about to order his lackeys to go after Chen Anmin when Lu Yinyu stepped in front of him, phone in hand. Chao Ru, you'd better behave yourself. At the school gate, the afternoon sun was glaring. Zhang Wei caught up with Chen Anmin, patting his chest in lingering fear. Damn, Olden, you were way too bold just now. That was Chao Ru and the Black Dragon Corps were nearby. What if? Why didn't you bring Yinyu out too? What if what? Would he dare to throw a punch right under the Black Dragon Corps noses? Chen Anmin shrugged. If I brought Yinyu out, wouldn't that cause her more trouble? I'm not afraid now, but I can't let him keep bothering her. We'll settle this during the martial arts exam. All right, you're the man. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, let's invite Lu Yinyu tonight. I'm treating you both to dinner, to celebrate, and to thank you for teaching me these past 3 years. Chen Anmin lightly punched him on the shoulder. He was about to reach the black iron rank, so he dared not use any force on an ordinary person like Zhang Wei. Sure, I'm going to bleed you dry tonight. With that, he again declined Zhang Wei's offer to drive him home. After all, yesterday, he couldn't beat Chao Ru and his crew, but today, he was actually looking forward to them causing trouble. Returning home at noon, Chen Anmin felt an overwhelming hunger, as if he could devour an entire ox. He immediately took out everything in the fridge and started cooking. An hour later, staring at the several pots and the metal basin that had held the food, he was speechless. This was his entire week's worth of groceries and had eaten it all in one meal. Xiaolon, didn't you say that after eating a senza bean, I wouldn't need to eat for 10 days? Why did I eat so much at noon? An ordinary earthling would indeed not need to eat for 10 days after consuming a senza bean. However, the host possesses Saiyan bloodline and the energy was insufficient to fully heal the host's injuries. Hearing this, he immediately opened the system shop's item section. A dazzling array of item icons scrolled across the light screen with staggering prices listed beside them. Universal capsule starts at 0. 1 combat power battle suit, 1 combat power senza bean, 2 combat power scouter, 3 combat power. Chen Anmin's eyes burned with desire at the images, but he only had the 5 million from Qin Yue, which converted to a mere 5 combat power. Xiaolon, can these items be made on Earth? Can I sell them to others? He was desperately short of money and had to find a way to earn some in order to exchange for technology and skills from the system. All blueprints have been filtered according to the host's request. Please see the list. Scouter blueprint castrated version, 20 kilometers detection range, no communication function, no personnel count display. 6 combat power. Note the original version cannot be manufactured due to Earth's material limitations. Battlesuit blueprint, 10 combat power, universal capsule production method, 500 combat power. Seeing that the final price for the universal capsule was equivalent to 500 million, Chen Anmin curiously checked its detailed information. Universal capsule can store anything into a capsule, from small items like food and books to large ones like vehicles, houses, and airplanes. Holy crap, it can even store houses. After feasting his eyes, Chen Anmin finally spent 6 combat power to exchange for the castrated version of the Scouter blueprint. After studying it carefully, he discovered it could even be made using a smartphone. He went out to buy the necessary tools and missing materials, then immediately started the production process at home. By around 6 in the evening, a device that only vaguely resembled the system's Scouter in appearance had taken shape. Just as Chen Anmin was about to test its functions, a loud knock came at the door. Damn, Olden, you're home. Why's your phone off? Hearing Zhang Wei's voice, he suddenly remembered tonight's dinner invitation. Awkwardly, he glanced at the fragments of his phone on the desk. The once intact second-hand Mi phone was now spread flat across the desk. Zhang Wei picked up the remaining half of the screen and asked Chen Anmin, "Did you eat your phone?" Pocketing the device, Chen Anmin coughed awkwardly. Ahem. They'll show you guys something cool over dinner. At the mention of dinner, Zhang Wei slapped his forehead and hurriedly dragged Chen Anmin downstairs to a luxury car, where Lu Yinyu was already seated in the back. At the mention of dinner, Zhang Wei slapped his forehead and hurriedly dragged Chen Anmin downstairs to a luxury car, where Lu Yinyu was already seated in the back. At the mention of dinner, Zhang Wei slapped his forehead and hurriedly dragged Chen Anmin downstairs to a luxury car, where Lu Yinyu was already seated in the back. At the mention of dinner, Zhang Wei slapped his forehead and hurriedly dragged Chen Anmin downstairs to a luxury car, where Lu Yinyu was already seated in the back. At the mention of dinner, Zhang Wei slapped his forehead and hurriedly dragged Chen Anmin downstairs to a luxury car, where Lu Yinyu was already seated in the back. At the mention of dinner, Zhang Wei slapped his forehead and hurriedly dragged Chen Anmin downstairs to a luxury car, where Lu Yinyu was already seated in the back. Uncle Son, let's get going. Way we could have just walked. Did you really have to call such a luxurious ride? After greeting Lu Yinyu, Chen Anmin surveyed the car's interior and spoke to Zhang Wei, who sat in the passenger seat. That's a nice place. You'll find out soon. 15 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a hotel. Lu Yinyu stared blankly at the sign. Are you here to meet someone? Zhang Wei looked puzzled. What? We're eating here today. Hearing this, Lu Yinyu pointed at the Tianyuan Grand Hotel sign and asked in shock, have you lost your mind? Do you know how much the cheapest meal here costs? Chen Anmin was a bit confused. Wasn't it just a hotel? Why the shock? After Lu Yanya's explanation, Chen Onmin realized this was the largest five-star hotel in a city. The minimum for a meal was 50,000 yuan. She only knew the prices from attending a wedding banquet here. To be honest, Chen Onmin had never even tasted a 50,000 yuan banquet in his life. Zhang Wei ignored their astonishment and had the waiter lead them to a private room. When the door opened, cold dishes were already laid out, each one as exquisite as the finest cuisine. Lu Yanyu frowned and pulled him aside. Zhang Wei, this place. It's too extravagant. We could have just eaten at a street stall. Don't worry, my dad already paid, Zhang Wei said, puffing out his chest with an air of wealth, completely ignoring Lu Yanya's hesitant expression and Chen Onmin's stiff movements. Zhang Wei cheerfully walked behind them, made them sit, and poured the decanted red wine into their glasses. Come on, today's your special day. Let's have a toast. After setting down his glass and eating a few bites, Zhang Wei asked Chen Onmin, what happened to your phone? Did you smash it for fun today? Chen Onmin pulled out a peculiar object from his pocket. A device cobbled together from parts he'd bought and the remnants of his phone vaguely resembling a pair of glasses. Here, this is it, Chen Onmin said, placing it on the smooth table. I made it this afternoon. A portable detector. Zhang Wei and Lu Yanyu both leaned in curiously. The thing looked like a crudely made goggles frame with a dismantled phone screen embedded where the lenses should be connected to a few exposed wires and small chips. It exuded a distinctly makeshift vibe. What is this, eh? Zhang Wei poked the rough plastic shell. Olden, are you trying to make VR goggles? This material is too cheap. What can you even see? Lu Yanyu also looked puzzled. Chen Onmin, what's it for? It's not VR. Chen Onmin explained. I call it a detector. It can, well, detect the combat power of living things within a certain range. Huh. Zhang Wei's eyes widened. No way. That's awesome. Test it quick. Chen Onmin put the self-made detector on Zhang Wei and activated it. He didn't know what the name Scouter meant, but he thought detector was more fitting. The screen flickered a few times, emitted a faint glow, and displayed some blurry jumping numbers and curves. He tried aiming the detection toward Zhang Wei. A circle immediately appeared in the lens for Chen Onmin with a number beside it, combat power 11. 8. Damn. Holding your power broke 10. Is this thing even accurate? Hearing Zhang Wei's question, Chen Onmin suddenly realized he hadn't tested it on an official device yet. A flicker of anxiety crossed his mind. I don't know if it's accurate. It just came to me and I made it. I can check it at a testing center tomorrow. Lu Yanyu hesitated before asking, how much did this cost? Do you even have money left for food? She knew that if this thing could accurately measure combat power, it would have a massive global market. But knowing Chen Onmin made it himself, she felt a mix of joy and worry. The martial arts exam was in 7 days. If he had to work for food instead of training, it could affect his results. Don't worry, it doesn't need expensive materials. I used most of a phone and a glasses frame. It only took me an afternoon. I've already finished the design. Tomorrow I'll get a patent, and once that's done I can sell it or find a partner. Hearing the concern in Lu Yanya's voice, Chen Onmin felt a warmth in his heart. To reassure her, he shared the materials and time it took. Zhang Wei was still curiously examining the detector when he heard Chen Onmin's words. After a moment's thought, he spoke. How about partnering with me? Chen Onmin and Lu Yanyu both looked at Zhang Wei with question marks. 5 minutes later, Chen Onmin grabbed Zhang Wei's right arm, and Lu Yanyu grabbed his left, pinning him to the dining table. You bastard. You think it's fun to fool your dad? You deserve to die. Emin's right. You deserve to die. Lying to us for 3 years. Pinned to the table, Zhang Wei didn't resist, just howled, trying to appeal to their brotherhood. Ow. I didn't want it either. For 19 years he made me live in a 380 square meter flat and drove me around in a little A8. My dad stole my rich second-generation life. Hearing this, Lu Yanyu let go of his arm and started kicking his, but instead, go to hell. My family only has a 2-bedroom apartment. Kechuang Technology, a leading electronic product R&D and manufacturing company, was the top high-tech enterprise in Hebei province, worth tens of billions, with some projects even collaborating with the Dragon Nation. In reality, Zhang Wei was only a 3rd-generation rich kid. Zhang Chonglin, his father, was the true 2nd-generation heir. He believed that raising a son in poverty would build character, so after Zhang Wei grew up, they moved to their current home. That's why Zhang Wei said what he did. In his father's eyes, could it get any poorer than this? After venting their anger on this damned 3rd-generation heir, they finally let Zhang Wei go. Zhang Wei winced, rubbing his sore arms and butt. Hey, easy, okay? I'm a victim too, alright? My old man raised me like a lab rat. What could I do? I'm desperate. Lu Yanyu rolled her eyes in exasperation and plopped back into her seat. Desperate? A victim who drives an A8. I swear, I really thought we were just ordinary. Zhang Wei raised his hand dramatically, as if swearing an oath. No wonder you mentioned wanting to deal with Chao Ru today. I thought you were joking, but it turns out to be true. I never expected that Zhang Wei, this carefree guy, is actually the son of the chairman of a 100 billion valued tech group. His current mood was like seeing a good brother suddenly presenting a Range Rover. No, it was even more distressing than that. Chen Onmin picked up a component of the detector on the table, gently stroking the rough frame. So the collaboration you mentioned earlier. Are you serious? Of course. Olden, do you know what this thing means? An official testing device is big and expensive, and it can only detect at a specific point. If this can accurately detect combat power. No, even if there's a margin of error of 3 to 4, my goodness, how big would the market be? Martial artists all around the world would go crazy for it. Those in my dad's company who work in RD would probably kneel down and call you daddy when they see this prototype. Zhang Wei immediately perked up his hands that were rubbing his rear, stopped, and he leaned closer to Chun Anmin's face, his eyes glowing as he stared at the crude device. Lu Yinyu was also taken aback by the prospect Zhang Wei painted, but she quickly calmed down, her gaze sweeping over the two. Zhang Wei, with such a massive scale and tech innovation, are you sure your dad will agree to collaborate with a high school student? And such a core technology. Oh, come on, Yinyu, don't worry. Zhang Wei patted his chest, brimming with confidence. Although my dad is unreliable, his business acumen is absolutely sharp. When he sees the potential of this thing, he will be even more enthusiastic than I am. Moreover, you two are my brothers. I wouldn't let him take advantage of you. Chun Anmin fell silent, unconsciously stroking his chin with his left hand. He initially just wanted to make some quick money to exchange for combat power and skills in the system. He never expected Zhang Wei's identity and proposal to push things to a level he had never imagined. Making money while lying down. Shares. This sounds very tempting and could ensure a steady influx of funds. But right now he urgently needed money. After all, he couldn't always use combat power to exchange for the system's items and skills, could he? I don't quite understand about patent collaborations, but you're my brother, so I trust you. However, I really need some money right now, so. He couldn't explain that what he needed was combat power and skills from the system. This money, consider it a loan, or you can advance it from future earnings, either works. No problem. Leave it to me. I'll bring this up with my dad. Also, I will handle Chao Ru in the secret realm. Let him be comfortable for a few days first. Chun Anmin's gaze became sharp. The threat posed by Chao Ru over the past 3 years combined with yesterday's injuries made him determined to take revenge personally. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei and Lu Yinyu intended to persuade him further, but seeing the intensity in his eyes, they quickly halted their words. They then shifted the topic back to the detector, agreeing to test their combat power at the martial arts school after dinner. If the difference wasn't significant, Zhang Wei would take Chun Anmin to meet his father at the company the next day. After discussing the serious matters, the three raised their glasses again. Zhang Wei and Lu Yinyu reminisced about amusing stories from their 3 years at school, while Chun Anmin fixed his gaze on the food on the table. Waiter, please bring me another table of the same dishes. At this moment, Chun Anmin had already devoured everything on the table, and Zhang Wei hurriedly called the waiter for more. As the second table began his voracious eating style, left Zhang Wei and Lu Yinyu in stunned silence. The plates were instantly emptied with hardly any sauce left, and only then did Chun Anmin wipe his mouth, his gaze still lingering on the empty plates. Olden, please stop eating. I'm a bit scared. Tomorrow we can continue eating. Zhang Wei had ordered 2 tables of food, all top-tier wedding banquet dishes. One could say he had eaten enough for at least 20 people. With a big elbow in his left hand and a big lobster in his right, seeing Chun Anmin's gluttonous appearance, Zhang Wei immediately hugged him, fearing he might eat himself to death. Lu Yinyu was a bit skeptical. She knew about Chun Anmin's changes yesterday, the combat power reading over 10 in the detector combined with such a large appetite. Could it be the effect of Chun Anmin's beastification? Only when Chun Anmin signaled that he was fine did Zhang Wei release his hold, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Luckily, he had his father's membership card today, otherwise his pocket money would definitely not be enough. Seeing the bowls and plates on the table looking as if they had been licked by a dog, Chun Anmin felt a bit embarrassed. You guys didn't eat much, right? Lu Yinyu and the others shook their heads in unison upon hearing this. Are you kidding? We saw you eat until you were full. At that moment, Zhang Wei pulled out his phone and dialed. Uncle Son, could you please bring up the prepared gifts? A few minutes later, the door to the private room opened and Chun Anmin and Lu Yinyu looked over, initially thinking Zhang Wei was picking them up in a luxury ride to show off. To their surprise, the person was actually Zhang Wei's bodyguard, who had been secretly protecting him until his parents revealed his identity. Young master, here are the items you requested. Taking the items, Zhang Wei helplessly said to him, Uncle Son, I've told you several times, just call me Xiao Wei. The Daiqing dynasty has been gone for centuries. Okay, young master. Seeing that Sun Wei still didn't change how he addressed him, Zhang Wei shrugged and didn't say anything further, taking out 2 exquisite boxes and placing them in front of Chun Anmin and Lu Yinyu. The surface of the boxes was elegantly packaged in matte black with simple cloud patterns outlined in silver thread, clearly worth a lot. Chun Anmin and Lu Yinyu were both stunned. Lu Yinyu reached out to touch one of the boxes, feeling a cool surface, and curiously asked, Zhang Wei, what is this? Why is it so mysterious? Zhang Wei chuckled, scratching his head. Don't just stare, open it and take a look. It's a thank you gift from my parents for bringing me along to study. As both opened the boxes simultaneously, a green orb lay quietly in the center. Upon touching it, a surge of energy erupted, causing both of their expressions to change. A magic core. Lu Yanyu's eyes widened, her voice trembling. This. Is this a plant-type magic core? A magic core is the core that appears in the bodies of living organisms infected by demonic energy after the emergence of the super martial era. Plant magic cores compared to animal ones are purer in energy and more suitable for martial artists to cultivate. However, plant-type magical creatures are not only rare, but when they are below the golden level, they are hardly distinguishable from ordinary plants. The lower the level, the harder it is to tell apart. Zhang Wei smugly rubbed his hands together, chuckling. That's right, this is a magic core, just entering the black iron level. My dad's team specifically sourced it from the secret realm. It was originally intended for my use, but unfortunately I lack talent and can only go home to inherit the family business. After looking at it for a while, Chun Anmin and Lu Yinyu suppressed the longing in their hearts. Chun Anmin's fingers trembled slightly as he closed the box, took a deep breath, and turned to Zhang Wei saying, "This gift is too precious. You should keep it and sell it." Plant-type magic cores, due to their pure energy and rarity, have always been in a state of frenzy on the market, costing more than twice as much as animal-type magic cores of the same level. Lu Yinyu also came to her senses. Yes, this is a black iron level plant-type magic core. It's priceless on the market. Your parents' intentions are too generous. How can we feel comfortable accepting this? Zhang Wei waved his hand, grinning. Don't mention it. If it weren't for you tutoring me, this slacker would have been expelled from No.1 high school. Take it out from now on, I'll rely on you to look out for me. He rubbed his hands and added, besides, you two have great talent. You're about to take the martial arts exam, and this thing can only realize its value in your hands. It's better than rotting away with a talentless guy like me. Zhang Wei's words were quite true. Talent is the key factor determining a person's cultivation speed, much like how humans drink water. An SS-grade person is like a faucet gushing water, able to collect a cup in a second. An F-grade person is like a broken faucet needing 5 days to gather a cup, while a talentless human like Zhang Wei is like having a bottle of water but being unable to drink a single drop, no matter what method they use. The two couldn't argue with Zhang Wei, so they had to keep the item. Seeing them accepted, Zhang Wei smiled and immediately instructed Sun Weigang to take them to the nearest martial arts gym equipped with a combat power tester to verify Chun Anmin's detector. Sun Weigang nodded promptly in agreement. The others tidied up briefly, left the hotel, and drove towards the martial arts gym. Thunderbolt Martial Arts Gym, the largest in G-City, it was located in the prime downtown area. It occupied a vast expanse of land, its walls forged from reinforced alloy gleaming with a cold metallic luster under the night sky. Sun Weigang skillfully parked the car. The group quickly got out, passed through the automatic sliding doors, and entered the spacious and bright lobby. The lobby was bustling with activity. Young trainees were sweating profusely in front of punching bags, while seasoned martial artists engaged in live sparring on the arena, with spectators even placing bets below the stage. The most eye-catching feature was the combat power tester in the corner. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on the arena at the moment, leaving this spot completely empty. Sun Weigang walked straight to the front desk, paid the testing fees for 4 people, and led Zhang Wei, Chun Anmin, and Lu Yinyu directly to the testing area, preparing to use the instrument to verify whether Chun Anmin's detector could accurately measure combat power. Zhang Wei, wearing the detector that resembled a pair of glasses, excitedly directed, "Old and you go in first." Chun Anmin nodded, stepped into the massive black testing instrument. The alloy hatch slid open silently, revealing the simple metal interior and the central sensing platform. He stood on the platform as the hatch slowly closed. A soft blue light illuminated the chamber, and an intangible wave of energy began scanning his entire body. Outside, Zhang Wei fidgeted restlessly, wishing he could stick his head into the tester to see. Lu Yinyu also stared intently at the testing chamber, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. They were still students and had never been inside such an instrument before, so a bit of nervousness was only natural. Inside the chamber, as the official instrument scan deepened a few seconds later, the large display on the front of the tester suddenly lit up, revealing a striking line of red characters: Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment 11. 8 Martial Artist Level None. The hatch slid open again, and Chun Anmin stepped out. Zhang Wei activated the detector on him, and the numbers displayed in the lens remained the same as the pre-meal test results. 11, 8, 11, 8. Zhang Wei was the first to shout, his voice cracking with excitement. Holy crap. Olden. The official instrument also shows 11, 8. Not even a margin of error. Chun Anmin looked at the display, the number matching Zhang Wei's shout without the slightest deviation, and his heart settled. Sure enough, anything from the system was top-notch. Lu Yinyu let out a long sigh of relief, the corners of her tightly pressed lips finally blooming into a surprised smile, her eyes shimmering with disbelief. Sun Weigang's stern face showed a hint of emotion, and his gaze towards Zhang Wei and Chun Anmin carried a deeper meaning. Let me try. Zhang Wei couldn't wait and darted into the testing chamber in one swift move. Chun Anmin and Lu Yinyu exchanged a smile, the earlier tension dissipating considerably thanks to Zhang Wei's impatient antics. The official instrument's scanning beam enveloped Zhang Wei, and soon the tester's large screen lit up with the results: Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment 5. 3 Martial Artist Level None. The hatch opened, and Zhang Wei glanced at the large screen, immediately asking about the number on Chun Anmin's detector. Instead of answering, Chun Anmin placed the detector back on his eyes and pressed, and held it for 2 seconds, revealing a number. 5. 3. This is the self-test function. See. Zhang Wei's eyes widened in astonishment, staring at the clear number 5. 3 on the detector's screen, as if it were an incredible miracle. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, then turned to look at the large screen of the testing chamber. After confirming it was correct, his voice trembled slightly. This can test itself. Chun Anmin chuckled and patted his shoulder, a hint of pride in his eyes. Otherwise, why do you think it's called portable? After pressing and holding again for 2 seconds to exit self-test mode, Zhang Wei excitedly directed Lu Yinyu into the testing instrument. Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment 4. 7 Martial Artist Level None. When Lu Yinyu came out, the detector displayed the same number again. Although she had great talent, she had never trained before her awakening. Additionally, being female, her physical constitution was naturally slightly inferior to males, so this value was acceptable. Uncle Sun, your turn. Yesterday, when his dad introduced him, he didn't mention his level. Zhang Wei looked at Sun Weigang with a hint of curiosity. Sun Weigang did not decline, nodding steadily. All right. He strode into the testing chamber, and the moment the hatch closed, his calm mountain-like aura seemed to quiet the entire instrument. The official instrument screen began to flicker violently and climb. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Finally, the number stabilized at 127. Only then did the results slowly appear. Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment, 127 Martial Artist Level Silver Hiss. Seeing the display, even Chun Anmin drew in a sharp breath. No one expected that Zhang Wei's honest bodyguard was actually a silver-level martial artist. At that moment, the detector in front of Zhang Wei once again showed the exact same number. Zhang Wei was so excited he was incoherent. Holy crap. Holy crap. Olden, you're awesome. Not even a single point of error. He lunged forward, grabbing Chun Anmin and shaking him vigorously. Brother, you're my savior. We're rich. When my old man sees this, he'll be on his knees calling you daddy. Chun Anmin and Lu Yinyu were speechless. Sun Weigang thought to himself that the young master's childhood beatings were truly not in vain. First calling someone brother, then finding a father for his own father. Zhang Wei suddenly choked Chun Anmin by the neck, nearly cutting off his breath, until Chun Anmin pried his arm away. Scram, I don't have an unfilial son like you. Sun Weigang nodded steadily, his gaze toward Chun Anmin, filled with approval and a hint of barely perceptible gravity. He patted the massive detection device beside him. The young master is right. Chun, the precision of your detector can directly replace this bulky instrument. He paused and asked, did you really make this yourself? Chun Anmin nodded while Zhang Wei grew even more excited, rubbing his hands, as if he could already see their tech group reaching a market value of 100 billion. Of course, when I went to his place last night, Olden had just finished it. Used materials were still on the desk, and had already drawn up the designs. Chun Anmin's heart pounded. Sun Weigang's affirmation and the foreman test data had completely dispelled his last shred of doubt. If this deal went through, he'd never have to worry about money again. Lu Yinyu took the detector off Zhang Wei's head, holding the crude, glasses-like device in her hand, her confusion deepening. Her father, a bronze-tier warrior, had taught her plenty about martial artists, but she had never heard of beast-transformed warriors developing their intellect. Yet the Chun Anmin before her, the tale that appeared suddenly last night, his astonishing appetite, that surge in combat power, and now this incredibly precise detector design completely overturned the common sense her father had instilled. This contrast weighed on her heart. Could there really be some unknown mutation? Or was this not simply beast transformation at all? She stared at the tail tucked into Chun Anmin's waist, lost in thought. The next day around 9 in the morning, Chun Anmin was still deep in sleep. After returning the previous night, had lain in bed studying the system shop until 3 or 4 in the morning. He had to admit the system truly lived up to its name. Every item and skill made him drool with desire. Especially the universal capsule, like a storage ring from a novel, and it contained everything from that blues world. Planes and tanks were utterly lame by comparison. There were anti-gravity hovercars, rockets that could hover in the sky, flying circular fortresses, and even all kinds of spaceships. In space, a disc-shaped spaceship was cruising. Chun Anmin had his arm around a girl's shoulder, admiring the cosmic scenery. Just as he was about to take her inside to study some movement, the girl suddenly turned into Zhang Wei. What the hell? He sat up in bed, recalling Zhang Wei's coy expression before they went inside in the dream, and immediately rushed to the bathroom to vomit. Bang, bang, bang. Olden, you didn't croak in there, did you? Your dad's waiting for grandkids. Zhang Wei's grating voice accompanied even more violent pounding on the door, making the bathroom frame vibrate. Scram, say one more word, and he'll make you a grandson right now. Chun Anmin yelled back hoarsely, his voice still rough. He pulled open the door and glared at the excited, flushed face before him. Come here, grandson, let grandpa hug you. Carrying a large bag, Zhang Wei dodged Chun Anmin's embrace, came inside, and set the bag on the table. Ah, the son is unfilial. Your dad here even brought you a big breakfast. After activating his Saiyan bloodline, Chun Anmin's sense of smell had sharply increased, easily catching the aroma of food. MMPH. MMPH. Why are you here so early? Chun Anmin mumbled, his mouth stuffed with a steaming bun. Zhang Wei plopped down onto Chun Anmin's creaky old chair, which groaned in protest under the strain. Zhang Wei had come for Chun Anmin's detector. Last night had taken the prototype home to show his father. Originally, Zhang Chonglin hadn't believed it. Fortunately, Uncle Sun had recorded the test from the night before at the martial arts hall. After watching it, he got excited. If Zhang Wei hadn't stopped him, Chun Anmin wouldn't have gotten any sleep last night. Now he was here to pick up Chun Anmin for the company. If he hadn't called and found the phone was off, he'd have forgotten that Chun Anmin's phone had turned into glasses which were at the company with his father. 15 minutes later, Chun Anmin finished the breakfast Zhang Wei had brought. Under Zhang Wei's urging, he washed up as quickly as possible, grabbed the design drawings, and followed Zhang Wei downstairs. Sun Weigang saw them come out, nodded calmly, and opened the rear door. Young Master Chen, get in. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a 30-story building. The words Kechuang Technology on the roof glittered in the sunlight. Sun Weigang led them through the revolving door. A blast of cold air hit them. Ignoring everyone else, they went straight into the executive elevator. The elevator chimed as it stopped on the 29th floor. The door opened to reveal Zhang Wei's father, Zhang Chonglin, already waiting at the office entrance. He was tall, wearing a crisp suit with his hair impeccably combed, but his face was etched with urgency. The moment he saw them, he strode forward. Finally here. Chen, let me see that design. But a hand stopped between Zhang Chonglin and Chun Anmin. Dad, this is my brother. You can see the design, but let's settle the contract first. If it's good, then you can look. Hearing this, Zhang Chonglin froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Good boy. You've grown up. Would your dad cheat you? Yeah, you've been cheating me for 19 years. At the sound of that single word from his father, Zhang Wei immediately put on a flattering smile and said ingratiatingly, I didn't say anything. Zhang Chonglin snorted, feigning anger, but inwardly, he gave his son a thumbs-up, once again praising his own parenting. He led Chun Anmin and Zhang Wei into his office, heading straight for the wide mahogany desk. Tea had already been prepared. The two sat down as well. Half an hour later, Chun Anmin and Zhang Chonglin finally finished their discussion. Patent registration, contract details, profit sharing. All would be handled by the company, as it was more convenient. However, Chun Anmin had to stay and guide them in making a complete version, since the detector had made was a stripped-down version of a stripped-down version, unable to even detect distance. Why don't you two hang around here a bit longer? They'll treat you to lunch, and we'll invite that classmate Lu Yinyu too. Lu Yinyu returned to school this morning to submit her martial arts examination registration form, and Song Dihai specifically sought her out to come to the office. Yinyu, you should try to persuade Chun Anmin again. With his great talent, choosing the path of a martial artist is just inviting trouble. As Lu Yanyu's homeroom teacher for the past 3 years, only Zhang Wei, and she had a good relationship with Chun Anmin, and since Zhang Wei was absent today, she had to be the breakthrough. Thinking about the combat power Chun Anmin had tested last night, Lu Yinyu felt a strong urge to speak, but she held back at his request. All right, teacher, I can only talk to him again, but you know his personality, once he sets his mind on a path, he becomes stubborn. Song Dihai sighed. He certainly knew that Chun Anmin had a stubborn temperament impossible to sway, and he just didn't want to see a student of his fall into darkness. As she walked out of the teaching building, Lu Yinyu took a deep breath, sensing a hint of melancholy graduation in the air. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang. Pulling it out of her pocket, she saw it was a call from Chun Anmin, who was coming to pick her up to visit Zhang Wei's family's company. She was just interested in the tech innovation group, so she waited for them at the school gate. 10 minutes later, a Bentley Mulsanne stopped in front of Lu Yinyu. The window rolled down, revealing Zhang Wei's big face. Yinyu, get in. When Chun Anmin saw Lu Yinyu again today, his eyes widened in shock. The girl he dreamt of this morning, dressed in the same white dress as in his dream, was none other than Lu Yinyu. Damn it, how could you do this? This is your brother. After giving himself a mental slap, he felt much better. At noon, Zhang Chonglin, wanting to thank Chun Anmin and Lu Yinyu for tutoring Zhang Wei at school. Although the results were not out yet, he believed they would surely get into a good school based on the previous assessments. Zhang Chonglin warmly welcomed Lu Yinyu and Chun Anmin, his words filled with admiration for the two. After all, neither Zhang Wei nor he had the talent of a martial artist, and the only future they could look forward to was inheriting the family business. In this era, a large company without its own martial artists was the easiest target for others. Now, with Chun Anmin's detector, it could certainly add another project for the state, and Lu Yinyu, with her great talent, would at least reach the level of a master in the future. Thus, for these two freshly graduated kids, Zhang Chonglin exhibited an unprecedented enthusiasm, and after hearing from Zhang Wei about Chun Anmin's appetite, he specifically ordered 5 large tables of dishes. While Chun Anmin was focused on devouring the food before him, Zhang Chonglin took out a bank card containing 100 million, which was issued this morning in Chun Anmin's name. Hearing this delighted Chun Anmin, in the system 1 million equaled a bit of combat power, and now he had 100 points, which meant he could spend freely. Ding. Due to the host's slow progress, Xiao Lan recommends a special offer, the guidance of Master Rashi, for 100 combat power. Chun Anmin paused in his eating, having just received 100 million. Xiao Lan recommended this thing, which made him skeptical. Xiao Lan, tell me, did you set the price based on the money in my hand? Licking my eyes. Oh, how? How could that be? This system is honest to all. There's a limited time offer before midnight tonight. If you miss it, it's gone. Master Rose's guidance can help the host learn scientific cultivation methods, quickly master power, and also enhance combat power. The martial arts examination is about to begin, and are you sure you don't want to give it a try? Chun Anmin swallowed the food in his mouth. He felt a bit tempted. After returning home last night, he intended to absorb the magic core that Zhang Wei had given him. But Xiao Lan stopped him on the spot, saying that even if his talent was SS grade, and he had Scion blood, absorbing even a little magic energy with the magic core would affect his mental state. Hearing this, Chun Anmin naturally felt anxious. He had seen news reports of humans affected by magic energy, but how could he cultivate without the magic core? Chun Anmin carefully looked at the teaching model recommended by Xiao Lan. Even the cheapest one required 300 combat power, but he hadn't dared to look closely last night due to being short on cash. Now, besides the 100 million given by Zhang Chonglin, he only had a few hundred left. With the martial arts examination in 6 days and his appetite, he might not be able to afford food. 50 combat power, are you buying it or not? After some haggling with the system in his mind, Chun Anmin finally settled for 90 combat power. After carefully understanding the detailed information, this item could be used at any time, but the host had to stay in the illusion created by the system for a full year. In reality, Chun Anmin only needed to spend 24 hours in the real world to experience an entire year of cultivation in Shaolan's illusion. This absolute difference in the flow of time made his heart race. This thing was simply a cheat. If he could experience it a few more times, wouldn't he enter the ranks before the start of college? Ding. Xiao Lan kindly reminds the host not to dream. After Xiao Lan shattered his daydream, he turned his attention back to the lavish feast before him. Zhang Wei and Lu Yinyu were somewhat accustomed to his actions, calmly eating their own dishes. Zhang Chonglin stared in amazement at the third table of food that had already disappeared into Chun Anmin's stomach, feeling relieved that he had ordered 5 tables in advance, or it probably wouldn't have been enough. After the banquet, Chun Anmin stated he wanted to buy a new phone and fill up his refrigerator at home. Lu Yinyu, who wanted to digest her food, went with him to the mall. While helping him organize ingredients at his home, Lu Yinyu asked Chun Anmin, my dad is going to train me at home. Would you like to join? I'm going to Zhang Wei's company to try to perfect the detector in these few days, so we can use it when we enter the secret realm. Actually, Chun Anmin had a bit of selfishness. He had shares in the detector, which would not only be useful in the martial arts examination secret realm, but also serve as an advertisement, bringing him stable income in the future. All right, then I'll wait for your new detector to appear. Lu Yinyu nodded, understanding his thoughts. After all, he currently had 8 combat power, so even if he didn't train in these days, he would still likely achieve a good ranking. Just you wait. But you don't let your dad train you to the ground. See you tomorrow. Just wait for me to surpass you. Saying this, Lu Yinyu turned to head home, and Chun Anmin, watching her long hair sway, called out to her. Why don't you cut your hair short? Do you like me with short hair? Not really, but during battles, long hair can easily be seen as a weakness by opponents. Lu Yinyu, whose face was still slightly flushed, froze upon hearing those words, and then her eyes filled with fury. Mind your own business. You talk too much. Lu Yinyu stamped her foot in anger, using all her strength to slam the door shut, and hurried down the stairs, without looking back, her white skirt drawing an arc of anger in the air. Hey, wait! Chun Anmin instinctively shouted, but the only response was the loud bang of the unit door being slammed and the hurried footsteps disappearing down the corridor. Tisk, women are really troublesome. My door. Chun Anmin scratched his head, looking at the empty corridor, shutting the door again with a perplexed expression. He had merely intended to remind her for the sake of safety in combat. Why did she suddenly get angry? He didn't dwell on it, and instead opened the system shop to make some preparations for the martial arts exam. The 100 million given by Zhang Wei's father was deducted by the system as 90 million combat points. In the afternoon, he bought ingredients and a mobile phone, leaving him with over 900,000. Xiao Lan exchanged 2 sets of combat suits, 2 immortal beans, in exchange for the skill Phantom Fist, along with 3 universal capsules that can store items. He had tried putting his phone into the system space, but Xiao Lan reminded him that only system-exchanged items could be placed there. However, other items could be stored inside the universal capsules after being put in. Therefore, he exchanged for several empty universal capsules. The system price was 1 combat points. After all the exchanges, he was left with just over 600,000. This year's martial arts exam's secret realm format was still unknown. Just having equipment and immortal beans was not enough for safety. He needed to buy more ingredients and tints to store in the capsules when he had time. He opened the system backpack and took out the combat suit, which consisted of a tight-fitting outfit, a pair of gloves, and a pair of shoes, along with a white armor. He found a fruit knife and stabbed the armor forcefully. After stabbing it a dozen times, he discovered that there wasn't a single mark on it. Then he tried on the armor and found that it had excellent elasticity and was very breathable with no discomfort at all. This thing can't be bulletproof, can it? Based on the strength of Earth weapons, only the strongest armor-piercing bullets can penetrate this armor. Oh wow, awesome. He tossed the combat suit back into the system space and directly chose to learn the skill book for Phantom Fist. 2 minutes later, Chen Anmin opened his eyes, moved his feet, and arrived at the door of his house, leaving behind a phantom of himself where he had just stood. Half a minute later, the phantom vanished. Hey, this move is fantastic. If I use more energy, can I leave a phantom for a few minutes? Without hesitation, he exhausted all his energy and tried again, only to find that no matter how much energy he left, the phantom couldn't last more than 30 seconds, and he could only leave one. Huff, huff. Is this all I can do? He glanced at the spot where he had just stood. The phantom already dissipated without a trace. 30 seconds is fine, at least I can distract attention, and if it doesn't work, I can still run away. A night passed, and today Chen Anmin woke up relatively early. After eating half of the fridge's contents, he set off for the Sci-Tech group. As Chen Anmin entered the lobby of the Sci-Tech group, the cold air instantly enveloped him, driving away the heat outside. The revolving door was still spinning behind him. He looked up and saw Zhang Wei leaning against the reception desk, chatting animatedly with a front desk girl in uniform. This guy, just a few days into being a wealthy second generation, is already flirting with the girl. She's 5 or 6 years older than you. Upon spotting him, Zhang Wei immediately waved and called out, "Olden, you finally made it." The company's researchers have been waiting anxiously. Without further delay, they walked straight to the elevator, pressed the button for the 25th floor. Zhang Chonglin was already standing in the corridor of the 25th floor, but his tie was crooked as he leaned against the glass outside the research room. "Uncle Zhang, why are you leaning out here?" Upon hearing someone speaking loudly, Zhang Chonglin quickly turned his head and gestured for Chen Anmin to be quiet. "Keep it down, and the people inside have bad tempers. I was just kicked out." Chen Anmin almost laughed upon hearing this, not expecting the CEO of a $100 billion group to be chased out by a bunch of researchers. Then Zhang Chonglin led the two of them to push open the door to the research room, and a group of researchers glared at Zhang Chonglin as he walked in. "Director Zhang, how many times have we told you not to hang around here if you don't understand anything?" Zhang Chonglin seemed used to being reprimanded by these researchers, instead smiling as he patted Chen Anmin on the shoulder. "I'm here to deliver someone. Let me introduce you. This is the inventor of the detector, Chen Anmin." As soon as these words were spoken, all the researchers' eyes immediately focused on Chen Anmin, their gazes seemingly peeling away layers of his research. An elderly researcher with half-white hair excitedly stepped forward and shook Chen Anmin's hands. "You really made the detector? Good. Young brains are really impressive. The several old men and I couldn't get accurate tests after researching all night. We're counting on you." Seeing the old researcher pulling Chen Anmin away, he smiled and took Zhang Wei back to his office, leaving the rest to them. Chen Anmin stood at a high point in the research room, holding the detector he made. "This thing is not the complete version yet. I envision it not only for self-testing, but also capable of detecting biological energy within 20 kilometers, and it can calculate distances between itself and the target. Also, regarding battery life, it would be best to add a radio function and change it to a single lens." The day before the martial arts exam, Chen Anmin woke up early, finally finishing the detector yesterday afternoon. It resembled the one from the system, powered by solar cells with a battery life of 20 hours, and also included a walkie-talkie channel function. Chen Anmin immediately made 2 detectors to take home, planning to give one to Lu Yinyu for the martial arts exam. It was 5 in the morning now, and the exam was at 7. He intended to use Master Rose's teachings now. After eating half of the fridge for breakfast, Chen Anmin sat on the sofa, took a deep breath, and immersed himself in the system. "Ding. Do you wish to use Master Rose's teachings?" "Yes." The scene before him instantly twisted and blurred, as if he were thrown into a rapidly spinning washing machine. A feeling of weightlessness and dizziness struck him simultaneously, and Chen Anmin felt as if his soul might be thrown out. Just when he thought he was about to vomit, his feet landed solidly, and the hot air along with dry winds rushed into his nostrils. Chen Anmin stood up, turned in circles, and saw that he was surrounded by sand, looking completely bewildered. "Hey, what are you doing to me?" "Ding. To learn from a master, one must be sincere. The direction has been provided to the host. Please reach Master Rose's island within 3 months. Shaolonai." As far as the eye could see, only endless yellow sand rolled beneath the scorching sun, heat waves distorting the horizon. The air was so dry it seemed to drain the last trace of moisture from his throat, and the sand beneath his feet burned through his shoes. Chen Anmin looked up at the venomous sun in the sky, then down at the small virtual compass arrow on the system panel pointing east. He resignedly sighed, cursing Xiaolan twice in his mind, when suddenly a capsule appeared in his pants pocket, presumably containing food and water. He took off his jacket, wrapped it around his head and neck to shield himself from the blistering sun, and quickly ran eastward. After running through the desert for a month, food and water were running low. During this month, Chen Anmin discovered that the energy in this world was over 5 times denser than that of Earth. Moreover, the energy here carried not a trace of demonic qi. It was exceptionally pure. If such energy could be brought to Earth, there would likely be no more people succumbing to demonic influence. One day Chun Anmin finally reached the edge of the desert, greeted by a sparse, yet vibrant patch of green. Low shrubs stubbornly rooted themselves in the sandy ground, and he laid down in the shadow of the nearest bush. Just as his spirit was utterly exhausted and his body relaxed to the limit, yearning for a good sleep, a massive shadow loomed over him. Before he could react, he was lifted into the air. A strong wind blasted him, instantly sharpening his senses. Looking at himself, and then upward, he realized he was being clutched by a gigantic blue pterosaur. It's been ages since I last tasted human flesh. Be a good lunch for me. Hearing the voice from above, Chun Anmin couldn't help but glance up again. What in the world? Not only were there dinosaurs, but this thing could also talk. Was it mocking him? The pterosaur's enormous claws tightened around his body, causing sharp pain. A stinking hot breath mixed with desert dryness wafted down from above. Brother Dragon, wait. Chun Anmin shouted in desperation. I don't taste good. I've been running in the desert for a month. My meat is dry and tough, and I haven't bathed in ages. The pterosaur paused, a flicker of doubt in its slit pupils. No meat. Right. Look at me, where's the meat? The pterosaur tightened its grip again. Haha, I have high blood pressure. Can't eat fatty stuff. Chun Anmin's heart sank. Who the hell diagnosed a pterosaur with high blood pressure? The pterosaur said no more, adjusted its flight path, and clearly intended to land somewhere to enjoy its meal. Damn, it'll fight. Chun Anmin suddenly exerted all his strength, prying the pterosaur's claws apart. He quickly grabbed its leg and climbed upward, though the creature had no feathers to grip. A claw swiped at him, but Chun Anmin shifted direction by hanging onto its lower leg and delivered a punch to its belly with all his might. Roar! An enraged dragon's cry pierced the sky, startling countless birds from the forest. The pterosaur, reeling in pain, lost altitude for a moment before glaring furiously at what was beneath it. They'll make you. Where'd you go? Right here? Up for a game of rock, paper, scissors. The voice came from above its head. Panicked, the pterosaur realized Chun Anmin had climbed onto its neck while it was unstable. Don't. Look at my move, paper, scissors, rock. Chun Anmin clenched his right fist and struck its head with full force. The pterosaur went silent. Now they were still in the air. If he fell, he'd be crushed into pulp. He gripped the pterosaur's corpse tightly, using it as a cushion. Wind howled past his ears as gravity mercilessly pulled him downward. Clenching his teeth, he shoved his hands and feet deep into the corpse, arching his body to absorb the impact. Thud! Finally, the pterosaur's corpse collided violently with the ground. He pulled his numb limbs out of the carcass. Before him lay a massive gray-brown body, wings spanning over 10 meters, a fearsome sharp beak, and amber-slit eyes still wide open as if it hadn't died. Tui, wanted to eat me? Perfect. I've never had dinosaur meat before. Today's my chance to taste it. Chun Anmin quickly gathered some wood, skewered the pterosaur, and started a fire by friction. After eating and drinking his fill, Chun Anmin resumed his journey eastward, leaving behind only a pile of bones and ashes. Another month passed, and Chun Anmin finally arrived at a city. To his surprise, this world was home not only to humans, but also to beastkin, just like on Earth. The city boasted all kinds of vehicles, hovering sports cars, hovering motorcycles, and even individual aircraft in the sky, identical to the universal capsules from the system shop. Fortunately, he still had the capsule Xiaolan had given him before going offline. He used it to store monster meat, and traded some at a restaurant for money. Chun Anmin weighed the handful of oddly patterned banknotes in his hand, standing on the street corner, envying those high-tech vehicles with all his heart. But he had just asked the restaurant owner, even selling all his monster meat wouldn't buy a single hovering motorcycle. So he found a place to bathe and bought a few new sets of clothes. By the sea, he built a raft much like that monkey style, loaded it with supplies, and set sail. After several days at sea, he checked the map Xiaolan had left and found he was getting closer to his destination. Looking eastward, he spotted a small island of just a few dozen square meters with a single coconut tree and a pink house. Chun Anmin wondered how the resident wasn't flooded. Hearing that familiar mechanical voice, Chun Anmin nearly wept. Since being abandoned in the desert months ago, Xiaolan had ignored him whenever he called. He paddled the raft with all his strength, racing toward the island with the pink house. On the island were 4 people, an old man, a blonde woman holding a gun, and 2 little kids. Chun Anmin stopped the raft and asked them, "Excuse me, is Master Rashi here?" Just as he addressed them, the blonde woman suddenly sneezed, and her hair turned blue. "You're a bit late, kid. I'm Master Rashi." Seeing the old man in a strange turtle shell come out, Chun Anmin hastily bowed in apology. Then the 2 little kids also spoke up. "Hey, are you here to train with the old man too? I'm Son Goku, and I'm Kuririn." "Hey, are you here to train with the old man too? I'm Son Goku, and I'm Kuririn." Gazing at the 2 little munchkins before him, who barely reached 1.30 meters in height, and hearing what the spiky-haired boy had said, he finally understood. So the system had granted him 2 fellow disciples as well. He was somewhat astonished that this spiky-haired lad shared the same name as the great sage equal to heaven from Dragon Kingdom mythology. But when he laid eyes on the other kid, he nearly burst out laughing. He never imagined someone would actually be named Baldy, and sure enough, the boy was completely bald. Hello, I'm Chun Anmin, also here to train under Grandpa, Turtle Hermit. Since everyone's here, let's set off. Lunch, please put the house into the capsule. We're leaving. Then under Chun Anmin's bewildered gaze, the girl named Lunch found a button outside the house. Boom. The pink villa vanished in an instant, leaving an empty space with a capsule identical to the one in his hand, only slightly larger. Chun Anmin hadn't realized there was a button outside the house to shrink it back into the capsule. Thinking about it, it made sense. How could someone inside possibly put themselves into the capsule? The capsule in Chun Anmin's hand required him to gather items like ingredients together before the capsule's light could scan and store them. Then Turtle Hermit took out another capsule, which opened into a yacht. The five of them boarded and set off in one direction. Around 4 or 5 o'clock, they arrived at a large island. After disembarking, Sun Wukong suddenly summoned a golden cloud, stepped onto it, and flew away. Grandpa, this island is way bigger than Turtle Island. Of course, or how else would you train? All right, come down now. Sun Wukong, what's that thing? Can I give it a try? Watching Sun Wukong fly atop the cloud, Chun Anmin felt a surge of envy and wanted to try flying himself. I wouldn't if I were you. You'll just embarrass yourself. Bald Lin said to Chun Anmin in a tone of seasoned experience. Puzzled by Bald Lin's strange remark, Chun Anmin looked at him. Turtle Hermit then said with a hint of nostalgia, those whose hearts aren't pure enough can't even stand on the somersault cloud. Chun Anmin stared at the cloud floating low in the air, soft as cotton, and a stubborn streak rose within him. How do you know unless you try? Maybe I can do it. Imitating Sun Wukong, he took a deep breath and leaped toward the cloud. Both feet landed steadily on the soft, fluffy mass. For an instant, joy surged through him. See him standing on. Before he could finish, the sensation beneath his feet abruptly shifted. The cloud, which had felt as solid as a platform, suddenly turned into a slippery, jelly-like substance. With a plop, he fell straight through the cloud and hit the ground hard, kicking up a small cloud of sand. Damn! Chun Anmin scrambled up, wincing, brushing the sand off his clothes, his face flushed with embarrassment and pain. The somersault cloud floated nonchalantly above his head, as if nothing had happened. Ha ha ha! Told you! Bald Lin pointed at the dusty Chun Anmin, laughing uncontrollably. Rubbing his sore backside, Chun Anmin grumbled, it's all Zhang Wei's fault for corrupting me. Leaning on his staff, Turtle Hermit's eyes behind his sunglasses seemed tinged with disappointment. Apart from Sun Wukong, people's hearts are growing more and more impure these days. Bald Lin rolled his eyes at Turtle Hermit's remark. Chun Anmin still didn't understand why Bald Lin looked at the old hermit that way. Tapping his staff, Turtle Hermit said, Lunch, please start cleaning up. You three come with me. I need to gauge your abilities. He led them to a large boulder with a big tree about 100 meters away. It turned out Turtle Hermit intended to assess their speed with a 100-meter dash. Bald Lin went first. According to him, he had trained at the Oran Temple for 8 years. Chun Anmin, however, suspected he was exaggerating, especially when he claimed to be a world-class sprinter. If only he could take out a scouter head check Bald Lin's power level. But after the result came in, Chun Anmin nodded in acknowledgement. 10.4 seconds. Comparable to professional athletes on Earth, of course, excluding martial artists. Next, Sun Wukong ran 11 seconds, but his old cloth shoes were already falling apart. While he went back to change shoes, Chun Anmin stepped up. Turtle Hermit cleared his throat and tapped the ground with his staff. Go. Chun Anmin shot forward like a wild horse, pumping his legs furiously, determined to outrun Bald Lin. As he crossed the finish line, Turtle Hermit glanced at the stopwatch. 9.7 seconds. Bald Lin stood dumbfounded. How did you train? In truth, Chun Anmin had never trained seriously back on Earth. He spent his free time working part-time jobs. This result was likely the fruit of 3 months training since arriving here. Just then, Sun Wukong returned in new shoes and waved at the group under the tree. Grandpa, I'm ready. A strong gust of wind blew, rustling Turtle Hermit's beard and tousling Chun Anmin's hair. 8.5 seconds. Excellent. You all have potential, but this is merely the human level. A martial artist must transcend human limits. With that, Turtle Hermit took off his shell, stretched a bit, and said, Bald Lin, time me. As soon as Bald Lin shouted go, before the three could even sit down, an even stronger wind blasted past them. 5.6 seconds. I'm getting old. If you train hard, I'm sure you'll all break 5 seconds. Go get me a can of beer. What's beer, eh? Turtle Hermit. You really need to brush up on common knowledge. At that moment, Bald Lin volunteered to go home and fetch beer, but soon came running out of the house, with Lunch chasing him wielding a kitchen knife. The three hid nearby as Turtle Hermit clicked his stopwatch. Bald Lin's speed is nearing the limits of a normal human now. Chun Anmin stared at Turtle Hermit, who was sipping his beer, and thought to himself, who would have thought this stylish old man was so incredibly powerful. As Chun Anmin was lost in thought, the sun began to set. Turtle Hermit found an oval stone, wrote the traditional character for turtle on it with a marker, and threw it off the cliff. This was the test Turtle Hermit set for them. Whoever found the stone first would win, and they had a time limit of 30 minutes. The loser would go without dinner. Upon hearing that the loser would miss dinner, Sun Wukong grew frantic. The moment Turtle Hermit finished speaking, he leaped off the cliff. Chen Anmin quickly scanned the valley below, dense with vegetation and jagged rocks. How could anyone find an inconspicuous stone here in half an hour? After gazing at the thick forest below for a moment, he too jumped off the cliff, mimicking Sun Wukong. Chen Anmin leaped, plunging toward a massive tree at the base of the cliff. He seized a branch, spinning twice to dissipate the impact before landing beneath it. Scanning his surroundings, his nostrils caught a familiar scent. It was the distinct aroma of Sun Wukong and the turtle hermit, both emanating from the same direction. Ever since Chen Anmin awakened the Saiyan bloodline within him, his olfactory senses had grown remarkably acute, allowing him to easily distinguish the unique scents of others. Sensing both odors converging from a single path, he wondered if Sun Wukong had already found it. Carefully parting the undergrowth, he crept forward and spotted Sun Wukong clutching a stone, beaming with joy. Yes, dinner tonight. Damn, the kid actually found it. Gently closing the grass, Chen Anmin crouched low, stroking his chin as he devised a plan to coax the stone from the boy's grasp. His heart is so pure. The thought of deceiving him pains me deeply. Yet even as he mused, his hands moved without pause. He opened the capsule from his pocket, revealing the roasted monster meat he had prepared earlier. What's that delicious smell? Sun Wukong wrinkled his nose, drawn by the savory aroma of grilled meat. His eyes widened in pleasant surprise as he spotted Chen Anmin tending the fire. Aunt. Chen Anmin, how do you have meat? Seeing the boy's saliva nearly dripping, Chen Anmin offered a faint smile. I happen to get a bit hungry. Want to join me? Yes. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled as he dashed to the fire in a single bound, fixated on the sizzling, grease-dripping meat. The stone in his arms fell forgotten at his feet. Success. Chen Anmin rejoiced inwardly, though his face remained warmly enthusiastic. Here, take this big piece, freshly roasted and fragrant. Just as Sun Wukong's gaze locked onto the roasted meat, Chen Anmin lunged with lightning speed, his target the discarded stone. Aunt. Sun Wukong let out a startled cry. His mind was innocent, but his combat instincts were terrifyingly sharp. The whisper of movement and the fleeting aura Chen Anmin released triggered an instantaneous reflex. Like an arrow loosed from a taut bow, Sun Wukong's small body flipped backward, snatching the stone with even greater speed. So you were trying to steal the stone? Sun Wukong landed and immediately assumed a fighting stance. How about we fight for it? Whoever wins takes the stone, okay? Find him game. A thrill of excitement coursed through Sun Wukong at the prospect of battle. He placed the stone beneath his feet and readied himself to counter. He's so simple-minded. He could have just run off with the stone. Despite the thought, Chen Anmin didn't hesitate. He kicked off the ground, surging towards Sun Wukong like a hunting leopard, his fist whistling toward the boy's chest. Sun Wukong stood his ground, blocking the straight punch with both arms before sidestepping with effortless grace. His small form blurred into a phantom, sweeping a leg toward Chen Anmin's lower body. With a dull thud, Chen Anmin was swept to the ground. A flicker of alarm crossed his mind. This kid's strength is formidable. He sprang up with a kip up. You're really strong. Again, not bad yourself. Take this, stone fist. Catching Sun Wukong's fist with one hand, Chen Anmin hissed as he sucked in a sharp breath. The brat's fists are as hard as iron. And what kind of technique is that? Wrenching his hand free, Sun Wukong flashed behind him, striking out with a palm to drive him back. Chen Anmin instinctively sidestepped, stomping his right foot as his hand formed a scissor-like shape, aiming for Sun Wukong's eyes. Startled by the move, Sun Wukong nonetheless slithered aside like an eel. How do you know my grandpa's technique? Guess. Tell me. Irritated by Chen Anmin's teasing tone, fury blazed in Sun Wukong's eyes and his attacks grew fiercer. Without waiting for an answer, he blurred into motion, unleashing a flurry of punches. The relentless barrage of fists pressed Chen Anmin into a defensive stance. Thinking quickly, he deployed the afterimage technique. Where'd he go? Sun Wukong's fist struck only a phantom, which dissipated like smoke. He glanced around in curiosity. A gust of wind howled as he spun, blocking a whip kick from Chen Anmin. The two fought with escalating intensity, oblivious to the stone, which had rolled farther and farther away. They're both incredible. What was that technique with the afterimage? Hidden in the grass, Bald Lin watched the escalating battle, though he had no intention of lingering. He had just crafted a fake stone only to have the turtle hermit see through it and smack a lump on his head. Now he had to find the real one. Just as he turned to leave, he spotted the stone lying abandoned nearby. His eyes lit up. As the pair grew more engrossed in their fight, Bald Lin held his breath, crept out from the undergrowth, snatched the stone in one swift motion, and scurried back. Huff. How do you know Chicken Grandpa's martial arts? The two had fought well past the time limit, now sitting side by side, panting heavily. Wukong excelled in agility, while Chen Anmin had greater endurance. Neither could overpower the other. Host, just tell him that way. Xiaolan's sudden appearance startled Chen Anmin. She had claimed this was an illusion, so why explain? Pushing aside his doubts, he followed the excuse she provided. When I was a child, my father and I once met an old man in a tang suit with a beard like the turtle hermit's. Was that your grandfather? Sun Wukong nodded eagerly. That's my grandpa. No wonder you're so strong. What was his name? Is he still well? His name is Sun Gohan. He died long ago. Hearing this, Chun Onmin comfortingly patted his head. He too had been raised by his grandfather since childhood. They shared the same sorrow. Hey Wukong, Onmin, time's up. Come back now. Bald Lin's voice echoed from the cliff above. The two responded in unison and prepared to retrieve the stone and head back. Oh, the stone's gone. Pointing at where it had been, Sun Wukong's voice trembled. Chun Onmin sniffed the air carefully, catching a faint trace of Bald Lin's scent nearby. Damn, did Bald Lin snatch it while we were fighting. Glancing at the darkening sky, Chun Onmin sighed. Even if Bald Lin hadn't taken it, their brawl had cost them dinner anyway. Inside the Turtle Hermit's hut, Sun Wukong and Chun Onmin stood gazing enviously at the Turtle Hermit, Bald Lin, and Lunch seated at the table. Lunch, your cooking is superb. What fish is this? Blue-haired Lunch covered her mouth with a giggle, appreciating the compliment. The market vendor said it's called fugu. To his surprise, on the very first day, all three who had eaten pufferfish were sent to the island's hospital. What Chun Onmin didn't expect was that they would be discharged just a few days later. This left Chun Onmin astonished. Wasn't pufferfish poison supposed to be lethal instantly? How could their resistance be so high? Although they were discharged, they hadn't fully recovered. Chun Onmin and Sun Wukong took on the responsibility of caring for them. During this time, Chun Onmin gained a general understanding of everyone. Sun Wukong said he was 14 years old and had previously lived in the mountains with his grandfather Sun Wufan. It had been only half a year since he left the mountains. Chun Onmin had initially planned to buy groceries at the island market, but he discovered that Sun Wukong's appetite matched his own. At this rate, the pension Kame Senin had saved for centuries would be depleted in no time. So Sun Wukong took on hunting with his flying Nimbus, while Chun Onmin was left in charge of cooking. Moreover, Sun Wukong noticed the tail wrapped around Chun Onmin's waist. When he revealed the mark of his own former tail, Chun Onmin was astonished. Just as Chun Onmin was about to ask about the Scions, Xiaolon suddenly appeared and stopped him, deepening his confusion about this world. In the end, he could only pretend not to know, receiving a look from Sun Wukong, as if they were kindred spirits. Tulin was only 13, and according to him, he had spent 8 years at Duolin Temple. Seeing that both he and Lanchi didn't know who their parents were, Chun Onmin was taken aback. As for Lanchi, Tulin explained that he and Sun Wukong had brought her to Kame Island at Kame Senin's request, and she somehow ended up living there. She said she was 16 years old. Chun Onmin observed that whenever she sneezed, her personality and hair color would change. Blue-haired Lanchi was gentle and innocent like Wukong. Golden-haired Lanchi was hot-tempered and would pull out a submachine gun at the slightest provocation. Chun Onmin still couldn't figure out where she kept that submachine gun. Tulin mentioned that she had been brought in during a police arrest, and she speculated that she might have become a train robber when she turned golden-haired. Chun Onmin scratched his head in bewilderment. What kind of world was this? Here 5 people, 4 of whom had never met their parents, including himself, and a girl who became a train robber, then just started living with them. Also, Kame Senin's real name was Mutant Rashi. Note that his driver's license literally read Mutant Rashi. Based on his observations and Tulin's introductions, Mutant Rashi was an old lecher who had lived for centuries. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent Sun Wukong and the others to find a pretty girl. He was known as the god of martial arts in this world, but seeing this old man in a floral shirt and sunglasses leering at Lanchi as she cleaned, Chun Onmin suspected Tulin was lying. After resting for nearly a month, they began training. On the first day at 4:30 in the morning, Mutant Rashi woke the 3 of them up. Seeing Wukong get up from Lanky's bed, Chun Onmin and Kame Senin looked on with envy. Damn it, why isn't it me with Lanchi? After dressing, the 3 stood before Kame House to receive Mutant Rose's lecture. Hearing his words, Chun Onmin felt this was the true demeanor of the god of martial arts. After the lecture, they followed him on a jog, stopping in front of a house. They were tasked with delivering milk on foot. For the first house, they hopped for 2 kilometers. For the second, a straight line of 1 kilometer, but they had to navigate around trees. For the third, no running or jumping. They had to climb a mountain hundreds of meters high. At the top, the old abbot seemed to know Mutant Rashi, giving them a moment to catch their breath. During the conversation, they learned that Mutant Rashi planned to take them to the World Martial Arts Tournament in 8 months. Seeing Tulin surprised, Chun Onmin and Sun Wukong looked at him in confusion. Tulin explained that it was a tournament gathering martial artists from around the world to determine the strongest. 8 months. I've been here a year total. 3 months traveling, 1 month resting. Damn, they'll have to go back in 8 months. Chun Onmin looked at the excited duo with envy. I want to go too. Host, if you wish to participate, please work on increasing your combat power or earning money. Once you have enough exchange points, Xiaolon can let you join. How many combat points do I need? 50 combat points to start. 50 combat points meant 50 million. Chun Onmin sighed. He still needed to earn money. But soon he perked up. Money is a bastard, spend it all and earn it back. Afterward, the 3 carried milk crates across a single log bridge through a desert across a raging river while holding the crates, and were chased by dinosaurs. Finally over. After the milk delivery, all except Mutant Rashi collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, relieved it was over. This was just the morning warm-up. We're about to start the special training. Get up. The two little ones, and Chunanmin, they followed Mutant Rashi to a field surrounded by farmland stretching for hundreds of acres. Morning training is plowing the fields. 20 acres each. No food if you don't finish quickly. The three took hoes from a farmer, but as they were about to start, Mutant Rashi stopped them. You must use your hands. This training strengthens not only your legs, waist, and arms, but also your wrists. Mutant Rose's words left them exchanging glances. Chunanmin looked at the heavy hoe in his hands, then at the endless farmland stretching to the horizon under the morning sun. He couldn't help but ask, Master, with our hands, isn't the hoe meant to save effort? Mutant Rashi stroked his beard. Save effort? Then what kind of training would that be? To surpass human limits, you must endure beyond limits hardship. The three fell silent, choosing their spots and getting to work. Mutant Rashi sat nearby, lighting a pipe to supervise them. 2 hours later, they finished plowing 60 acres with their hands swollen. Mutant Rashi stood up and walked over. Took so long you've delayed breakfast. Starting tomorrow, each of you will plow 50 acres. Despite his words, he still had breakfast with them. In front of Kame House, Chunanmin's son Wukong and Tulin sat on a log facing Mutant Rashi, who had a small blackboard behind him. A martial artist needs not only a strong body, but also a sharp mind. He handed a book to son Wukong. Start with language. Wukong, read from page 12. It tickles. No, stop. Mom will be home soon, Margaret said. But. He handed a book to son Wukong. Start with language. Wukong, read from page 12. It tickles. No, stop. Mom will be home soon, Margaret said. But. The sound of son Wukong reading the textbook reached Chunanmin's ears. In disbelief, he snatched the book from his hands and examined it closely. This turtle hermit was truly an old pervert using erotic literature to teach his disciples. As the top student from Class A of No. 1 high school in G Province's A city, he was the most educated among them. Unable to bear it any longer, he directly seized the turtle hermit's seat and began teaching himself. After lunch, Chunanmin and the other two who thought they would continue training were instead led by the turtle hermit to take a nap. From now until 130 is nap time. Work hard, exercise hard, study hard, play hard, eat well, and rest well. That is the creed of the Turtle Hermit School. Chunanmin lay in the hammock pondering the turtle hermit's words and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Simple words, yet how many could truly live by them? After the nap ended, they arrived at a construction site. This time they were allowed to use tools like shovels and wheelbarrows. During the work, the turtle hermit cleverly used the World Martial Arts Tournament as motivation to spur the two little ones into working faster, and Chunanmin, unwilling to be outdone, also quickened his pace. After the work was done, the turtle hermit collected wages for each of them equivalent to 5 people's pay, then led the trio to a large lake. We've worked up a sweat, now let's go swimming. It's not over yet. Tulin and Chunanmin were dumbfounded again, while son Wukong glared at the turtle hermit with displeasure. Old man, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to learn martial arts. What? Hitue. The turtle hermit said sternly to the trio. How can you learn martial arts without building up your stamina first? He tapped a nearby rock that was 2 or 3 meters tall. When you can move this rock, then it'll teach you martial arts. Staring at the rock, which was 2 meters high and 5 or 6 meters in diameter, Tulin felt a pang of doubt. This is impossible. Without further ado, the turtle hermit set down his cane, placed both hands on the stone, and pushed it forward 5 or 6 meters. Gazing at the massive rock, Chunanmin felt as though he might be able to move it with sheer strength. As he contemplated, son Wukong, without a second thought, ran over and pushed the stone another 10 meters. Wukong pushed it even farther than Master Mutant. Hearing Tulin's words, the turtle hermit's face reddened beneath his sunglasses, and he scratched his head. I'm getting old. I can't even judge the size of rocks anymore. I actually meant this one. With that, he pointed his cane at another rock roughly 20 meters high and over 10 meters wide. Wukong volunteered to try first again, followed by Chunanmin exerting all his strength. Unsurprisingly, neither could budge it. Old man, can you push it? Ahem. Of course. Amazing. Master Mutant, show us. Flattered by his disciples, the turtle hermit felt quite proud. However, after staring at the massive rock for half a minute, he bellowed at the trio. Enough. Stop wasting time. Swim from here to the opposite shore and back 10 times. Go. At the turtle hermits scolding, the three immediately stripped down to their shorts and jumped into the water. They thought the turtle hermit was letting them cool off after sweating so much, but less than half a minute later his voice rang out. There are sharks in this lake for some reason, so be careful not to get eaten. As if his voice had summoned them, a great white shark suddenly appeared behind them. Desperate to escape, the three swam for their lives. When they tried to climb ashore, the turtle hermit knocked them back with his cane. They grew faster and faster in the water, leaving the shark several laps behind. Shark and the fish here, aren't I? After the three stumbled ashore, still gasping for breath, the turtle hermit led them into the forest. He glanced up at the trees, then tied Chunanmin and the others to a large tree trunk. This will train you to dodge enemy attacks within a limited space. Enemy? Where? Master Mutant, you're not going to be our enemy, are you? The turtle hermit ignored their questions, instead bending down and quietly creeping toward a branch. After tapping a high point, he quickly dove into a distant bush. Buzz! 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 Holy crap! It's bees. The trio's eyes widened in terror as they scrambled to run, but bound by the ropes, they could only circle the tree. After the training session, the three were not only covered in bee stings, but also bruised and battered from bumping into each other while dodging. Fortunately, the gentle blue-haired Launch was softly applying medicine to their wounds. If it had been the gold-haired Launch, she would have been handing out ammunition instead. Master Mutant, do we have to do this kind of training every day? Ouch. Sorry. Chen Anmin was the last to receive treatment. As he enjoyed the tender touch of Launch's hands applying the medicine, he asked the turtle hermit. The other two little ones pricked up their ears to listen. Of course not. The trio felt a wave of relief upon hearing the turtle hermit's negative phrasing, but their smiles quickly faded. Today was just an initial test. Starting tomorrow, each of you will train carrying this 20-kilogram turtle shell. Chen Anmin's son Wukong, Tu Lin. Everyone's worked hard. Oh, let's eat something to replenish your energy, said the gentle blue-haired Launch, descending like an angel, giving the trio a sudden burst of vitality. And so the turtle hermit's training officially began. Wukong and Tu Lin aimed to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, while Chen Anmin trained for his martial arts exam. At 4:30 in the morning, the three groggily put on the 20-kilogram turtle shells. Only then did they understand why the master was called the turtle hermit. Starting at 4:30, they delivered milk to households, and the plowed field area had indeed been increased to 50 acres per person, as the turtle hermit had said. The morning lessons and nap became the most luxurious forms of rest. Chen Anmin lay in the hammock, but the turtle hermit's words still echoed in his mind. Exercise hard, study hard, play hard, eat well, and rest well. The construction work's wages increased from 5 people's pay per person to 10 people's pay. After work, during the swim, if they didn't speed up, the turtle shell on their backs would drag them down. The days of training passed slowly one by one. On this day, there was only 1 month left before Chen Anmin left this world, and exams awaited him back home. During this period, the turtle hermit had them follow the training schedule on their own. He and Launch were inside the turtle hermit house, enjoying the air conditioning and ice cream, utterly carefree. Old man, the door to the turtle hermit house burst open, and son Wukong rushed in, dragging the turtle hermit outside. Hey Wukong, what do you need me for? As Kame Sennin was being pulled into the air by Wukong, he quickly stopped in his tracks. Son Goku, Kuririn, and Chen Anmin stood before the massive boulder that Kame Sennin had pointed out on the first day of training, their faces brimming with excitement. Master Mutant Rashi, we can move this rock now. Kuririn exclaimed excitedly to Kame Sennin, while Chen Anmin braced himself and pushed the boulder forward. Then it was Son Goku and Kuririn's turn to push the boulder. Son Goku and Chen Anmin managed the greatest distances. Not bad, not bad. Well, are you going to teach us martial arts now, master? Kame Sennin pulled out a handkerchief and wiped his face. I only said it in passing, yet they achieved it so quickly, even Kuririn. Should I bluff them? Clearing his throat, Kame Sennin addressed the three before him. I have no more techniques to teach you. Over these 7 months, you've mastered the basics of the turtle school. Your eyesight, fists, and feet, every part of your body, and your mind have all been well honed. To apply them flexibly, that is the essence of the turtle school. And one more thing, martial arts are not for defeating others, but for surpassing oneself. For the next month, you will continue training as before, but you must wear these 40-kilogram turtle shells. Chen Anmin's son Goku and Kuririn. Thus a month of weighted training passed. Tomorrow would be the day of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Anmin, are you really not coming with us? Yes, time is short this time. If there's another chance, I'll come find you again. Chen Anmin patted son Goku on the head. After months of living and training together, he felt a pang of reluctance to part with Goku, Kuririn, Lunch, and Master Rashi. What a shame you won't get to see me win the championship. Kuririn's eyes were a bit red, and Chen Anmin used a tissue to dab them. Don't worry, we'll meet again. Master Rashi, and you two, Lunch, take care of yourselves. As time was running out, Chen Anmin contacted Xiaolon, waved goodbye to everyone, and vanished from the spot, leaving only a 40-kilogram turtle shell behind. All right, you two, take off your shells too. We need to get going. A wave of dizziness washed over Chen Anmin as he returned to his home. He picked up his phone from the sofa. Indeed, he had entered Kame Sennin's training at 6:15 a.m. on June 15th. Now it was 6:15 a.m. on June 16th, exactly 24 hours. A whole year's worth of sweat, fatigue, and the bonds forged through days and nights with Goku and the others had passed in just one day of this world. The heavy burden of carrying the 40-kilogram shell at Kame House vanished, replaced by a weightless buoyancy. He tried to lightly rise on his toes, and his body nearly floated upward. Hiss! He drew a sharp breath, not from pain, but from shock. The sensation was too real. He hurried to the small mirror in the bathroom. The boy in the mirror had the same hair length and style as before, but his once slightly slender shoulders and arms were now thick with muscle. Xiaolon, was that place really just an illusion? Ding. Please explore on your own, host. Hearing Xiaolan's response, Chen Anmin was not surprised at all. About that world, it simply refused to answer any questions. He took the scouter from the system space, tapped it a couple of times, and switched it to self-test mode. 66. 6. Chen Anmin hadn't expected that after a year he had already reached the bronze-level martial artist tier. Now he was fully confident he could secure first place. Chen Anmin changed into the battle suit, but he still found a pair of pants to pull on over the lower half. There was no helping it. The thing was a bit tight. If anything happened down there, it would be visible to everyone, and then it wouldn't just be awkward, he might even be accused of indecent exposure. Pushing open the door, the energy emanating from Earth was faint, much weaker than in the illusion world. It even felt somewhat unfamiliar. Walking toward the school, his body felt incredibly light, a stark contrast to the 40-kilogram turtle shell he had worn during training. Arriving at the school gate, it was a sea of people, not only students, but also their parents, just like during the written exams. While searching for the bus for Class 1, a familiar and grating voice came from afar. "Oh, if it isn't our future king." Chaoru crossed his arms, a mocking grin plastered on his face. "Class F, genius, ready to become an extra meal for the monsters in the secret realm. Want us brothers to pool together some pills for you ahead of time. Dying in there wouldn't be pretty." The yellow-haired and green-haired lackeys behind him joined in the laughter. Chen Anmin didn't even lift his eyelids. He walked straight past them, leaving only a flat remark. "You'd better pray we don't meet in the secret realm. After all, the martial exam has a casualty rate, don't you think, Master Chow?" "Damn, who does he think he is?" The yellow-haired one spat. "Bro Chow, I suggest we find him first once we're in the secret realm, and let him taste the terror of your 14-point combat power." Chaoru stared at Chen Anmin's retreating back, his smile gradually turning cold, his eyes dark and sinister. "Fall bark and no bite. Just wait. Once we're in the secret realm, I'll show him the terror of surpassing 10 points of combat power." In truth, before being beaten into the hospital, Chen Anmin held no deep grudge against Chaoru. If he wanted to chase Lu Yinyu, go ahead. He could have enjoyed the gossip of another fool's pursuit. But when Chaoru failed to win Lu Yinyu over, he took out his anger on Chen Anmin with a group of thugs, causing him to suffer a comminuted fracture. If not for Xiaolan, he would probably still be lying in the hospital. Even an ordinary person would want to kill someone over such a mess, let alone in this era of super martial arts, a world of martial artists. Ignoring the clamorous provocations from Chaoru and his gang behind him, he silently pronounced a death sentence upon them all in his mind. Scanning the crowded school entrance, he soon spotted the bus marked Senior Year Class 1 in the distance. After shaking off Chaoru's group, Chen Anmin found his class bus. Song Dihai was still under the bus, lighting a cigarette. "Old Song. What's this? About to graduate and you don't even call me teacher anymore." Song Dihai lightly swatted at Chen Anmin's head, who quickly ducked and put on a flattering smile. "How could I? You'll always be my teacher." Song Dihai glared at him with exasperation. "Are you sure you want to go? No one can save you if you fall into demonic possession." "Old Song, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." He flexed the muscles he hadn't had before yesterday, and Song Dihai stared blankly at Chen Anmin, who seemed a whole size stronger than just a few days ago. "Did you sneak some super fertilizer? That just shows I train hard. Get up there. Coming right up." Chen Anmin boarded the bus with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Song Dihai felt a wave of relief. Even if he was only frank, at least his attitude was commendable, and he had some ability to protect himself now. "Chen Anmin, over here." After boarding, before he could find a seat, a short-haired girl waved frantically at him from a seat. Chen Anmin never expected that the girl in the neat sportswear with hair only reaching her neck was Lu Yinyu. She had actually cut her hair. Seeing Chen Anmin approach, she shifted to an inner seat and patted the empty spot beside her. Chen Anmin smiled. "Oh wow, this hairstyle finally makes you look like my buddy." "You jerk. It wasn't because of you. My dad made me cut it." She turned her head toward the window in mild annoyance. The morning sunlight spilled across her clean face, and a faint pink blush colored her ears and cheeks from embarrassment. Having known her since kindergarten, Chen Anmin could always tell when she was truly angry versus just shy. He reached into his backpack and pulled out the detector he had made at Kechuan Group. "Here, try this on." She turned back, blinking at the box in his hand. "What's this?" "It's a detector I made at Kechuan Group a couple of days ago. 20-kilometer detection range, solar-powered, and I even added a walkie-talkie function." He pressed a button on top, and a single lens popped out. Chen Anmin fitted it over his left eye and clicked the side button twice. A glow appeared in the lens. A yellow circle locked onto Lu Yinyu, followed by a number 18. 7. "Looks like you haven't been slacking off. Your combat power has jumped a lot. If it weren't for that plant-type magic core from Zhang Wei, I wouldn't have reached this level." Lu Yinyu naturally took the other detector from his hand and put it over her left eye, following his example. "Wow, this is much better than the old one. It doesn't block my vision, and it's convenient to use and store." "Oh." Seeing her aim the detector at him, Chen Anmin quickly covered her mouth. The other students in the bus turned to look at the sound. "It's nothing. Our class monitor just bit her tongue." The students saw Chen Anmin holding the back of Lu Yanyu's head with one hand and covering her nose and mouth with the other. They turned away, and the murmuring on the bus grew louder. That Chen On Mean is reaching for the stars. And Frank trying to get close to and strength talent like our monitor. TCH bit her tongue. More like you bit it, didn't you? Keep your mouth shut. Do you want to end up like that fool Chow Ru? The guy's an orphan. I bet he signed up for the martial exam just to take Chow Ru down with him. You want to mess with him? The student who had spoken earlier thought of Chun Anmin's circumstances and instantly broke out in goosebumps. In all 3 years of high school, no one except that idiot Chow Ru ever picked a fight with Chen Anmin. Partly because he was a top student protected by the teachers. And partly because, as the saying goes, the timid fear the bold, and the bold fear the reckless. He was an orphan. If you pushed him too hard and he decided to take you down with him, wouldn't that be a headache? With that thought, everyone dropped the topic of his talent and instead started discussing the strange device on his left eye and the white armor he wore. Huff, huff, are you trying to suffocate me? She punched the armor of his combat suit, and Lu Yinyu actually felt a slight rebound force. Her earlier scream had been because she discovered Chun Anmin's current combat power, a staggering 66. 6, which meant he had already reached the bronze warrior level. Hey, weren't you developing the detector? How did you jump straight to bronze? She couldn't believe he had improved by absorbing a magic core. Even she in strength talent had only finished absorbing hers this morning. With his frank talent, even if he used the 100 million from Zhang Wei's father to buy a king-tier magic core, it would be impossible. It would only accelerate his demonization. He reached into his backpack again, pulled out the box Zhang Wei had given him, and whispered, I didn't use a magic core. I met an old man who taught me how to cultivate for a few days. Hearing this, she looked at him suspiciously. A few days of cultivation. My data drank talent is only at bronze peak. Just don't worry about it. Keep this. I don't need it anymore. He handed the box with the magic core to Lu Yinyu, but she pushed it back. Keep it. When I was in the hospital, I thought Zhang Wei gave me the rejuvenation pill, but he said it was from you. Consider it compensation for your uncle. They were all students. Although Lu Yanyu's family was better off than Chun Anmin's, a rejuvenation pill wasn't something a student could afford. She must have taken it from her father's stash. He sighed softly and put the box back in his backpack. Beside him, Lu Yinyu had 2 backpacks, one stuffed full of compressed biscuits, the other filled with water. Looking around, he saw that the other students like Lu Yinyu all carried 2 backpacks, presumably with the same contents. He felt a bit relieved. Good thing he had the system and universal capsules. Otherwise, living on compressed biscuits alone would be a disservice to his stomach. Just then it was time to depart. Song Dihai boarded the bus and the door creaked shut. The vehicle started moving. Lu Yinyu seemed to remember something and poked the armor on his upper body with her finger. What is this thing you're wearing? Why did I feel a rebound when I hit you just now? If she hadn't asked about the combat suit, he might have forgotten. He immediately pulled another suit out of his backpack. It's called a combat suit. It's incredibly breathable, stretchy, and defensive. Nothing, not even knife cuts or fire, can damage it. I brought one for you too. Lu Yinyu stared at the dark blue form-fitting combat suit, her cheeks flushing slightly, her voice full of obvious reluctance. You want me to wear this? It's way too tight. She imagined herself in such a curve-hugging outfit, especially in front of the whole class, and felt mortified. He scratched his head. You can wear it underneath your clothes. That's what I do. When the bus first set off, the students were buzzing about their progress over the past few days. But as time passed on the road, the bus grew quieter and quieter. Wake up, everyone. We've arrived. Song Dihai clapped his hands, rousing everyone, and herded them off the bus. After disembarking, they all saw the massive sign ahead. Gloomy dark forest. 70 years ago, when a meteor fell to Sakura country, demonic energy emerged, causing uncontrollable secret realm eruptions in other parts of the world. Each time a secret realm first appeared, it would unleash a tide of magical beasts of the same rank, impacting human society. After withstanding the tide of magical beasts, humanity could utilize everything within the secret realm, such as the cores of slain magical beasts, minerals, and medicinal herbs. If they could not withstand it, the humans present would perish, and the magical beasts would even invade other provinces and countries. The dark forest they were entering today was a black iron-level secret realm that had appeared a few years ago, perfectly suited for students who had yet to reach even black iron level to practice. High school seniors from City A and nearby areas gathered together with students directed to assemble in the large square in front of the entrance. Has no 2 high school arrived? No, 48 high school. On the newly erected podium outside the secret realm, a man in his 30s dressed in a black dragon military uniform was confirming the attending schools one by one. Now each school's head should lead the students to proceed to the front for strength testing and registration before receiving their wristbands and weapons. In front of each school was a strength testing device that Chun Anmin and others had seen before in the martial arts hall, with the number of devices varying according to the number of students. The area beneath the podium was bustling with activity as examinees from various schools lined up in long queues led by their teachers to stand on the devices in turn. Testing combat strength was a necessary step before the martial arts examination, mainly to record initial data and check for any anomalies, such as individuals who were deeply corrupted by demonic energy and were on the verge of demonic transformation. Several Black Dragon soldiers stood by the door recording information and verifying identities. Chun On-min even saw with his detector that there was an average silver-level soldier next to each testing device. The line began to slowly move forward, and Chao Ru rushed to stand in front of their class testing device. He stood in the sensing area, and the numbers on the screen began to jump. Comprehensive Combat Strength Assessment 14. For Warrior Level Non-WoW? 14. 3. Brother Chao is amazing. As expected from our grade's top student. Huang Mao and others immediately cheered from behind, while students from other classes cast looks of surprise and envy. With a combat power of 11 points in just 7 days, he was indeed among the top students in the senior year. He pretended to be modest, withdrawing his hand, tilting his chin slightly, and provocatively looking back at Chun On-min, who was further back in the line. However, Chun On-min had no time to pay attention to him, instead using the detector to note down the combat strength of all of Chao Ru's group. The soldier, seeing the 14 points, maintained a blank expression as he recorded it, which caused the boastful Chao Ru to step down. 7, 2, 10, 8, 6, 5, 8, 1. The line slowly moved forward with most values hovering between 7 to 10, which was consistent with the level of gifted high school students. Soon it was Lu Yanya's turn. 18. 7. As soon as the device reported the number, an even louder gasp filled the air. 18. 7. Its level talent is so terrifying. It's only been a few days. She's almost at Black Iron. As expected of my goddess. Even the Black Dragon soldier, who had been expressionless while recording, looked up to glance at Lu Yanyu, a hint of acknowledgement in his eyes. Old Qin, what kind of talent does this student have? She's about to reach Black Iron. Principal Qin Yu of No. One high school waved his hand when he heard other principals' questions, saying, "Oh, it's nothing, just a mere level talent." Although he spoke nonchalantly, the corner of his mouth betrayed him, and the others looked at Qin Yu with disdain as he struggled to hold back laughter. It's just good luck, right? Give me its level student, and I can make her reach Black Iron level right now. While the principals were chatting, it soon became Chun Amon's turn. He walked calmly to the device under the watchful eyes filled with concern, curiosity, and mockery. Buzz. The device seemed to buzz for a longer time than before. The numbers on the screen rapidly climbed, instantly surpassing 10, 20, 30. Finally, a clear number with 1 decimal appeared on the screen. 66. 6 warrior level bronze. The entire square seemed to have been muted. A deathly silence ensued. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone's gaze shifted from confusion to astonishment, ultimately solidifying into an expression of disbelief. Song Dihai nearly dropped the cigarette in his mouth, and Qin Yuan, noticing the value, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. 66. 6. Someone exclaimed instantly, igniting the crowd. Impossible. The device must be broken. Bronze level. How long has he been awakened? How could level talent reach 66? My heavens, am I seeing things? The uproar nearly threatened to lift the roof off the square. Even the Black Dragon soldiers stationed nearby to maintain order looked over. Classmate, are you an SS level talent? No, I am in level talent. The recorder from Chun Amon's group looked at the number on the screen, then back at Chun On-min, appearing somewhat incredulous. He had followed 3 martial arts examinations and heard that the highest combat strength of a senior student was at the peak of Black Iron, but they were an SS level talent that appeared once in a decade. You say you have an level talent and have become a bronze level warrior in just a few days. Are you kidding me? Noticing the recorder's unusual expression, Song Dihai rushed over to explain to the recorder in front of their group, which eased the latter's expression somewhat. He then called over several soldiers to conduct several tests on site, finding no issues. He then summoned logistics personnel to bring the awakening stone to retest Chun Amon's talent. Finding that the black stone still emitted white light, he instructed Chun On-min to try several other testing devices, discovering that the values were indeed identical. With a wave of his hand, he filled in the numbers behind Chun On-min on the form. Student ID XXXXXX, name Chun On-min, combat, strength 66. 6. Whoa, how did he in level talent achieve this? Level in just 7 days. What kind of magic core did this brother use? Requesting recommendations. The previously quiet scene became lively again due to the confirmed combat strength of 66. 6. Meanwhile, the smugness on Chao Ru's face had long vanished. His originally dark, pockmarked face turned pale. He stared intently at that glaring number 66. 6, and then thought of his own pitiful screen showing 14. 3, feeling all the blood in his body rush backward. It's fake. It's fake. I don't believe it. I demand a new testing device. At this moment, all the students who had completed their tests gathered in front of Chun On-min, ignoring the now hysterical Chao Ru. Huang Mao and his group were even too frightened to breathe, recalling the times they had bullied Chun On-min alongside Chao Ru. They instinctively shrank their necks, praying that Chun On-min would not remember them. Inside a bus at the Black Dragon military monitoring point. What did you say? Bronze level? Or level talent? Yes, Commander. Come, feel my head. With these words, Qi Shuwei, the Black Dragon Legion commander, grabbed the hand of the orderly before him, pressed it against his own head, and rubbed it vigorously a few times. Did you feel it? It's a human brain, right? And not a pig's brain. The orderly promptly withdrew his hand, pulled out the footage he had captured from the surveillance, and showed it to him. Chi Shuowei looked at him, then at the surveillance footage, and coughed awkwardly. Actually, if we had more students like that, having a few pig brains wouldn't be so bad, would it? Beneath the main stage before the secret realm. Chen Amin, how did you increase your strength? I have a rank talent. Using the magic cores my family gave me, I only have a combat power of 9. 3 now? Brother Chen, how did you do it? It's killing me. I haven't a rank talent yet, I'm even lower than that guy Chao Ru. Brother Chen, teach me please. Brother Chen, what's that lens on your left eye for? Why is the class monitor wearing one too? Chen Anmin, whose hearing had greatly improved, heard someone finally ask about the device they were wearing and immediately launched into an enthusiastic introduction. You're asking about this. This is a detector prototype I got from the Science and Innovation Group. It can precisely measure the combat power of both humans and monsters with a detection range of 20 kilometers. It accurately detects any living creature and indicates the distance. This thing also has a walkie-talkie channel function. In the city, it has a range of 10 kilometers. If there's no electromagnetic interference in the secret realm, it's estimated to be 20 kilometers. Not only that, but it's solar-powered and can last for 20 hours even without sunlight. Excellent. Someone finally asked. It was worth wearing the detector since getting on the bus. The sooner he could start selling the detectors, the more his income would flow in. Brother Chen, can I try it? Taking the detector from his eye, he handed it over and taught him the basic operations. It's true. It's exactly the same as the test just now. Let me try. Are you kidding? Look at the equipment over there, then look at this. Impossible. Impossible. Then you try. The classmate handed the detector to the one who had just been shouting in disbelief. That guy lowered his head, barely able to suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chao Ru's eyes were red-rimmed as he looked at the group like an enraged lion. How is this possible? I have a combat power of 14. Yet that useless trash stole the spotlight. You guys find a time in the secret realm to kill him. Us. BZZ. The sound of a whistle rang out, and everyone turned their gazes toward the main stage. Next, I will explain the rules of the secret realm exam. Following that is an introduction to the secret realm. Remember the characteristics of this secret realm. In the martial arts exam, there is also a mortality rate. As the voice from above fell, a large screen appeared on the main stage. Secret realm, gloomy dark forest. Rank black iron grade magical beasts. Characteristics primeval forest, dim light, small and agile magical beasts with potent venom. Productions magical beast materials, black iron grade magic cores, ghost spirit grass. Martial arts exam rules 1. Survive for 240 hours. 2. There is a map on the wristband. Deep within the primeval forest stands a tall tower. If you do not reach the tower after 240 hours, points will be deducted based on distance. 4. Activate the wristband for help in danger, considered as forfeiting the exam. 5. Final ranking is based on points. 6. Finding a ghost spirit grass with intact roots adds 1 extra point. 7. Team formation is allowed with a maximum of 5 members, but extra points must be split equally. These are the points of attention for this exam. Does anyone have any questions? Chief Examiner. I have a question. How many points for finding a magic core? Who's asking? None of you have even reached the black iron rank, and you want to hunt magical beasts. I think you're just... The chief examiner on stage glared angrily in the direction of Chun Anmin's voice. When he saw that it was Chun Anmin, that student who had just reached the bronze rank, he was momentarily at a loss for words. The chief examiner told the crowd to wait a moment and immediately stepped down to confer with the others. Previous martial arts exams were designed to train their wilderness survival skills and ability to withstand pressure and escape. That's why they had chosen this relatively safe secret realm. Although relatively safe pertained to the secret realm's level, for these students who weren't even martial artists, safely surviving 10 days could be considered passing. Magic cores are the same as ghost spirit grass. 1 magic core adds 1 point. At this moment, everyone looked toward the main stage and saw it wasn't the chief examiner speaking, but someone who seemed like a high-ranking officer. His gaze was fixed on Chun Anmin. However, the danger of hunting magical beasts for their cores far exceeds collecting ghost spirit grass. Remember the 4th rule. When facing life-threatening danger, activate your wristband for help immediately. It means forfeiting the exam, but it also means saving your life. No matter how important points are, they are not as important as living. He winked at Chun Anmin below the stage and then swapped back with the chief examiner. Now everyone, check your survival gear and positioning wristbands. Those who wish to withdraw or plan to form teams, you have 10 minutes. As soon as the words fell, the crowd began to stir. Acquainted students quickly moved closer to each other, gathering in small groups of 2 or 3, talking rapidly in low voices. As for Chun Anmin, he was instantly surrounded by many people. Even Lu Yinyu was pushed out. Brother Chen, please let us cling to your coattails. Anmin, I brought a lot of food and even a small tent. A girl who was 160 centimeters tall and weighed 160 Jean winked at Chun Anmin. You Snorlax, get out of the way. How dare you insult my godfather? If you do not reject me, I wish to take you as my godfather. Make way, make way. Pushing through the classmates, he arrived beside Lu Yanyu and extended his hand. Team up with me. No, I can get first place on my own. Chun Anmin's eyes darted around as a plan formed. He took out his backpack. Look, I only brought this little. I don't even have any food. I'm afraid I'll starve to death. I really am speechless with you. Fine, then you can carry my backpack. Yes, sir. Chun Anmin, acting quite sycophantically, took Lu Yanyu's 2 backpacks. He paid no more attention to the other classmates. Apart from Zhang Wei and Lu Yanyu, Chun Anmin had no other friends at school. 10 minutes later, the chief examiner on stage blew the whistle again to remind everyone. In the 70th year of the super martial era, the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts exam, survived 240 hours, begins now. Everyone was instantly invigorated. Guided by the soldiers, they entered the secret realm's light gate in order. All figures had completely vanished into the glow of the energy gate. Inside the gate was a twisted, bizarrely shifting passage. A force of spatial pull came, and everyone instinctively tensed their muscles. The feeling of solid ground returned. Looking around, despite it being daytime, the sunlight was blocked by colossal trees. They were surrounded by a damp, chilly air mixed with the smell of rotting leaves and some kind of fishy odor. The gloomy, dark forest. After every student had entered the secret realm, the principals from the various schools clustered before Qinyu. Qinyu, have you lost your mind? I think you old fellow must not want to retire. You pushed Inflevel to bronze. And that girl who had 18 battle power. Could that also be one of your handiworks? Qinyu wore a rueful expression as he absorbed the old comrade's reproaches. At that moment, the man who had acted as the chief examiner earlier came over and patted Qinyu on the shoulder. You are Qinyu, a principal of Yizhong? Yes. I have some questions to ask. Seeing the military insignia on the man's shoulder, Qinyu sighed and followed him. Song Dihai meanwhile stood apart in a quiet spot, nursing a cigarette. He still could not fathom how Chun Anmin's Flevel talent had become bronze. After stamping out his cigarette, Song turned and saw his school's principal walking behind a familiar man. Squad leader Qi. Principal. Hearing the familiar voice, the man turned and smiled upon seeing Song Dihai. What are you doing here, you rascal? So it's really you, old squad leader. I'm now a teacher at Yizhong. What are you and our principal up to? Qi Zui's eyes flickered and he took a step back. What? A teacher now? You wouldn't be leading children astray, would you? Impossible. After I retired, I properly graduated from Teachers College, a bachelor's degree. Song's gaze swept to Qin Yu's strained face. He paused and said, Old squad leader, what is going on between you and our principal? Qi Shuai grew serious. Xiaosong, you're just in time. I'm investigating that student Chun Anmin. Do you know him? Inside the examination grounds, Qin Yu and Song Dihai sat stiffly to one side, while Qi Shuai took a seat opposite them. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qi Shuai, commander of the Heilong Army's 358th Regiment. This year our regiment is responsible for the talent testing and the official martial examinations in a city. I wish to ask how the student Chun Anmin managed to rise from Inflevel talent to bronze level in a matter of days. Both men shook their heads in ignorance. As Chin's homeroom teacher Song Dihai recounted everything he knew about the student. Old squad leader, is there something wrong with Chun Anmin? Qi shook his head. There is nothing wrong with him. There is no trace of demonic creatures, nor any aura indicating the use of a demon core. The combat power tester does not merely gauge combat strength, it can detect whether someone has used a demon core and can reveal traces left by contact with demonic creatures. The other two exchanged looks. The absence of a demonic aura meant they understood that Chun Anmin was not a monster and had not come into contact with such beasts. But the lack of any scent of having used a demon core puzzled them. Whenever a martial artist absorbs a demon core, some demonic chi invariably lingers. Yet, Chun bore none. Seeing the two men's bewilderment, Qi sighed. We'll have to take this up later. Inside the realm, after all the students had entered, the gates of light closed. They knew the gates would not reopen until the examination concluded. Hiss! It's so dark, so cold. A nearby student shivered, his voice threaded with unease. The clamor and excitement that had accompanied passage through the light gate quickly cooled and evaporated before the deathly still primordial forest. Perhaps because Chun Anmin's rank was higher than the others, or perhaps due to the combat suit, he did not feel the cold. Are you cold? Lu Yanyu hugged herself, teeth chattering. It's really cold. Give me your clothes, they'll change. Oh, what are you doing? A gust of wind swept through. The already chilled candidates hugged themselves tighter. Hiss! Where did that wind come from? Where is the wind? Don't you feel it? As the candidates looked at one another, the source of the gust revealed itself near a large tree in the distance. The source turned out to be Chun Anmin himself. The strong gust had been created as he moved briskly with Lu Yanyu tucked under his arm. Hey, why did you bring me here? He gave no answer to Liu's question. He studied the massive tree before him, one that 7 or 8 people would have to join hands to encircle. Even in this primeval wood, trees of that size were rare. He stripped a section of bark and, exerting all his strength, hollowed a large cavity in the trunk. The thudding sound of him hewing and hollowing echoed into the distance. He fished the combat suit from his backpack. Change in here. There will be no one around for sure. He had meant to take out his tent, but the trees were too dense to pitch one. He would have to wait until night to find an open spot. Go farther away and no peeking. Don't worry. Once you're inside, I'll block it with this piece of bark. Seeing that strip of bark, Lu Yinyu finally understood why he had kept it. Hey, how did that old man teach you? Can you introduce me? Lu Yanyu's voice came from the hollow. Chun felt a moment's helplessness at how to bring her over. He then consulted Xiaolon in his mind and asked whether Gui Xianren's teachings could be shared. Xiaolon replied plainly no. Chun froze at the answer. He lacked energy, so it could not be done now. So there is a possibility later. Xiaolon asked, what do you mean by lacking energy? Electricity, oil, coal, money. The system added with a hint of amusement. Host, since you've read so many books aside from money, have you ever seen a system that requires such things? Xiaolon answered, this system lacks Longzhu. Longzhu, what are those? They feel like glass spheres. There are 7 in total, yellow orbs with red stars inside. Each orb contains between 1 and 7 stars. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you listening? A weight landed on his shoulder. He turned to find Lu Yinyu had finished changing. Like Chun, she wore her combat suit beneath sweatpants. He severed the connection with Xiaolon and, feigning a return from reverie, said, I was thinking about that. I don't know where that old man went. But I learned his training method. Do you want to try? Lu Yinyu lit up at the prospect. Her eyes shone, and she slapped Chin's shoulder in excitement. Really? Tell me. What method? That old man's teachings must be formidable. Chin smiled. It truly was rigorous. 8 months of training that felt like death each day. He promised to let her try it after the exam. After tapping his detector twice, he found that the cluster of people who had been together had now all dispersed. To him, it appeared they had gone deeper in search of tall towers. What he did not know was that his hollowing of the tree had led everyone to assume a beast had appeared. Otherwise there would not have been such a commotion. We've been running so long. Do you think they'll stop chasing us? I don't care as long as I run faster than you. They answered with a shared annoyed huff. Holy shit. The one lagging behind stumbled from his companion's words, nearly tripping over a tangled root on the ground as he awkwardly regained his balance. What? Waiting to inherit my Huabei after I die. When you're gone, I'll burn plenty of spirit money for you. The one in front didn't look back, his footsteps crunching on the fallen twigs and leaves, a sound that cut sharply through the silent depths of the forest. Tapping his wristband to pull up the map, Chen Anmin realized they were over 1,000 kilometers from the tower deep in the forest. No wonder they were running so fast. The green dots on the map marked the locations of nethergrass. The nearest one was still over 70 kilometers away. 10 days for over 1,000 kilometers. Looks like we'll need to speed up. As he spoke, Chen Anmin moved to tuck Lu Yinyu under his arm again, but a single sentence froze him in place. If you dare carry me like that again, I'll bite you to death, believe me. Seeing Lu Yanyu's fierce expression like a bristling kitten, especially those little white teeth that seemed to gleam coldly in the dim forest light, he felt an inexplicable shiver. Forcing a calm demeanor, he let out a dry chuckle, trying to salvage some dignity. Ahem, we're in a hurry, you know. Carrying is faster. As he muttered, he guiltily glanced at Lu Yanyu's still-pressed lips and silently widened the safety distance by half a step. He slung both of Lu Yanyu's large backpacks over his shoulders again and pointed in a direction. Let's head there first. The map shows nethergrass. Huh. That tower's over 1,000 kilometers away. Can we still make it in 10 days with sleep and meals included? And we're taking a detour. We're not ordinary people anymore. Just run at your top speed. Lu Yinyu nodded and dashed with all her might toward the nethergrass location Chen Anmin had just indicated. Lu Yinyu nodded, wasting no more words. After taking a deep breath, she burst forth with full force, her slender figure turning into a blur as she sped toward the direction Chen Anmin had pointed. Brother Xian, why are we hunting nether flowers? That tall tower's over 1,000 kilometers away. Shouldn't we head there? Are you stupid? We're not even martial artists yet. As ordinary humans, even in extreme conditions without food, water, or rest on flat terrain, we can only cover about 120 kilometers a day. Can you go without food, water, or rest, or maintain a steady pace the whole time? The man nodded, looking ahead. No wonder so many people were heading this way. If they just followed the tower's direction, the points they'd earn probably wouldn't be as reliable as picking more nether flowers. Oh my god, that girl in the back is gorgeous, and she's running fast too. This isn't a rubber track at school. How far can she run at that speed? Hey, she's that girl with the strength talent. Combat power 18. 7. No wonder she's so fast. What? That's bad news, isn't it? Who can beat her? One person can. Who? The girl pointed at the guy running alongside Lu Yinyu. He can. He's bronze rank with a combat power of 66. 6. Everyone turned to look at the girl who had just spoken, making her feel a bit uneasy. What's up? Why are you looking at me? Look at them. They're running together at the same pace, both carrying several large packs. It's obvious he's holding back to match her speed. They're clearly a team. Can they make it to the tower in 10 days? The guy in glasses pushed up his frames, his voice tinged with anxiety. Exactly. This is an iron-level secret realm. A bronze rank like him can handle it easily. I'm just afraid. Chun Anmin and his companions swiftly passed the group. The bronze rank aura he exuded startling everyone. After they had gone, someone finally spoke up. Since they're so fast, they probably won't compete with us for the nether flowers, right? Yeah, with bronze rank combat power, maybe they're just passing through. Another student scratched his head, speaking with a hint of optimism. The guy in glasses sighed, adjusting his frames. They're heading the same way as us. What else is there besides nether flowers? Would you ever think you have too much money? The group fell silent, only the rustling of leaves underfoot breaking the quiet, a shadow settling over everyone's hearts. Chun Anmin and his companion left the main group behind in the jungle. The nearest students, according to the detector, were still 3 or 4 kilometers away. Can you go any faster? His voice remained clear despite the wind from their rapid dash. Lu Yinyu kept pace beside him, her breathing already a bit ragged, but she forced out a single word, okay. Lu Yinyu accelerated again, and Chun Anmin easily matched her speed, the two of them like swift shadows gliding through the dark forest. Anmin. Lu Yinyu suddenly lowered her voice, pointing at the direction shown on the detector. Look over there. It seems like there's a magical beast. Chun Anmin slowed his pace, slightly turning the detector toward where Lu Yinyu had pointed. There was indeed a life sign. He checked the vicinity again with the detector. No signs of any life within a 20-kilometer range. Keep running ahead, I'll go see what that thing is. Lu Yinyu nodded. This secret realm was only iron level, so for a bronze martial artist like Chun Anmin, there was no danger at all. She continued dashing toward the nether grass, while Chun Anmin, following the red dot on the detector, burst forth at full speed, leaving Lu Yinyu stunned. How is he faster than my dad? After over 20 minutes, Chun Anmin arrived near the spot where the red dot had appeared on the detector. He stopped behind a massive ancient tree that would take several people to encircle. Holding his breath, he slowly peered out, but after a thorough search found nothing, making him wonder if the detector was malfunctioning. Just as he was about to check another spot, the detector displayed a circle highlighting a tree. 48. 4. Looking closely, he saw a large snake coiled around the tree, its color perfectly blending into the surroundings. Damn, the thickest part of this snake must be 50 or 60 centimeters. Looks like a python. He crept closer, but for some reason the snake suddenly moved quickly, slithering higher up the tree. Don't run. Leave the demon core behind. Of course the snake couldn't understand Chun Anmin. If it could, it would have spat in his face. The demon core was the life source of magical beasts, and removing it meant certain death. Animals generally have sharper senses than humans. A sleeping snake, sensing an unfamiliar and stronger presence approaching, swiftly fled. Animals generally have sharper senses than humans. A sleeping snake, sensing an unfamiliar and stronger presence approaching, swiftly fled. Animals generally have sharper senses than humans. A sleeping snake, sensing an unfamiliar and stronger presence approaching, swiftly fled. I forgot to leave that wretch some water earlier. I'm parched. An hour after Chun Anmin departed, Lu Yinyu was resting under a tree. Her wristband indicated the nether grass was still over 50 kilometers away. It had been over 3 hours since she entered the secret realm at 10 in the morning. After a swift trek through the primeval forest, she was now exhausted, thirsty, and famished. Just as she was drifting off to sleep, a voice came through the detector. Yinyu, are you alright? I noticed you stopped moving. Lu Yinyu jolted awake, forcing herself to respond. I'm fine. Just terribly thirsty. Alright, wait for me. He'll be there soon. Hearing her feeble reply, Chun Anmin felt a pang of regret for forgetting to leave her supplies. The shadow in the forest accelerated once more, though even with increased speed, traversing the primeval woods was far slower than an ordinary path. If only I could fly. The system recommends the skill technique of chi manipulation, 50 combat power, or the course teachings of Bobo and the deity, 300 combat power. Would taking the course raise my combat power by 300? It will not. After returning from Master Rose's place, Chun Anmin understood the nature of the system's courses. Like learning, paying tuition doesn't guarantee immediate earnings, it only teaches the method and direction to strive. He had no mind to bother with Xiaolan now. He was in the secret realm fraught with danger and couldn't afford to exchange combat power. Arriving near Lu Yinyu, he found her asleep under a tree. He took a bottle of water from his pack, propped her up, and fed her. As the bottle emptied to half, Lu Yinyu slowly regained consciousness. The scarce sunlight fell upon the handsome youth before her. Her gaze landed on his shoulder, and she immediately sprang up. Wah! What is that? This? Since you're tired, let's eat here. I've never tried snake meat before. Chun Anmin set the snake on the ground as he spoke. Its crushed head seemed to narrate the brutality it had endured. He drew the machete issued for the exam, skillfully slicing through the tough skin at the snake's neck, and began skinning it with practiced ease. It looks frightening, but it's high in protein. I hear they eat this often in Guangdong. Lu Yinyu stared at the brownish-black scales still glistening with a hint of slime, and her stomach churned. I am not hungry. Are you sure this is edible? It's not venomous, is it? Relax, look at its teeth. Typical carnivorous boa, no venom glands. He took out a prepared capsule, activated it, and tossed it to the ground. Boom. The contents of the capsule instantly covered a small clearing, neatly folded inflatable tents, a portable stove, lighters, and various seasonings. Before entering the secret realm, Chinanmin had exchanged for 3 empty capsules, one for ingredients, one for water, and one for daily necessities. Help me gather some branches or twigs. We'll make a fire and cook snake stew. He found an axe among the supplies and handed it to the stunned Lu Yinyu. When she didn't take it, he waved a hand before her eyes. Oh, no. How did you? Where did all this come from? Amused by her expression, Chinanmin smirked. Don't just stand there, get to work. I'll explain while we eat. He forced the axe into her hands. I'll deal with the snake. You handle the firewood. You want me a girl to chop wood? He shrugged. You can handle the snake if you prefer. I don't mind. Glancing at the axe, then at the skinned snake carcass, a chill ran through her. She took the axe and trudged off to cut branches. After Lu Yinyu left, he retrieved a cleaver, gutted the skinned python with precision, and sliced the meat into thick chunks. During the month he cared for the old man and others after they were poisoned by pufferfish, Chinanmin had done all the cooking. Lunch became his temporary culinary master, and he had to admit her dishes were truly delicious when her hair turned blue. Lu Yinyu returned with a large bundle of firewood. Chinanmin expertly lit a fire, boiled water, and prepared seasonings. Meanwhile, Lu Yinyu poked at the items from the capsule with a small stick. How did all this come out? Without looking up, Chinanmin dropped the snake meat into the boiling water. A capsule. It uses compressed space technology. Can hold quite a bit. A capsule. Compressed space. Her voice rose with evident disbelief. How is that possible? Where did you get it? From the old man who trained me. In Chinanmin's story, that old man had long since disappeared, so he didn't mind adding scientist to his list of titles. Skimming the foam from the pot, a rich meaty aroma began to spread. Lu Yinyu's stomach growled. He ladled the snake meat into 2 bowls. Time to eat. Lu Yinyu eyed the milky white broth and the faintly pink meat segments. The fragrance invaded her nostrils, and her stomach protested even louder. Hesitating briefly, hunger ultimately triumphed over fear and discomfort. She carefully scooped a small piece of meat with her spoon, blew on it, and took a bite. Delicious. An indescribable savoriness exploded in her mouth. The meat was firm and springy, nothing like the unpleasantness she had imagined. Driven by hunger, she abandoned all pretense, sipping the soup and eating the meat in small, then increasingly rapid mouthfuls. Chinanmin watched her transformation from aversion to enjoyment and grinned with satisfaction, digging in himself. Lu Yinyu ate about 1/5 of the snake. The rest went into Chinanmin's stomach. Under her curious gaze, he packed everything back into the capsules, including Lu Yinyu's 2 backpacks. He hoisted the reluctant Lu Yinyu onto his back and sprinted once more toward the nether flower. Hey, we need to rest after eating. Rest? This is a primeval forest in a secret realm. We only encountered that one python, but what if the aroma lures a whole group over? Hearing his words, Lu Yinyu leaned against his back. His broad, sturdy shoulders offered her a sliver of peace, and she murmured softly. You insensitive jerk. Can't you talk to me nicely? What did you just say? Brother Chow, can we rest a bit more? Rest my ass. You guys have been whining for over an hour after lunch. How are we supposed to reach the tower at this rate? But the tower is over 1,000 kilometers away. It's obvious we're supposed to go gather nether grass. We should have followed that other team. So you think Chinanmin and his partner won't head there? Don't forget you followed my orders to shatter his bones. Think you can escape? Chow Russ' words instantly silenced the blonde lackey and the others. He had intended to follow Chinanmin's group and eliminate them at a chosen time. But after entering the secret realm, they suddenly vanished from the first high school team. When they tried to ask others, a large tree in the distance began to wobble, and fearing a black iron tier monster, they chose this path. But Brother Chow, one of them, has a combat power of 18.7 and the other 66.6. None of us can beat them. Hearing his lackey's words, he pulled something from his pocket and pointed it at the blonde, saying smugly, a mere bronze rank. Can he block this? Seeing the object, the blonde's pupils contracted sharply. The dark gun barrel forced him to raise his hand. See Chow. Brother Chow, don't be rash. Put it away. Chow Ru twirled the pistol with one finger, a smug grin on his face, making everyone nervous. Every time the muzzle swept past them, they flinched in unison. What are you scared of? The safety's on. Hearing this, the lackeys finally breathed a sigh of relief and crowded around, showering him with sycophantic praise. Brother Chow, you're the best. How did you even get this thing? Brother Chow, can I touch it? It's my first time seeing a real one. Don't mess around. Once we're out, I'll find you a shooting range, and you can have your fun. The blonde swallowed hard. Brother Chow, this thing makes a lot of noise. It might take down magical beasts, but if the Black Dragon Army, the examiners, find out, what's there to fear? Chow Ru interrupted impatiently, but his eyes flickered, clearly aware of the issue. He grudgingly tucked the gun into his chest, patting it twice. Just keep your mouth shut. Let's move. Though the world now belonged to martial artist Dragon countries, gun control remained strict, as most people were still ordinary. Being caught would mean serious trouble. The scene shifted to Chinanmin. The sky had darkened completely, and the two sped onward with only a headlamp. Can we rest now? Let's go a bit further. There's a river ahead, probably a clearing to pitch the tent. After about a quarter of an hour, a different sound finally reached them. Not the rustling of leaves underfoot, but the rush of water over a rocky beach. This is it. There's just enough space for a tent. Lu Yinyu cleared the pebbles from the riverbank with the light, while Chun Anmin wasted no time pulling out a universal capsule to set up the tent and grill. When everything was done, Lu Yinyu gleefully flopped onto the giant inflatable tent, bouncing on it like a trampoline. You sneaky bastard. You tricked me. You had all this stuff and you lied about not bringing food. Chun Anmin chuckled. So you'd rather eat your compressed biscuits? No way. From now on I eat meat and you eat the biscuits. After a bit of playful scuffling inside the tent, Chun Anmin pulled out the tent's built-in water heater. Lu Yanyu's eyes lit up and she immediately demanded to shower first. While she bathed, Chun Anmin stepped out of the tent, sat on a dead tree stump, and poked at the campfire with a small stick. Xiaolan, you said this morning that the energy you're missing is some kind of orb. Why did you say I can enter, but others can't? Because you are my host, so you can use the tutorial. As for other hosts, there's no need to consider them. Chun Anmin frowned at Xiaolan's reply and muttered aloud, what? Don't you want to recover the energy you're missing? Huh, what's wrong? Did the water heater die? Lu Yinyu, wrapped in a towel, poked her wet head out of the tent's zippered door. Steam curled around her shoulders, and for a moment Chun Anmin was entranced. Huh, no, nothing. You misheard. Finish washing and rest first. They'll keep watch. Weirdo. They'll relieve you later. She pulled her head back and the zipper rustled shut, but her voice still seeped through. Oh, and Chun Anmin, if you dare peek, he'll bite you to death. Hearing the water sound again from inside the tent, Chun Anmin finally relaxed and sat back down, then asked the system gravely in his mind. Xiaolan, what's going on? You're killing me with suspense. Does the host really want to know? It concerns the reason for Earth's changes 70 years ago. Xiaolan's tone in his mind was unprecedented in its seriousness. After a moment of surprise, a faint smile curled at the corner of Chun Anmin's mouth. Do you think I've never read web novels? Even if you don't tell me I have a system, one I find out eventually. You systems are all the same. This system only felt the host's strength isn't yet sufficient to understand matters at this level. No other intention. Fine, but you already let it slip. Spill it, or I won't be able to sleep from curiosity. Nearly 10 minutes later, just as Chun Anmin's patience was wearing thin, Xiaolan's voice finally resounded in his mind. 70 years ago, after a meteorite fell on Sakura Country, demonic energy suddenly emerged, shrouding Sakura Country's mainland, nearby seas, and even the Stick Country. Thus began the transformation of the entire Earth, or rather the entire universe, because the same meteorite appeared not only on Earth, but on other planets as well. These so-called meteorites were actually large spaceships from Xiaolan's system, carrying beings from its universe, former enemies, and even friends, all corrupted by demonic energy. Xiaolan had intended to use the 7 Dragon Balls it carried to send these spaceships back to its own universe, but it discovered that plan had been dashed upon first arriving on Earth. It found that the Dragon Ball energy used to traverse the cosmos and arrive here was insufficient to send those ships back. To protect the intelligent life on this planet, it exhausted all its energy to build a purification device deep in the Arctic where no one would find it. The secret realm, a different world beyond the light gate, was essentially a special subspace forcibly created by the purification device's energy attached to the main material plane, serving as a massive buffer. When the concentration of demonic energy exceeded a critical threshold, the purification device would automatically channel the excess into this space, temporarily isolating and sealing it to prevent the demonic energy from breaking through and polluting the entire globe. When the concentration of demonic energy exceeded a critical threshold, the purification device would automatically channel the excess into this space, temporarily isolating and sealing it to prevent the demonic energy from breaking through and polluting the entire globe. The meteorite from 70 years ago, the purification device, the demonic chi, the emergence of the secret realm. The truth revealed by Xiaolan far exceeded Chun Anmin's imagination. So the energy you lack is those 7 Dragon Balls. Yes, host. My creation was by a super scientist of this universe using the Dragon Balls. After creating the purification device on Earth, my energy was depleted and the Dragon Balls scattered across this world. Then how do we find them? Chun Anmin pressed his fingertips, unconsciously twisting a dry twig as the campfire crackled. Why does host wish to help find the Dragon Balls? This system never issues tasks, and some Dragon Balls may be scattered on other planets. You might also encounter beings corrupted by the demonic chi of my world who are far stronger than the kings of Earth. The firelight danced on his face. Chun Anmin tossed the twig into the campfire, sparks flying up, and suddenly curled his lips. Because you are my system, and since you need this world's currency or my combat power, it must be to restore energy, right? If I find all the Dragon Balls, you should give me free access, right? If host can gather all 7 Dragon Balls, I can purify all the demonic chi in this universe. No living being will show signs of demonization. Skills will be free and items will be given at a 0.001 discount. Chun Anmin couldn't help but laugh. A 0.001 discount. Quite the Pinethesky promise. He casually grabbed a new dry twig, gesturing by the campfire as sparks drifted away in the wind. Xiaolan's voice rang out steadily. Host worries too much. Each time a Dragon Ball is found and energy is restored, the prices will reasonably decrease. Shinonmi nodded. That made sense. After all, it wouldn't do to only get a discount after collecting all of them. By then he would likely be the strongest in the world, so what would he need to exchange for? But Chun Amon's purpose in asking Xiaolan for information wasn't just about getting discounts. When he heard that there were beings stronger than the kings of Earth, his reaction wasn't fear, but excitement. So where are the Dragon Balls? I don't know. Earth has no reaction to the Dragon Balls. Perhaps they are in a secret realm, or you'll have to search on other planets. Hearing this, Chun Amin wasn't too surprised. Going to other planets. So what? Xiaolan had a spaceship. Nowhere was out of reach. With that thought, Chun Amin could no longer sit still. He began training. Going to outer space was still a ways off, but he aimed to surpass all Earthlings in the shortest time possible. The night gradually passed, and the sky began to lighten. Chun Amin didn't wake Lu Yinyu. Instead, he trained outside the entire night. The sound of a tent zipper came, and Lu Yinyu, rubbing her eyes, walked out of the tent with some annoyance. Didn't I say I would take over the watch? You haven't slept all night. Do you still have the strength to travel? Go rest for a while. No need, let's eat, and set out. As Chun Amin said this, he was met with Lu Yanyu's furious glare. Do you want to drop dead? Not sleeping is one thing, but training all night, and still wanting to travel. Get back to sleep. Just as he was about to say, he wasn't tired. Xiaolan's voice echoed in his mind. Host, I understand your desire to grow stronger, but do you remember what Master Rashi said? Xiaolan's words reminded Chun Amin of the essence of the turtle school teachings from that year. Train well, study well, play well, eat well, rest well. Martial arts are not about defeating others, but about constantly surpassing oneself. Master Rose's words had been spoken so plainly back then, but recalling them now brought him much clarity. Chun Amin took a deep breath. All right. He'll rest for a bit. You keep watch for a while. 4 hours later at 10 a.m., Chun Amin stepped out of the tent to find that Lu Yinyu had already prepared a meal. After a satisfying meal, the two set off again, racing toward the tower deep in the jungle. By late afternoon, around 4 or 5 o'clock, as they were moving swiftly, the detector emitted a faint beep-beep sound. In the lens view, a rapidly moving life fluctuation suddenly appeared about 30 meters to the left beneath a giant fern, hurtling toward them at an astonishing speed. Watch out, left. Chun Amin shouted in a low voice, his body instinctively sidestepping half a step into a defensive stance. Almost simultaneously, a long, slimy shadow shot out from under the fern leaves like a poisonous snake, aiming straight for Lu Yinyu. The rancid wind hit her face, leaving her frozen in place. In that critical moment, Chun Amin moved. He precisely stepped across, his right hand flashing out like lightning, accurately grabbing the shooting shadow. It was a purple-black tongue covered in slime and barbed sharp as a spear at the tip. If not for the combat gloves on his hands, he would likely be poisoned by now. Croak. A sharp, piercing screech erupted from beneath the fern, filled with pain and fury. Chun Amin snorted coldly, his wrists suddenly twisting and pulling with force. A basketball's eyes toad-like demon beast with a swollen venom sac was yanked out of its hiding place. He kicked it hard against a tree, green blood oozing out. Phew, that scared me so disgusting. Your hand that grabbed its tongue, is it poisonous? Lu Yinyu, still shaken, patted her chest and asked Chun Amin, what are you thinking? Forgot we're wearing gloves. He bent down, skillfully cutting open the swamp toad's belly with a pocket knife, soon digging out a purple crystal. It's demon core. Hey, not bad. Yesterday I killed a snake and got one today, another demon core. Plus the 5 netherworld flowers we picked, that's 7 extra points. After wiping the demon core clean on the ground, Chun Amin held it and played with it. Lu Yinyu wrinkled her nose, waving a hand in front of her face. EW still stinks, put it away. Yeah, let's go. Chun Amin nodded, stowing the demon core in his armor. Just as they were about to continue, the detector displayed several combat powers. Wait. Chun Amin suddenly stopped, raising his hand to signal Lu Yinyu to be quiet. He quickly looked toward the direction of the combat power display. They had just entered the edge of the detector's range. 8, 3, 9, 6, 9, 8. What is it? Not another demon beast. Lu Yinyu lowered her voice, adjusting her own detector. Judging by the combat power, they might be examinees. Looks like a team heading straight for the tower after entering. 14. For just as they were about to move forward, a familiar combat power appeared before his eyes, and Chun Amin curled his lips slightly. Yinyu, are you tired? Let's take it slow for a while. Sure, you've been fighting, so it's tiring. Let's just stroll. The large group that had taken the same route as Chun Amin the day before finally arrived at the region where the netherworld flowers were marked on the map. Do you have any over there? Not here. What about you? Nothing here either. Strange, the map clearly indicates this is a growth area. It seems we really should have changed direction earlier. It must have been taken by those two with the highest combat power. A person adjusted his glasses with his left hand as he spoke. Damn, isn't that too much? They couldn't even leave a few for us. We should have stopped them back then. I think so too. It's too late to say that now. Besides, can you catch up to them, or can you keep up with their combat power? The man shook his head and continued, we need to turn around and find other places. The map shows dozens of locations. There are still many netherworld flowers on the path leading straight to the tower. Brother Chow, we've been walking for 2 days. Are we really not going to look for the netherworld grass? A voice complained laden with fatigue. What's the rush? This is nothing yet. Chow Russ' impatient voice rang out. Don't forget the final score will deduct points based on the distance from our location to the tower. The closer we get, the more points we earn. Exactly, following Brother Chow is the right move. With his combat power of 14 points and what he has in hand, what's there to fear? If we run into others, we can ask them to hand over the netherworld grass. Hearing this, everyone understood. It was good to let others do the work and then snatch it away. At that thought, they let out a sinister chuckle. Hee right, why not let others work for us? Exactly, we conserve our strength and strike when it counts. Another team member puffed out his chest, trying to look fierce. Chow Ru looked at the sycophantic yellow-haired man with satisfaction. His underlings were stirred up and a smug smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Little did they know, just over 10 kilometers ahead, two figures had suddenly slowed their pace, strolling through the forest as if on a leisurely walk. On the detector, several dots representing Chow Russ' team were steadily moving toward them. They're 18 kilometers away now. Given Chow Russ' combat power, there shouldn't be anyone else within at least 5 kilometers behind them. This is a perfect opportunity. Chun Anmin's gaze swept over the detector screen, the curve of his lips deepening into a smile that held only the excitement of a hunter spotting prey. Hey, are you listening to me? Lu Yanya's voice pulled Chun Anmin back from his thoughts. What? Hearing this, Lu Yanyu repeated herself impatiently. I asked if you've decided which university to attend. After this secret realm, the martial arts scores would be tallied on the spot, and the liberal arts exam results would come out the same day. For students applying to martial arts programs, the total score was calculated as 40 liberal arts plus 60 martial arts. From kindergarten until now, Chun Anmin's liberal arts results have been evident to all. And now, without even entering a martial arts university, he was already a bronze-level martial artist. She imagined his only worry now was which university to choose. I haven't really thought about it. Any recommendations? Something that offers more money. Lu Yanyu rolled her eyes, exasperated by his money-grubbing nature. Can you stop thinking about money at a time like this? Is that the point? The point is which place offers better conditions, more demon cores, and better development opportunities. She paused as if something occurred to her, her tone losing some confidence. Even if you don't need demon cores for cultivation, you can sell them. Chun Anmin was about to laugh, but noticed Lu Yanyu staring at him intently. He discreetly pinched his thigh to suppress his amusement. Mom. Ahem. You're right. Any suggestions? Lu Yanyu rattled off a list of names, as if reciting from memory: Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, Shanghai Martial Arts University, Tianjin Martial Arts University, Hebei Martial Arts University, Hebei Military Academy. These top-tier schools have great resources, but the competition is fierce. Local ones like our province's Martial Arts University are close to home and might offer extra benefits for top provincial students. She counted on her fingers, analyzing thoroughly, trying to shift Chun Anmin's focus away from sheer monetary gain. Chun Anmin appeared to listen attentively, but his gaze frequently flicked to the detector screen. The dots representing Chow Russ' team had stopped, looking at the setting sun. They were probably resting for the night. And there are military academies. Even with strict discipline, they get heavy national resource support and plenty of combat opportunities. Lu Yanyu continued. They all sound good. It's getting dark, let's rest first. How about you come to the same school as me? Chun Anmin replied absently, his mind already far from university choices. Humph. Who wants to go to the same school as you? I'm already tired of seeing you. Lu Yanyu turned away, huffily heading off to gather dry twigs and such. Enroll wherever you want. Anyway, I'm just giving you a suggestion. Her voice was muffled, tinged with the embarrassment of having her thoughts exposed. Chun Anmin watched her reddening ears, smiled silently, and didn't tease her further. He quickly took out 10 ingredients and other supplies from the universal capsule. That evening they had lamb skewers grilled over a campfire, which added a unique flavor. The skewers sizzled over the flames, fat dripping and sparking as the tantalizing aroma of seared meat mingled with the scent of charcoal. Here, it's done. Careful, it's hot. Chun Anmin handed her a perfectly grilled skewer. Your cooking is even better than when I visited your place. Especially yesterday's snake soup. It was so fragrant. If you want more, just catch more snakes. After answering Lu Yanyu, he casually glanced at the detector. The distance on the screen hadn't changed, putting him at ease. You go rest in the tent for now. Don't shower yet, keep watch. I need to use the bathroom. Watching Chun Anmin walk back, Lu Yanyu grumbled inwardly, this guy is so sly, leaving something behind for others. Once far enough from the tent, Chun Anmin began sprinting at full speed, intending to finish quickly. His figure darted swiftly among the branches, and within minutes, he was about 18 kilometers from the tent. He activated the detector again. The nearest group of examinees was nearly 7 or 8 kilometers away. Such a distance combined with the dense forest meant no sound would carry. Under the trees, several people were gathered around a campfire, eating, miserably gnawing on dry compressed biscuits. Isn't this young Master Chow? Tisk tisk tisk, fallen so low in just a day. Hearing his name called, Chow Ru jerked his head up, his pupils contracting sharply the moment he recognized the figure before him. Chun Anmin, what are you doing here? What's this? Is the esteemed bronze rank martial artist paying us a personal visit? A cold, razor-thin smile curled at Chun Anmin's lips as he strode forward and seated himself directly across from Chao Ru. Oh, did the bronze rank martial artist come all this way just for me? A twisted, grotesque grin tugged at Chao Ru's mouth while his right hand slipped stealthily into his coat, fingers closing around a cold metallic object. Yes, I never minded when you and your gang cornered me after school threatening me. But what happened that day? Isn't it time we settled our accounts? His enemy stood before him, and yet inexplicably the fury that had burned within him throughout his journey cooled into eerie calm the moment his eyes fell upon Chao Ru. Chao Ru had not even sought out trouble with Chun Anmin, yet here he was appearing like a specter. Chao Ru forced composure, though his right palm, gripping the weapon concealed beneath his coat, grew slick with sweat. After all, Chun Anmin was now a bronze rank martial artist, a fact demanding utmost caution. Anmin, we were classmates. Let's drop the smoke and mirrors. I won't pursue Lu Yinyu anymore. Once the secret realm concludes, my father will send you 1 million credits. Call it medical compensation. Fair enough. Chun Anmin's gaze sharpened like twin blades piercing through Chao Ru's veneer of false confidence. Leaning forward slightly, he flooded the cramped stall with suffocating pressure, the very air thick and viscous and heavy. Classmates. The icy smirk froze on Chun Anmin's lips, hardening into something almost tangible, scorn incarnate. You ambushed me. You threatened me. You shattered my bones so completely I lay hospitalized for weeks. Yet now suddenly you remember we were classmates. Before the final word left his mouth, an invisible wave of cold dread sent shivers down the spines of the blonde-haired thugs beside Chao Ru. Instinctively they lunged for their backpacks. Metal clattered as alloy short swords and Jian blades flashed into view, their edges glinting with lethal chill in the firelight. Oh ho, Brother Chun. Chao Ru's voice trembled faintly beneath forced levity, his smile strained and sycophantic as he scrambled to regain control. They say no fight, no friendship. So hear me out, I'll help you secure Lu Yinyu. Her father and I are close, I guarantee. Silence. Chun Anmin's voice remained low, but struck each eardrum like a mallet. The campfire leapt violently in response. Eyes locked onto Chao Ru, Chun Anmin rose slowly, then stepped forward. Young Master Chao, I confess, I preferred you when you were defiant, untamed. Why don't you revert to that version? Chao Ru's back drenched instantly in cold sweat. His right hand, still hidden inside his coat, clenched tight. He sprang upright, wrenching out a Smith & Wesson M500 revolver and pressing its muzzle against Chun Anmin's temple. Chun Anmin, don't push your luck. A mere bronze rank martial artist. Do you truly think you can withstand bullets? The M500. Magnum rounds. Enough to blow a rhino's skull clean off. Still, young Master Chao, this firearm kicks like a mule. Are you certain your grip is steady enough? Chun Anmin didn't retreat, not even a millimeter. Instead, he advanced half a step closer, until the icy barrel nearly pierced his own brow. Chun Anmin, you leave me no choice. Fire. Coward. Don't make me despise you more. The glacial ferocity in Chun Anmin's eyes made Chao Ru's gun hand tremble involuntarily. This would be his first kill. Nerves flared, and he drew a slow, steadying breath. Once his breathing settled, a flash of ruthless resolve lit Chao Ru's eyes. Gripping the revolver with both hands, he placed his index finger on the trigger and began to squeeze. Bang! The deafening report tore through the forest stillness, making the campfire shudder violently, sparks exploding outward in every direction. Everyone except Chun Anmin squeezed their eyes shut at the instant of discharge. When they opened their eyes again, they stared, dumbfounded, at Chun Anmin still standing motionless, utterly unruffled. Young Master Chao, shall we continue? Chao Ru had kept his eyes tightly shut, until Chun Anmin's voice struck him like thunder. He wrenched them open, disbelief widening his irises. Impossible. Utterly impossible. You're only a bronze rank martial artist. How could you possibly survive? His scream choked in his throat as he gaped at the flattened bullet casing dropping from Chun Anmin's forehead. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Just die already. Ay. His hands now shook violently as his fingers flew back to the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. For consecutive rounds screamed toward Chun Anmin's head, while he spread his arms wide as if embracing death itself. This time all four thugs watched wide-eyed, desperate to witness Chun Anmin's demise. Ding, 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 metal striking earth. And Chun Anmin remained, arms outstretched, serene, as though no gunshot had ever echoed through the woods. RRUN. From behind Chao Ru, his gang scattered, blonde hair flying as the ringleader dropped his weapon and fled without looking back. He's a monster. Find the proctors. Yes, the Black Dragon military. Brother Chao, we'll get teachers, right away. Leaving. Did I grant you permission to leave? Chun Anmin's gaze swept past the stunned, rooted Chao Ru to settle on the remaining four. A second later, all four fugitives lay writhing on the ground, clutching shattered legs and howling in agony. Then, he turned his gaze back to Chao Ru. Young Master Chao, shall we begin? Back at Master Rashi's training grounds, afternoon agility drills had begun with dodging swarms of bees, before giving way to rigorous firearms instruction under the tutelage of golden-haired Ranky. At first, every trainee bore fresh bullet marks on their uniforms, until gradually they mastered the weight of the turtle's hell armor and moved with effortless precision. Chen Anmin held absolute confidence in his own defensive prowess. Chao Ru's face drained of color, cold sweat tracing paths down his temples. He instinctively tried to step back, only to find his feet rooted to the earth immovable. Snatching up a fallen blade, he bellowed, voice shrill with bravado, thinly veiling terror. Come on then, I'm not afraid of you. Excellent. A flash of frostlit steel crossed Chen Anmin's eyes. In a blur, he closed the distance, his left hand snapping out like lightning to clamp Chao Ru's wrist. A sickening crack echoed, bone splintering beneath his grip. Chao Ru collapsed to his knees, screaming, the blade clattering to the dirt. Sweat soaked through his clothes. Every trace of arrogant posturing vanished, leaving only raw, unfiltered terror reflected in his dilated pupils. Chen Anmin bent low, seizing Chao Ru's collar, his voice a sub-zero whisper. Young Master Chao, weren't you so fearless back at school? Then, he pressed his boot down onto Chao Ru's broken wrist. A shriek tore from Chao Ru's throat, echoing through the woods, its anguish weaving with the low hum of crickets, deepening the forest's oppressive silence. Chen Anmin, I beg you, I was wrong. Spare me. I'll give you everything. My father will hand over his entire fortune, please. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he bowed his head repeatedly, forehead thudding against the damp earth. Absolutely not. I haven't even begun to play. Lying on the ground, the four thugs, and kneeling Chao Ru, froze, every hair on their bodies bristling at the utter absence of warmth in Chen Anmin's words. Quick, activate your wrist comms for emergency aid. He's lost his mind. Chao Ru's comband had been crushed, bone and circuitry alike, by Chen Anmin's grip moments earlier. All he could do was shout the warning to the others. For some reason, after hearing the crisp snap of Chao Ru's hand bones being crushed and his agonized wail, Chen Anmin felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement for killing. This unfamiliar thrill, like molten iron violently injected into every limb and bone of Chen Anmin, instantly washing away the remnants of his rational dam. A cold smirk curling on his lips, Chen Anmin picked up a knife and directly severed Chao Ru's right hand. Chao Ru's cries were heart-wrenching, blood from the severed limb pooling into winding streams on the ground. Mercy. Please have mercy. My father is the head of the Chao family. He'll give you any amount of money. I can even get you into the imperial capital, Martial University. Chen Anmin crouched down, his fingertips gripping Chao Ru's chin, forcing his head up. His slightly greenish pupils held not a trace of pity. Imperial capital, Martial University. Look at my combat power. Do I need you? With a sudden burst of force from his thumb, a crisp crack sounded as Chao Ru's jaw dislocated, his wails turning into muffled sobs. From a distance came the sharp snap of a dry twig breaking. The four lackeys who had been lying on the ground feigning death were scrambling and crawling deeper into the dense forest. Two of them had already struggled to their feet, their staggering figures flickering in and out of sight among the bushes. Trying to leave? Chen Anmin sneered, his left hand whipping out a military saber like lightning. Run? This guy's crazy. A demon. Chen Anmin has turned into a demon. Notify the Black Dragon Army. A cold gleam streaked across 10 meters, precisely pinning the calf of the last lackey who spoke as he fled. Amidst the screams, he left an afterimage at his original spot, catching up to another. As his elbow struck the opponent's spine, his right hand retrieved the military saber from the fallen man's calf, smoothly slitting the throat of a third. The last lackey, who had luckily run 20 meters, suddenly froze as blood spurted from his neck, staining the grass before him. Chen Anmin had inexplicably appeared behind him, his left hand pressing against the man's gradually chilling chest. Having dealt with the escapees, Chen Anmin slowly turned around. Chao Ru was making guttural sounds with his dislocated jaw, his eyes churning with extreme terror. He discarded the military saber, kicked Chao Ru to the ground, and began stepping on him, starting from his feet. Each step was accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. The crunching of bones and Chao Ru's wails formed a symphony. Just as Chen Anmin began to revel in this exquisite music, Chao Ru's cries ceased. He yanked the now silent Chao Ru up, inspected him with his slightly greenish pupils, and tossed him aside. TCH dead already. The detector before him displayed 3 numbers, 108, 103, 137, flickering to the northwest. All were silver grade. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Chen Anmin felt no fear. Instead, he grinned savagely and advanced toward the direction of the data. Oh no, how does he have that bloodline? We need to deal with it quickly, or it'll be troublesome. In the secret realm, anything could happen. Every year, the martial arts exam had a mortality rate of at least 5%. The distress system on the wristband was merely a gamble for the examinees. The supervising teachers still needed time to arrive. Survive the wait, and you live; fail to, and you die. But that was death at the claws of demonic beasts, dying at the hands of a fellow examinee. Well, one could only pray not to be discovered. Chen Anmin, who had been sprinting northwest with a savage grin, suddenly fell silent. He turned to look at his handiwork, raising his arm with 5 fingers slightly curved. A green orb of light appeared before each of his 5 fingers. A second later, all 5 orbs flew toward the 5 corpses in the forest. Boom. As the sound faded, each corpse's location was left with a large crater containing nothing but earth. After cleaning up, Chen Anmin looked around, found the direction he had come from. I remember that girl should be in this direction, right? This sensor detector's range is far too short. With that, Chen Anmin flew straight up, rising above all the trees heading in that direction. Didn't expect coming out once to drain so much combat power, but it looks like it's enough to fly back. Tisk, seems like I can't deduct points after all. A night passed. Chen Anmin sat up looking around, familiar colors inside his tent. What happened? I think I passed out last night. You're finally awake. What did you do yesterday? Whose blood is that on you? Hearing Lu Yanya's words, Chen Anmin hurriedly asked how he had returned last night. Time rewound to the previous evening. Lu Yanyu was still in the tent waiting for Chen Anmin to return. As time dragged on, she had to use the detector to find Chen Anmin. Just as she turned it on, she found that the combat power representing Chen Anmin was rapidly moving toward her. She quickly pulled open the tent flap, just as Chen Anmin, covered in blood, fell from above. Lu Yanyu dragged him inside, and he had been sleeping ever since. What did you do last night? Whose blood is on you? Hearing this, Chen Anmin quickly flipped up the covers. He was only wearing boxer shorts. He immediately wrapped himself in the blanket, staring at her blankly. Where are my clothes? I've already seen everything. What's there to hide? I had to clean you up with all that blood on you. I thought you were injured. Lu Yanyu rolled her eyes, then pressed again. I asked you a question, haven't answered yet. I killed Chao Ru last night. Hearing Chen Anmin confess to murder, Lu Yanya's eyes widened, then she quickly calmed down. It had been 70 years since the super martial era began. Killing someone in the secret realm was hardly unusual. Even her father, a bronze-grade martial artist, had a few lives on his hands. What? I thought you were just going to beat him up. You actually killed him. Did anyone see? Chen Anmin shook his head woodenly. Lu Yanyu breathed a sigh of relief and went to get his clothes, which had been dried by the campfire. No one saw in the secret realm, right? What about his lackeys? The Chao family has considerable influence. If it's a case of no corpse in the secret realm, fine, but if they catch evidence. Don't worry, it's fine. Watching Lu Yanyu leave, Chen Anmin's mind drifted back to what happened after he saw Chao Ru yesterday. The wails of those men still echoed in his ears, yet he felt no fear at all. This puzzled Chen Anmin. Here, put this on quickly. Lu Yanyu tossed the combat suit to Chen Anmin and zipped up. Xiaolan, what was going on with me last night? Why was I so cruel? It felt like it wasn't me. The Scions pride themselves on being a warrior race, but their flaws are arrogance, bloodlust, savagery, and brutality. Your bloodline should be the legendary Scion bloodline. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the secret realm, a coaster minibus stood silently in a forest clearing. The door was yanked open, and 3 warriors in combat suits bearing the Black Dragon emblem strode swiftly toward the vehicle. One of them carried a metal case, its red light blinking urgently. 5 test-taker wristbands indicating lost life signals. Commander, a 5-person squad went completely silent last night. The leading warrior set the metal case on the temporary meeting table, and a holographic projection instantly expanded, displaying the coordinates where Chao Ru and his team had vanished. A distress signal was sent before the signal cut out. When we arrived, we found only the test-taker wristbands and an M505 large craters at the scene, with no other clues. Chi Zuwei's fingers, which had been tapping on the table, suddenly stopped. His gaze was as sharp as a blade fixed on the blinking red light. All 5 eliminated, leaving only wristbands and a gun at the scene. He abruptly stood up, his shadow casting over the glaring coordinate point on the holographic map. Contact the Secret Realm search team. Also, have you confirmed the identities of those who sent the signal? Based on the information from the wristbands, it's determined to be Chao Ru's 5-person team from a city first high school. Science from Shaosong School. Chi Shuowei lit a cigarette. As the invigilator for this city's martial arts exam, it was his responsibility to personally inform the school principal of such a grave incident involving students dying in the secret realm. He'll notify the school. You go to the secret realm and lead the search team to investigate. Yes, sir. The 3 warriors responded in unison, swiftly picking up the metal case and turning to jump off the coaster. Chi Shuowei took a deep drag of his cigarette, letting the acrid smoke swirl in his lungs before slowly exhaling. He pulled out his phone and searched for the contact, a city first high school principal Qin Yu. At home, Qin Yue, who was being forced by his wife to clean the house, was saved by the ring of his phone. Seeing it was Chi Zuwei's call, a sense of unease crept into his heart. Hello, Commander Qi. Principal Qin, your school's test-taker Chao Ru and his 5-person team have lost contact in the secret realm. At the scene, only their test-taker wristbands and some personal belongings were found. What a... Qin Yu abruptly stood up from the sofa, his phone clattering to the floor. He hurriedly picked it up. Chao Ru. All 5 of them are missing, so their fate hasn't been confirmed yet. I have dispatched a search team to conduct a detailed investigation at the last signal location. Please also prepare for the worst on your end. Qin Yu slumped onto the sofa, taking several deep breaths to force himself to calm down. Understood, Commander Qi. I will notify the families of these students. Please, we must see them alive or find their bodies. I know, Qi Shuowei replied briefly, then ended the communication. Listening to the dial tone, Qin Yu lowered his hand, holding the phone, lost in thought. What's wrong? His wife's voice sounded. Qin Yu told her about the phone call. Hearing the news, she could only pat his shoulder in comfort. Although Chao Ru and his group often threw their weight around at school, bullying classmates under the shadow of his father's reputation, Chao Ru was still one of the 8 grade talents in the school. If he passed the martial arts exam, he would at least enter a key martial arts school, adding a notable achievement to Qin Yu's record. Qin Yu sat on the sofa, rubbing his temples with both hands to process the news. He picked up his phone and called Chao Ru's homeroom teacher. Teacher Wang, what did you say? My son is dead. To be precise, he's only missing. The Black Dragon Army is currently searching the secret realm. Please, Mr. Chao, prepare for the worst. Impossible. My son has a combat power of over 10 points. He could even outrun a magical beast. Besides, he still has. Ahem, Mr. Chao, I still need to notify other parents. They'll inform you if there's any news. Wait, has my son offended anyone recently? Hearing Chao Ru's father Chao Li's question, Wang Quanlin felt conflicted. The only person Chao Ru had recently provoked was Chun Anmin, but he had heard that boy had already reached the bronze level and was favored by the Black Dragon Army's commander. As he hesitated, the voice on the other end of the line came through. Wang Xuanlin, don't forget the relationship between our two families. Wang Quanlin's expression stiffened. Recalling the benefits he had received from the Chao family over the past 3 years for covering up Chao Ru's misdeeds, at first high school his voice began to tremble. How could that be? After the written exam, Chao Ru and his group cornered a student named Chun Anmin and beat him to a comminuted fracture. That student was discharged the next day and awakened in 5th grade talent. But before entering the secret realm for the martial arts exam, his combat power was 66. 6, bronze level. I heard the Black Dragon Army's commander is very interested in him. I see. That's all for now. Contact me if there's any news. Hanging up the phone, Chao Li flicked the ash from his cigar. Xiao Jia, come in. The office door opened instantly, and a young woman in a sexy business suit with black stockings wrapping her long legs walked in quickly. She stood respectfully before Chao Li, bowing slightly. Boss, you called for me. Xiao Jia, investigate the matter of Chao Ru and Chun Anmin thoroughly. I want detailed information on everyone Chao Ru had contact with at school. Xiao Jia nodded in acknowledgement, turned, and swiftly left. The office door gently closed, leaving Chao Li alone to ponder amidst the swirling cigar smoke. In the dark, dense forest, Chun Anmin finished dressing, listening to Xiao Lan's response to his earlier question. This bloodline is even more powerful than that of an ordinary scion. When you cannot control your power, you will lose your reason and your flaws will be magnified several times. Xiao Lan's words brought a sudden clarity to Chun Anmin. No wonder he got so excited whenever he heard about strong individuals or battles. So how do I master this power? Fortunately, your bloodline is still far from the true legendary scion. Even because the bloodline activator's energy was insufficient, it's only half a bloodline. If it were the complete bloodline, your combat power would keep growing even without training. Thinking of the brutal scene last night, Chun Anmin felt a flicker of fear. But upon hearing that his bloodline could still be enhanced, a hint of surprise and delight washed over him. So how do I upgrade my bloodline? Ding. The bloodline activator only costs 500 combat power points. Xiao Lan's sales-like pitch made Chun Anmin's mouth twitch uncontrollably. The tens of thousands left from the 100 million he had spent on system items last time had all been used to fill the universal capsules, leaving him with only 20,000 yuan. Now Xiao Lan was directly asking for 500 combat power points, equivalent to 500 million. Even robbing a bank wouldn't cover that. Looks like after I get out, I'll need to trade with you for a suitable design again. Welcome. Welcome. Hey, why are you taking so long to change clothes? Come out and eat. Lu Yanya's voice came from outside the tent. Chun Anmin hurriedly stepped out. Hey, why are you taking so long to change clothes? Come out and eat. Lu Yanya's voice came from outside the tent. Chun Anmin hurriedly stepped out. Seeing Lu Yanyu standing outside, she had tied her short hair into a high ponytail. The combat suit and armor on her upper body outlined graceful curves, with the only eyesore being that, like him, her lower body was clad in an ugly pair of sweatpants. Chun Anmin seemed to suddenly think of something. How does this combat suit feel? The armor has great elasticity and is easy to put on. Moreover, I struck it hard several times with an axe, and it didn't even leave a mark. The gloves and boots also offer excellent protection. The tight suit has good defense and breathability, but the only downside is that it's so tight it feels like wearing nothing. Chun Anmin nodded, picked up his bowl, and began to finish his breakfast, while Lu Yanyu, who had already eaten, started packing the things she needed to take using a universal capsule. After finishing his meal, Chun Anmin opened the map on his wristband and checked the distance to the tower. They'll carry you on my back for a while. We've only covered less than 100 kilometers in 2 days. We need to speed up. Aren't we going to look for the Netherbloom? The closer we get to the tower, the more gathering points there are for the Netherbloom. Besides, once we enter the tower, we'll have a perfect score. Hearing Chen Anmin's words, Lu Yinyu nodded. After packing everything up cleanly, she handed the universal capsule to him. Chen Anmin took the compact capsule, deftly stowed it into his system space, and then turned around, crouching slightly with his back to Lu Yinyu. Hop on, let's make good time. Lu Yinyu didn't hesitate. She leaped lightly onto his back, her arms naturally encircling his neck. Her short hair brushed against Chen Anmin's ear, bringing a slight tickle. Chen Anmin steadied his hands, firmly supporting her thighs. The muscles in his legs tensed, instantly feeling the strength and body heat transmitted through the tight fabric of the combat suit. Let's go. He uttered a low shout, his toes pushing off the ground. His entire body surged forward like an arrow released from a bowstring, wasting no more time. The surrounding scenery instantly blurred into streaks of color whizzing past. When he used the same speed as before to sprint, Chen Anmin felt he still had strength to spare, so he accelerated again. Oh, Chen Anmin, how are you even faster now? Hearing Lu Yanyu's words from his back, a vein bulged on Chen Anmin's forehead. Then he asked, Xiaolon, what's happening to me? You can check with the detector. A trace of the combat power you unleashed during your rampage yesterday remains. Chen Anmin freed his left hand, reached for the detector on his left ear, and activated the self-test mode. Chen Anmin gasped in astonishment, never expecting such a dramatic increase. Even others who used demon cores for cultivation, even at the SSS level, couldn't achieve such a boost. To illustrate, with push-ups, an ordinary person might increase their combat power by 1 point after 10 push-ups, whereas a black iron level requires 30 push-ups for the same gain. The difficulty more than doubling. Lu Yanyu's combat power, previously at 4.7, surged to 18 within just a few days. The reason was twofold. First, she was an ordinary person who had absorbed a black iron level demon core. Second, her grade talent meant her cultivation was only 1 tier below SSS grade. No wonder you told me I didn't need demon cores for cultivation. This is practically cheating. Ding. Exactly. If it weren't for the fact that some power couldn't be absorbed, would I have left any for you? Wistful. JPG. Yinyu, press your head against my back and hold tight. I'm going to test my maximum speed. The moment Lu Yinyu pressed her forehead against his warm back, her arms instinctively tightening around his waist, a violent surge of thrust struck her. She was slammed hard against Chen Anmin's back, her breath catching as an uncontrollable scream tore from her throat. Oh, Chen Anmin, why are you so fast again? You damn. Chen Anmin's face darkened a few shades. Don't say I'm fast. From just after 8 in the morning until around 5 in the afternoon, Chen Anmin stopped. Not because he was out of strength. It was because Lu Yinyu was leaning against a tree, vomiting profusely. He hadn't expected her to get motion sickness from being carried. He handed her a bottle of water to rinse her mouth, and she finally recovered. Chen Anmin didn't carry her at a sprint anymore. Instead, he set up camp and started cooking on the spot. They hadn't eaten lunch during the whole frantic run. The campfire crackled, orange light dancing across Lu Yanyu's pale face. Leaning against a tree trunk, she sipped hot water, the churning in her stomach finally calming, though her limbs still felt weak. Feeling any better? Chen Anmin poked at the fish roasting over the fire. Fat dripped, sizzling as the aroma spread. Seeing her wilted state, he couldn't help but laugh. Who knew you'd get carsick from a person, ha? Shut up. Lu Yinyu shot him a weak glare, her voice still faint. You run so fast without caring if anyone else lives or dies. All right, I'll go slower tomorrow. Eat more in the morning, and we won't take a noon break. Lu Yinyu hummed softly in acknowledgement and began eating the roasted fish. Chen Anmin then checked his wristband. After a full day of sprinting, they had covered over 130 kilometers, with about 800 kilometers remaining to the tower. He was satisfied. And so it went on the 4th and 5th days. Each morning after breakfast, they set off at 8, maintaining a steady run until dusk, stopping only after 6 in the evening. Deep within the secret realm, the tower had been converted into a monitoring station for the Black Dragon Army. Old G, any leads today? Leads my ass. Apart from those 5 craters, there's nothing. If only the detection points could reach farther. After dark, a group disembarked from a helicopter. Old G spoke irritably to the greeter, his voice thick with exhaustion and frustration. Sai, our tech isn't good enough. It's already impressive we can pick up distress signals from 500 kilometers away. Come on, let's head inside and rest first. Yang Sholi patted Old G on the shoulder and led the group into the tower. Inside the office, as the group exchanged pleasantries, a soldier jogged onto the tarmac. After saluting, he addressed Yang Sholi. Company Commander Yang, a signal has appeared on the screen. A candidate's signal has entered the 500-kilometer range. What? So soon? Yang Sholi couldn't help but be shocked. Though the martial arts exams across Longwo's provinces might use different secret realms, like the dark dense forest in City A of G Province or the death desert in City A of Exine Province, the completion conditions were largely similar. Within 10 days, candidates had to travel from the entrance to the finish, both about 1,000 kilometers apart. The full score for the martial arts exam was 200 points. Anyone who could run 1,000 kilometers in 10 days would get a perfect score, but that condition was virtually impossible. Thus, the exam primarily tested survival in the secret realm and collecting materials for extra points. The moment this news broke, everyone present, including Yang Sholi, was stunned. Quick, take us to see. Yang Sholi brought the group to the monitoring room, excitedly pointing at the red dot on the edge of the monitor. Quick, pull up their wristband information for me. Upon hearing the order from their squad leader, a monitor from the Black Dragon Army hurriedly handed 2 documents to Yang Sholi. Come everyone, take a look. Yang Sholi quickly took the 2 documents, handing one to the others while he examined the other. Chen Anmin, a student from a city No. 1 high school with great talent. The testing device at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall showed a result of 10.8 on June 9th, and his combat power was recorded at 66 before entering the secret realm on June 16th. And great talent, in just a few days, has achieved copper level. He must be the kid the team leader has his eye on. No wonder he made it into the detection area on the 5th day. How did he manage that? After quickly reviewing Chen Anmin's background and basic information, Yang Sholi couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, how did this girl get here? She isn't even at the black iron level." So what? The documents say she has great talent. PFF, you fool, talent indicates potential achievements, but right now, she isn't even at the black iron level. Hearing the comments from others, Yang Sholi leaned in to look at the documents in their hands. After comparing the 2 backgrounds, especially noting that they were in the same class from kindergarten to high school, he chuckled. Once you read this document in my hand, you'll understand why this girl is progressing so quickly. He's truly a sentimental kid. As the others took the document from Yang Sholi, they gasped in surprise. They realized that traveling over 1,000 kilometers in 10 days was nothing for a copper-level warrior, and that girl must have been brought by him. Yang Sholi nodded and said to those nearby, "Since we've reached the detection range, we need to monitor closely. As we approach within 500 kilometers, the number of magical beasts will only increase. But it's not a big deal. We are in a black iron level secret realm, and the copper level kid is providing close protection for his childhood sweetheart." Yang Sholi's words caused everyone to burst into laughter, dispelling some of the gloom caused by the earlier difficulty in locating the 5 missing examinees. On the 6th day after finishing breakfast, Chen Anmin and Lu Yinyu sped towards the high tower at the finish line once again. To their surprise, just around noon, while carrying Lu Yinyu, Chen Anmin's detector detected a life response. As they ventured deeper into the secret realm, the sunlight in the forest diminished, making it rare to see the sun. This modified detector, lacking solar energy, had only 20 hours of battery life. To save energy, the 2 used only one detector, which Chen Anmin wore on his eyes while on the move. Pointing to the left front, Chen Anmin said to Lu Yinyu on his back, "There's a life response ahead. It should be a magical beast." "How strong is it?" 46 combat power, not too strong. Hearing Chen Anmin's warning, Lu Yinyu nodded. After all, she wasn't even at the black iron level, and if there was real danger, she'd have to rely on Chen Anmin. "He'll follow your lead." Upon hearing Lu Yinyu's response, Chen Anmin maintained his speed, only slightly adjusting his direction and accelerating toward the area where the magical beast was. Chen Anmin moved like a ghost, the dense forest appearing to him as if it were in slow motion. The light in the woods grew dimmer, but the red dots on his detector's lens were crystal clear, getting closer. When he was 200 meters away from the magical beast, Chen Anmin found a spot to set Lu Yinyu down. "Wait here while I deal with that creature." Lu Yinyu nodded and told him be careful. To avoid alarming the beast, Chen Anmin held his breath and carefully approached the magical beast's area. He moved silently, every step carefully avoiding dry branches and stones, leaving only the faintest rustle behind. The dense tree cover served as his natural shield as he stealthily inched along the trunk, his gaze sharp as an eagle's fixated ahead. There lay a massive magical wolf crouched in the dim forest, a rusty scent wafting through the air as if it were eating something. Dark red liquid dripped from its mouth, staining the dark humus beneath its claws. Chen Anmin's heartbeat quickened, not out of fear, but from the instinctual thrill of a hunter locking onto its prey. "It's a wolf. I can finally taste wolf meat this time." Just as he stealthily approached, the magical wolf suddenly froze, its eerie green vertical pupils locking onto the direction where Chen Anmin was hiding. With combat power of 86 against 46, the vast difference made the magical wolf sense danger. Its green pupils contracted like needles, and a suppressed growl emanated from its throat as it instinctively took a step back. Seeing the magical wolf's reaction, Chen Anmin sighed. These animals were incredibly sensitive. If only he could control them, then ambushing would be much easier. It seemed that upon hearing Chen Anmin's, Sai Xiaolan's voice resounded at the right moment. This system highly recommends the skill cheese law 50 combat power, or the course the guidance of Bobo, and the celestial 300 combat power. Alright, I got it. I'll owe you one when I have the money. Upon hearing Xiaolan's recommendation, Chen Anmin felt overwhelmed. Since entering the secret realm, this guy had been promoting products to him every day, driving him crazy. He pulled out the weapon prepared by the Black Dragon Army for each examinee before entering the secret realm, choosing a broadsword. "Come on, don't be afraid, can I just take a swing?" At that moment, the magical wolf looked at Chen Anmin with the same gaze it would give to its prey, a hint of a smile on its lips, making it feel that this human was no good. Ow, ow, the magical wolf hesitated no longer and turned to flee. Chen Anmin, seeing it run away, couldn't let it go. He immediately pushed off the ground the solid earth seeming to erupt in a small spray of dirt as Chun Onmin shot forward like an arrow accompanied by a gust of wind. Though the magical wolf used all its strength to escape, the enormous gap of combat power from 86 to 46 transformed into an overwhelming speed advantage, closing the distance to the fleeing magical wolf almost instantly. The magical wolf sensed the terrifying aura and chilling killing intent rapidly approaching from behind, letting out a short mournful cry as it desperately clawed at the ground, trying to use the trees in the forest for cover to shake off this fearsome human. However, its clumsy maneuvers were utterly futile against Chun Anmin's absolute speed and strength. After he felled a few trees, he caught up to it. With one swift strike, the beast's head was severed from its body. What are you running for? You can't outrun me. P.S. Everyone remember to keep warm. It's raining here today, and it's too cold. I've put on my jacket. Chun Onmin looked at the several trees he had felled while pursuing the demon wolf, shading his eyes with his hand as he gazed upward. But thanks to you, this incidentally charges the detector. Having located where Lu Yanyu was, Chun Onmin brought her to this spot, producing 2 detectors and a Scott to charge under the sun. Should have added a charging function. Chun Onmin scratched his head, saying apologetically, it did have one originally. I thought it wouldn't be needed, so I left the generator and charging gear behind since they took up space. Chun Onmin sat on a tree stump before a campfire over which the demon wolf's carcass was roasting. Lu Yanyu curiously held up the Scott and asked him, why is this detector different from these 2? That's the original detector, I call it Scott. What's the difference? Of course there is. The original has unlimited detection and communication range, plus a few common features like displaying time and functioning as a timer. During idle moments, Chun Onmin had fiddled with the Scott's manual from the system, figuring out many things. What astonished him most was the Scott's communication capability. Unlimited in range, even able to connect to planets tens of thousands of light years away. But unfortunately, only this one was made. Hearing this, Lu Yanyu assumed Chun Onmin was boasting. How could just one prove unlimited communication range? Oh, you, what's with your combat power? She put on the Scott as Chun Onmin taught her to activate various functions, and she couldn't help but cry out when scanning him. Is this number wrong? How can you have 86 combat power? Chun Onmin shrugged, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth as if he had anticipated her reaction. Don't make a fuss. It probably increased after fighting the monsters and Chao Rus group. Lu Yanyu had often heard her father say that combat power rises after each battle, but she had never heard of it jumping nearly 20 points from just a few fights. If Xiaolon knew what she was thinking, she would sneer. Fortunately, Chun Anmin's bloodline isn't pure enough, yet EY can still keep him calm. Otherwise, no one in this secret realm except Chun Onmin, including you and those Black Dragon troops, would ever leave it alive. After Chun Onmin had gnawed clean the last bone of the demon wolf, the 2 rested against tree stumps for a while, waiting for the detectors to finish charging. 30 minutes later, Chun Onmin and Lu Yanyu set off again. Before departing, Lu Yanyu said to him, you always carry me while traveling. Though you're not tired, I want to try pushing my own limits. If I really can't run anymore, I'll have to rely on you for speed. Chun Onmin nodded. During his 8 months of training with the Turtle Hermit, he had consulted him about Earthlings using demon cores for cultivation. When Chun Onmin mentioned that humans who had absorbed demon cores for cultivation had gone berserk, the Turtle Hermit strictly forbade him from using them. I don't oppose using external forces for training, like the turtle shells on your backs now. Using your so-called demon cores may accelerate cultivation, but is the power truly yours? Seeing Chun Onmin nod, Lu Yanyu unleashed her full strength, while Chun Onmin followed with an effortless leisurely pace. Noticing Chun Anmin's relaxed demeanor, Lu Yanyu gritted her teeth and pushed her speed to 120%. After an hour, Lu Yanyu had sprinted steadily for about 14 kilometers before she finally gave out, stumbling to a halt and collapsing onto the ground without caring if it was clean. Chun Onmin quickly caught her, helping her into a comfortable resting position to prevent injury, and began massaging her legs. Why couldn't you just keep a steady pace like before? Had to sprint, and now you're done for, aren't you? Chun Onmin lifted Lu Yanyu's outer track pants, revealing her perfectly shaped legs clad in blue tights, and continued massaging her calves while shaking his head with a sigh. Lu Yanyu lay on the ground, panting heavily. Feeling Chun Onmin lift her pants and hearing his sigh, a wave of embarrassment and annoyance washed over her. What? Don't you like my legs? Huh? Oh, they're nice. Then why the hell are you sighing? She turned her face away from him, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks, strands of hair falling loose, and the pink hue of her earlobes swaying in the dappled light. Amid Chun Anmin's awkwardness and Lu Yanyu's flushed embarrassment, after massaging for over 10 minutes, Chun Onmin lifted her onto his back and sprinted full speed toward the tower. The sky gradually darkened, night unfurling like ink. Lu Yanyu lay on his broad back, her cheek pressed against his shoulder. Carefully, she put headlamps on both of them, feeling a pang of self-blame. If not for her, they wouldn't be running through a pitch-black forest just after sunset. She murmured softly, "Hey, slow down, watch your step." Hearing her words, Chun Onmin laughed, "All right." Thus the two dashed again through the dark forest path, the headlamp beams carving swaying ribbons of light through the dense foliage. By around 9 in the evening, Chun Onmin finally found a spacious spot large enough to set up a tent. Just as they had taken out ingredients to eat, several monsters burst from the ground, snatching a large chunk of raw beef. Upon closer inspection, they were demon lizards, more than one. The detector displayed combat power values 20. 153, 4517. 1. How disgusting. Chun Onmin drew his horizontal blade, shielding Lu Yinyu behind him as he faced the 4 demon lizards poised for battle. Be careful, except for the smallest one, the rest are black iron rank. Lu Yinyu also activated her detector and whispered to Chun Onmin, I want to try fighting too. Can you lure the other 3 away? Chun Onmin raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Mom, I don't want to go through a secret realm relying solely on your protection. Chun Onmin took a deep breath. Before the monsters could react, he stowed the ingredients into a universal capsule, then burst at full speed to snatch the piece of beef from the demon lizards' mouths. He struck the 3 highest-powered demon lizards, each with a slash. Seeing them all turn their gazes toward him, he waved the meat in his hand. Come and get me. Hiss hiss. Enraged by their wounds, the 3 demon lizards changed direction and chased after Chun Onmin. The young demon lizard, bewildered by Chun Onmin's provocative antics and its companion's sudden departure, paced anxiously on the spot before also chasing after him. The young demon lizard, bewildered by Chun Onmin's provocative antics and its companion's sudden departure, paced anxiously on the spot before also chasing after him. Little one, your opponent is me. Lu Yinyu tightened her grip on the horizontal blade, blocking the young demon lizard and slashing down at it. Hiss, hiss. The young demon lizard, enraged that this human was preventing it from rejoining its parents, turned its attention to the isolated Lu Yinyu, a foul stench emanating from it. Lu Yinyu suppressed the palpitations of facing a demon for the first time, forcing herself to ignore the nauseating odor. Its small eyes gleamed with a predator's ferocity. It kicked off the ground with its hind legs, transforming into a gray blur that charged straight at her at speed far exceeding expectations. A rancid wind struck her face. Lu Yinyu's pupils contracted, and almost by instinct, she sidestepped backwards, sweeping her blade horizontally in an attempt to cut its claws. Clang! The piercing sound of metal striking stone rang out. The force transmitted through the blade numbed her wrist, causing her to stagger back 2 steps. The demon lizard, having missed its strike, twisted its body upon landing and swung its thick, scale-covered tail in a sweeping arc aimed at her legs, accompanied by a whistling wind. Lu Yinyu leaped backward, awkwardly, barely evading the force that could have shattered her shin. Upon landing, her foot slipped on a loose stone, and she barely managed to steady herself without falling. Cold sweat instantly soaked her back. Actual combat was entirely different from her father's training. The demon's ferocity, speed, and power far exceeded her expectations. I can't panic. I can't rely solely on that guy. She bit her lower lip hard. The sting brought her a measure of clarity. The distant sounds of Chun Onmin weaving through the forest and the furious hisses of the other 3 demon lizards reminded her that she had to resolve the immediate threat on her own. She forced herself to observe calmly. The young demon lizard's attacks, though fierce, were relatively simple. Each charge was followed by a brief daze, and it seemed to rely more on straight-line rushes. When the young lizard charged for the 3rd time, with unstoppable momentum, Lu Yinyu chose not to meet it head-on. She fixed her gaze on its trajectory, and just as its claws were about to reach her face, she suddenly rolled to the side, kicking out as she did. Unable to halt its momentum, the demon lizard sailed over her head with tremendous inertia, crashing heavily into a rock ahead with a dull thud and a pained shriek. Opportunity. A gleam flashed in Lu Yinyu's eyes. As the demon lizard, dazed from the impact, struggled to turn over, she sprang up like a nimble cat, pouring all her strength into her blade, and slashed open its relatively soft and vulnerable abdomen. The demon lizard's body convulsed violently, letting out a piercing death cry. Warm, rank fluid sprayed out, splattering across Lu Yinyu's arm. Huff, huff. Even though I'm slightly more powerful than this thing, why did it exhaust me so much? Lu Yinyu wiped the foul demon lizard blood from her arm and quickly crept toward the sounds of fighting and hissing. The battle at Chun Onmin's end was clearly more intense. The sight before her tightened her heart. 2 demon lizards faced Chun Onmin, one in front and one behind. One was roughly the same size as the young lizard she had just killed, while the other was clearly an adult. When Chun Onmin raised his blade to attack the adult lizard in front, it immediately turned and blocked the blade with its thick, scaled tail. Seizing the opportunity, the smaller one leaped with its stout legs, aiming to knock Chun Onmin back. He blocked the tail below with his right hand, while punching the airborne lizard, sending it crashing into a tree. Chun Onmin had lured away 3 lizards, so why were there only 2 now? Just as Lu Yinyu wondered, she spotted the corpse of another adult lizard nearby and understood. Without further hesitation, Lu Yinyu ran toward the small lizard, blade in hand. The scales on its back provided good protection, and it rose again, merely spitting a bit of blood. Lu Yinyu's blade whistled through the air, aimed straight at the newly steadied small lizard. Though wounded, the lizard reacted swiftly, twisting its short armored neck to deflect the blade, with its hard skull producing a screeching metallic scrape. Chen Anmin caught a glimpse of Lu Yinyu joining the fray out of the corner of his eye, feeling the pressure ease. But the adult lizard before him, enraged by its companion's injury and death, abandoned its defensive stance. Its thick tail, no longer merely defensive, swept like a battering ram, with a howling wind aiming viciously at Chen Anmin's side. If I weren't buying time, do you think you'd still be alive? He seized the slippery tail with his left hand and slammed its head between two trees. Bang, bang, bang. The lizard's head collided with the trees in a mutual destruction. Then Chen Anmin released it and moved to support Lu Yinyu. Though the creature was stronger than Lu Yinyu, the small lizard was wounded, and she managed to hold her own against it. The girl's breathing had become heavy and rapid. Each swing of her blade was noticeably sluggish, and she narrowly avoided being raked by the lizard's barbed claws several times. As Lu Yinyu staggered back from a fierce tail swipe, the demon lizard's foul maw lunged with deadly glint toward her sword-wielding wrist. Chen Anmin moved. His form, like a black lightning bolt tearing through the air, instantly cut into the fray. No flashy techniques, only absolute power and speed. He arrived after the lizard's attack, but struck first. His right fist, accompanied by a piercing sound, landed with pinpoint accuracy on the small lizard's temple. Bang, crack. A sickening crunch of bone shattered the air. Before it could even cry out, its body, like a sack struck by a sledgehammer, snapped a small tree and collapsed limply, twitching a few times before falling still. Chen Anmin looked at Lu Yinyu, who was leaning on her blade, her chest heaving violently. He helped her up with a light chuckle. You did well, but you still lack real combat experience. Then you'll have to teach me properly. He nodded, but received no response. Turning, he saw that Lu Yinyu had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. Though she had rested on Chen Anmin's back after her sprint this afternoon, he had been traveling, so how could she have rested well? No sooner had they sat down than another wave of demon lizards arrived. She had killed one and blocked another, and now she had fainted from fatigue. Carrying Lu Yinyu into the tent, Chen Anmin returned to drag over the 4 lizard corpses. From the 4 corpses, he extracted only 3 cores. It seemed the smallest lizard hadn't reached the black iron tier, and thus had no core. He then began skinning and deodorizing the meat. The lizard's scales were very hard, and Chen Anmin figured they would fetch a good price. Half an hour after the meat was set to boil, the sleeping Lu Yinyu was roused by the aroma. She groggily made her way to the pot, savoring the scent. So fragrant. It smells just like that snake stew last time. What meat is this? Care to guess? Could it be those few lizards, eh? Bingo. You guessed it. Aren't you eating? I am eating. Lu Yinyu hugged a large bowl and began to eat. She was truly starving now, having sprinted over 10 kilometers earlier, then fought several demon lizards, leaving her muscles sore as if they were falling apart. After the meal, while Chen Anmin was picking his teeth and resting, he suddenly asked Xiaolan in his mind. Xiaolan, why didn't the detector alert when those lizards suddenly appeared? The detector cannot explore underground, and its detection range is greatly reduced in water. A peaceful night passed, marking the 7th day. All examinees had been in the secret realm. Most had given up on rushing toward the tower, with only a few still persisting. Inside the monitoring room of the Black Dragon Army in the tower, several red dots entered the 500-kilometer detection range. A knock came at Yang Shuli's office door. Enter. Report. 3 examinees have entered within 500 kilometers of the tower. They took their sweet time. Come, let's check their profiles. Yang Shuli walked into the monitoring room, took the documents handed to him, squinted, and carefully browsed the examinees' files. Zheng Xian from a city, no. 4 high school, a grade talent combat power 13. 7 a Liu Qiao from a city, no. 4 high school, grade talent combat power 10. 1 a Lu Bo from a city, no. 4 high school, a grade talent combat power 10. 4. Yang Shuli turned to the officer and ordered, keep an eye on them. Don't let anything happen. By the way, how are Chen Anmin and his companion? Report, company commander. Chen Anmin and his companion are now 395 kilometers from the tower and still moving. Yang Shuli walked to the large monitoring screen and pulled up the area where Chen Anmin and Lu Yinyu were. 2 overlapping dots from their wristbands were weaving through the forest at an astonishing speed with almost no pause. Is he carrying that girl? That fast? Is the kid made of iron? A young officer nearby couldn't help but exclaim. Yang Shuli stared at the rapidly moving light on the screen, his brow furrowing. This speed. It's probably close to the peak of the bronze level. How is that possible? Doesn't he only have 66 points of combat power? 390 kilometers, now company commander, the soldier monitoring reported. At this rate, if there are no accidents along the way, they can reach the tower's outer perimeter by noon tomorrow. Yang Shuli nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 3 other slow-moving red dots, Zheng Xian, Liu Qiao, and Lu Bo. Their speed was merely a bit faster than an ordinary person's and far from matching Chen Anmin's pace. Notify the patrols to focus on monitoring the demonic creature movements near the route of those 3 examinees. If necessary, they can drive them away from a distance, but absolutely no direct intervention in combat is allowed. As for Chen Anmin, just follow the previous monitoring standards and record it. Yes, sir. After issuing the orders, Yang Sholi returned to his office and looked at the report submitted by the search team, feeling a headache coming on. As for Chao Ru and his group, who died on the second night after entering the secret realm, no clues had been found by the seventh day. An M500 was found next to the large pit. They thought they finally had a lead, but damn it, when they went back to test it, it was covered in Chao Ru's fingerprints. Chi Shuawei was so furious at the time that he directly locked up both of Chao Ru's parents. Dragon Nation still bans guns, and he dared to bring one into the exam. Although a few students had withdrawn recently due to demonic poisoning, these people were neither seen alive nor dead. How were they supposed to explain this to their superiors? While Yang Sholi was scratching his head, Zhang Xian and his group were each using a stick to probe the path ahead. Xiang'e, we've already gotten at least half the points. Shouldn't we go look for the netherworld flower? Yes, Xiang'e, it's already the seventh day, and we've only covered half the distance. Reaching the finish line is definitely out of the question. Zhang Xian stopped, used his stick to push aside a clump of thorny bushes ahead, wiped the sweat from his brow, and his voice carried a trace of exhaustion. All right, let's head in this direction. But the deeper we go into these woods, the more sinister it gets. Even the wind carries a fishy stench. We must be careful. Thanks, Singa. Singa, can we rest a bit longer at noon? Zhang Xian laughed. Of course we can. You're the best, Singa. You're definitely going to be the top scholar of a city. A city? I think at least the top scholar of Ji province. At Zhang Xian's words, the two cheered. After 7 days of travel, they could finally relax a little. Hearing their cheers, Zhang Xian shook his head. How could he be the top scholar? When he tested his combat power, he heard there was a bronze-level student from No. 1 high school. Barring any surprises, that guy would take first place. By late night, Chen Anmin had just finished dinner. While Lu Yanyu was showering inside, the aroma of their roasted meat drifted into the distance. At that moment, several life reactions appeared on the detector, rapidly heading in their direction. Chen Anmin's heart sank heavily as the red dots on the detector screen flashed more urgently. He shouted into the tent. Yanyu, hurry up and finish washing and get dressed. I think demonic creatures are coming. The sound of water in the tent stopped abruptly, and a voice came out, almost done. Chen Anmin stared intently at the detector. The life reactions were now only 5 kilometers away. He gripped his horizontal blade tightly, facing the direction of the life reactions. These demonic creatures were fast. He didn't know what they were. Lu Yanyu emerged from the tent, her hair still dripping with water, holding her horizontal blade as she stood beside Chen Anmin. What kind of demonic creatures are they? Can you make them out? The faint scent of shampoo reached Chen Anmin's nose, calming his somewhat agitated emotions. He shook his head and said to Lu Yanyu, first find a place to hide. The detector shows 6 demonic creatures. I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you in time. I don't need your protection. I'm going to fight too. With so many creatures, at least I can take some pressure off you. No way. I can handle it. I want to face this with you. Hey, you didn't hit me, did you? I was prepared for that trick of yours. Lu Yanyu nimbly jumped aside, looking triumphantly at Chen Anmin's hand, which was raised in a chopping motion. I was prepared for that trick. If you try it again, I'll actually bite you when I wake up. Lowering his hand, Chen Anmin smiled awkwardly. Then you must be careful. Don't be reckless. He looked back at the detector. Get ready. 500 meters. They're almost here. A woo, a woo, woo. Hearing the sounds, the two exchanged a glance. Demon wolves. Then Chen Anmin chuckled twice. Slurp, we get to eat wolf meat again. Lu Yanyu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Haven't you had enough wolf meat from yesterday? Before the words faded, 6 emerald green demon wolves burst from the bushes, baring their fangs and charging straight at the two. Here they come. The smallest one is for you. Leave the rest to me. Growl. Hiss. The 6 wolves had now drawn near Chen Anmin, encircling the pair, their low, threatening sounds growing ever closer. Damn it, these beasts are indeed clever. You stand behind me and watch our backs. Lu Yanyu nodded, gripping the horizontal saber at her waist, while her peripheral vision kept a constant watch on Chen Anmin, ensuring he wouldn't be ambushed. Whooshed. The 6 wolves lunged at Chen Anmin and the girl simultaneously. Chen Anmin, wielding the saber in his left hand, swung it swiftly, deflecting all their attacks. All the demon wolves retreated at once. Chen Anmin switched the saber to his right hand and struck with full force at one wolf before him. The blade tore through the air, producing a piercing sound of shearing bone. The wolf, caught off guard, had its head cleaved in two. TCH, mere black iron peak, and you dare trouble me. Chen Anmin spat, twisting his wrist to change the saber's trajectory from a chop to a sweep, driving back another wolf that attempted to pounce from the side. Just then, Lu Yanyu behind him made her move. The saber at her waist was drawn in an instant, trailing a glint of cold light, and thrust with deadly precision at a wolf lunging from Chen Anmin's blind spot on the left rear. The wolf, midleap, saw the flash of the blade in its emerald pupils and tried to dodge the fatal strike. The sharp tip of the saber sank into its left foreleg. The weapon stuck fast, wedged between its bones as hot wolf blood sprayed forth. It let out a brief, stifled whimper, then crashed heavily to the ground, its wounded leg twitching as it struggled to stand on 3 legs. Not bad, but lacking in strength and speed. Chen Anmin caught the scene from the corner of his eye and couldn't help but offer a word of praise, yet his own saber never paused. His blade flashed like lightning, instantly cleaving toward another approaching wolf, the edge tracing a cold arc aimed straight for its throat. The wolf recoiled in terror, but it was a moment too late. The saber's edge sliced across its neck and blood gushed forth as it collapsed limply to the ground. With two wolves dead and one wounded, the one with the injured foreleg still carrying Lu Yanya's embedded saber had already limped away into the distance amidst the chaos. Whimper. A wolf let out a sound, and the remaining three wolves echoed it. Chen Anmin then noticed they seemed to have received an order to withdraw. Their emerald pupils remained locked on the pair, and low growls rumbled from their throats. Yet they no longer advanced. Instead, they slowly began to retreat. A flash of insight struck Chen Anmin. He handed his saber to Lu Yanyu. You engage that slightly smaller one. It must be the alpha wolf. Hold it for 10 seconds. They'll finish the other three. Hearing this, Lu Yanyu took the saber, without hesitation pointed it forward, and swiftly approached the alpha wolf, the blade whistling through the air as it aimed for its throat. The alpha wolf recoiled in alarm, a flicker of panic in its emerald eyes, and let out a frantic whoosh in an attempt to intimidate her. Meanwhile, Chen Anmin darted toward the remaining two wolves. His saber was with Lu Yanyu, leaving him with only his limbs and tail as weapons. But for now he chose not to reveal his tail. In a flash he shot out a hand and seized one wolf by the neck. Crack! The wolf's neck snapped with a clean sound. The beast barely managed a muffled grunt before collapsing to the ground. Then Chen Anmin spun around, his fist punching straight through the belly of another wolf. He withdrew his arm and turned his gaze to the whelp that had fled earlier, still carrying Lu Yanya's saber stuck in its leg. Sensing Chen Anmin's stare, the wolf pup let out a panicked yip and scurried away even faster. Not only was it no match for Chen Anmin in combat, but now with only 3 legs, even Lu Yanyu could have worn it down. Chen Anmin closed the distance in an instant. He grabbed the hilt of the saber lodged in the wolf's foreleg, and with a swift motion wrenched the limb clean off. Turning the blade upward, he decapitated the wolf pup with a single stroke. Then he looked over to see Lu Yanyu still locked in combat with the alpha wolf. Watching the alpha wolf's movements, Chen Anmin clicked his tongue in appreciation. His judgment had been correct. This one's attacks were insidious and cunning, distinctly different from an ordinary wolf's. Seeing Lu Yanyu take a half step back, her gaze sharpening, Chen Anmin instantly joined the fray and cleaved the alpha wolf in two. Lu Yanyu surveyed the carnage around her, the mutilated wolf carcasses, the head split in two, the several wolves with severed bodies, and the one with its belly torn open. A breeze carried the coppery scent of blood through the air. Chen Anmin found it intoxicating, while Lu Yanyu nearly vomited the barbecue she had eaten for dinner. Ugh, can you not make such a mess next time? The smell is unbearable. Meanwhile, on a nearby height, 2 soldiers of the Black Dragon Corps were filming the scene with a camera. I think the Academy should just give bronze tier students a direct pass for the next exam. That guy slaughters them like chopping vegetables. Oh, come off it. He's a freak this year, and Frank, who made it to bronze. Look at previous exams. Even SS ranks reaching Black Iron was considered a genius. The soldier holding the camera scratched his head. True, but squad leader, how did those two know the demon wolves were coming? The man stared at the detectors on Chen Anmin and Lu Yanyu's eyes, pondering for a moment. Those things on their eyes are probably detectors. They can sense life reactions from 20 kilometers away and accurately gauge a target's current combat power. Hearing the squad leader's words, the soldier was stunned. Where did they get those? Even the Black Dragon Corps doesn't have them, right? We do, but not many. The company commander gave them all to the search team investigating that death case. I heard it's a new development from the SciTech group, only on the market for a couple of days. Enough, don't worry about it. Hurry and take the memory card back. They'll keep watch here. The soldier nodded and replaced the camera's memory card with a new one. Suddenly a thought struck him. Squad leader, if his detector can sense things from 20 kilometers away, does that mean we've been spotted? So what if we have? He can take down those wolves, but can he beat the 2 of us, silver rank martial artists? Alright, squad leader, he'll go deliver the video. Tell Su Yin to relieve you. After the soldier left, the remaining man turned his gaze back toward Chen Anmin's tent. Only 2 Black Dragon soldiers were guarding this area because Chen Anmin was a bronze rank and his safety wasn't deemed a high priority. In contrast, Zhang Xian and his 2 companions had 6 Black Dragon soldiers protecting them, nearly half a squad. At that moment, Zhang Xian and his group had just encountered a monster attack, specifically an attack by demon lizards. While traveling during the day, monsters had appeared. In their flight, Lu Qiao was slashed deeply by a tree branch. The dripping blood attracted a siege of demon lizards that night. Had it not been for 3 soldiers from the guarding Black Dragon Corps stepping in, only 2 of the trio would have likely escaped. Zhang Xian adjusted his glasses, gazing at the 3 soldiers, each carrying a demon lizard carcass on their shoulders, and couldn't help but let out a sound. Sighed. Huh. Warrior brother, why did you take all the magic lizards? One of the warriors halted, turning his head with a hint of confusion etched on his face. Did you not read the exam rules? The 3 shook their heads in unison. The warrior sighed. You guys are something. According to the exam rules, candidates have the right to dispose of any magical beasts they personally slay. Did you kill these magic lizards? If we hadn't intervened, would you still be standing here in one piece? They weren't even black iron rank. How could they have examined the beasts so closely? All they knew was to flee upon encountering a magical beast. Who would have thought that this time 6 magic lizards would surround them, leaving no escape? The exam rules clearly state that candidates can only claim beasts they kill themselves. Those slain by the invigilators do not belong to you. After his reminder, the warrior said no more, hoisting the magic lizard corpse onto his shoulder and striding away. Watching the Black Dragon army depart, the 3 exchanged glances, then gathered around the campfire, pulling out their tea tins for boiling compressed biscuits. I thought we'd finally be done with this stuff. Zhang Xian was equally disgruntled, having hoped to claim the magic cores and earn 6 points. Have you noticed? The closer we get to the tower, the more magical beasts appear. You're right, Brother Zhang. If we hadn't run fast during that wave earlier today, I wouldn't have just been injured. Zhang Xian removed his glasses, wiping them with a tissue. Let's not go deeper. They probably never expected anyone to complete the course. Let's search for netherworld grass instead. I agree. X2. Zhang Xian put his glasses back on, his gaze sweeping over the flickering shadows cast by the campfire. All right, since we're all in agreement, the netherworld grass growth point is nearby. We'll rest here tonight and set off at dawn. With that, the 3 sprang into action. Lu Bo dumped the remnants of the compressed biscuits from his tin, while Zhang Xian replaced Lu Qiao's bandages with fresh ones. To prevent the scent of blood from attracting other magical beasts, they dug a pit over a meter deep with military shovels and buried everything. At the exam's endpoint, inside the tower of the Black Dragon Army garrison, Yang Sholi took the memory card from the warrior guarding Chun Anmin, who then reported to him. Company Commander, this contains footage of the battles Chun Anmin and the others fought last night and earlier today. Yang Sholi handed the memory card to a technician to play on the computer. Oh, didn't they encounter any magical beasts during the day, eh? No, Chun Anmin kept carrying Lu Yenyu and traveled at peak bronze speed. The black iron beasts probably couldn't catch up. Didn't he just reach bronze with 66 combat power? The squad leader and I aren't sure. Without a detector, we could barely keep up, and we're silver rank. What? He carried someone and still moved that fast. Shocked by the news, Yang Sholi waved his hand, signaling the warrior to rest, and turned his attention back to the screen. On the computer, footage appeared of Chun Anmin and Lu Yenyu encountering the magic lizards the previous day. It was brief. Combined with today's wolf pack encounter, it lasted only about 10 minutes. After watching, Yang Sholi frowned. Did we confirm Chun Anmin had no demonic energy before entering the secret realm? A warrior nodded. Yes, he was checked on multiple detectors before entering. Not a trace of demonic energy, not even the aura of a demonic core. Yang Sholi's frown deepened. Chun Anmin's fighting style in the video was brutally violent. He grabbed 2 magic lizards by the tails and smashed them against a tree until their heads burst, then cleaved a magic wolf's head in 2 with a single blade stroke and ripped open another wolf's belly. Lu Yenyu's nausea at the corpses under Chun Anmin's hands was a normal reaction, but a faint smile had appeared on Chun Anmin's face. Yang Sholi's teeth clenched at the sight of Chun Anmin's expression. He had once witnessed demonized humans, and their faces upon seeing blood were identical to Chun Anmin's. That fervor for slaughter, that subtle, satisfied curl of the lips, it sent a chill down his spine. Taking a deep breath to suppress his unease, Yang Sholi turned to a nearby warrior and commanded, "Deliver this to the regimental commander immediately." He believed the commander would discern even more from the footage. Then, rewinding the video to when Chun Anmin set up camp, he pointed at an object in his hands and asked those nearby, "What is that?" He tosses it on the ground, and so many things appear. Everyone shook their heads in ignorance until a warrior suddenly spoke up. "Company Commander, could this be another product from the Science and Innovation Group? Think about the detector they made." Yang Sholi nodded at this. It was possible, but could these items truly be achieved with Earth's current technology? Could it be? Amid Yang Sholi's conjectures, time passed until the morning of the 8th day. After breakfast, Chun Anmin and his companion packed up and resumed their journey. Chun Anmin noticed that the closer they got to the tower, the more magical beasts appeared. In just one morning, they encountered 2 groups. Fortunately, they were all black iron rank, some even weaker. With about 300 kilometers left to the tower, Chun Anmin didn't let Lu Yenyu dismount from his back to save time. Holding a horizontal blade in each hand, he extracted only the magic cores, sighing repeatedly over how much wild game they were missing out on. Frankly, with Chun Anmin's bronze level aura, solitary magical beasts wouldn't dare approach. But these beasts, emboldened by their numbers, grew bolder. Thus another day passed. Chun Anmin collapsed exhausted into the tent, while Lu Yenyu took on the tasks of setting up camp and cooking. On the 9th day, Chun Anmin and his companion continued traveling and slaying magical beasts. The trailing Black Dragon Army soldiers grumbled, "Damn, how does this kid outrun us? This kid eats a lot and has incredible stamina. Good grief, he really packs it away, eating as much as 3 squads of our soldiers combined." The sun rose on the 10th day in the secret realm. In just a few hours the exam would end, and everyone charged toward the tower. Charge. It's the last day. Every kilometer counts. Whoa, who the hell is grabbing my pants? The door to Yang Shuli's office in the tower was suddenly flung open, forcibly rousing him from his slumber. Company commander, wake up. Chen Anmin and the others are here. What time is it for them to arrive already? It's past 6. At these words he perked up considerably, quickly got up to splash his face with water, and then made his way to the tower entrance. Two figures stood at the entrance, both clad in identical blue linings and white armor, wearing athletic pants. One of them, roughly over 1.8 meters tall, sported an odd spiky hairstyle. The other, about 1.7 meters tall, had tied her short hair into a simple ponytail, giving off a brisk and spirited air. They were none other than Chen Anmin and Lu Yanyu. Yang Sholi quickly strode forward to greet them. Haha, yesterday you were still over 20 kilometers away. I didn't expect you to arrive so early today. As he spoke, Yang Sholi's large hand clasped Chen Anmin's, and a surge of energy swiftly coursed through Chen Anmin's entire body. Sensing no trace of demonic aura, he promptly withdrew his hands and patted Chen Anmin on the shoulder. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come try our Black Dragon Army's breakfast. Chen Anmin felt a stream of energy pass through his body, but Xiaolan's words soon dispelled his concerns. Host, that energy just now was this man checking for any signs of demonic qi. But he won't find any because there simply isn't any. Then thank you, Chief. Don't call me Chief. Just call me Brother Li or Brother Yang. Ever since around the 5th day, the detector at his side had been indicating the presence of a silver-tier martial artist nearby. When he mentioned this to Lu Yanyu, she wasn't particularly surprised. She told Chen Anmin that any examinee who could make it halfway through the martial exam would have covert protection from the Black Dragon Army, though they would only intervene if they deemed the examinee unable to cope. After all, within 500 kilometers of the finish line, demonic beasts grew increasingly abundant, and those who reached this point were invariably outstanding in endurance, willpower, and speed. Come inside. Let's register your scores first, then we'll eat. So saying, Yang Sholi tugged Chen Anmin into the tower, gesturing for Lu Yanyu to follow. Yang Sholi motioned for them to sit, then took a seat across from them, pulling out a form to register their information himself. Come sit down and let's talk. Hand over your wristbands to confirm your travel time, and then present your spoils for tallying. The two complied, removing their wristbands as a soldier immediately went to verify the records. Chen Anmin then asked Yang Sholi curiously, Brotherly, aren't spoils supposed to be counted after we leave? That's for examinees who didn't make it to the tower. Since you've reached the finish line, it's different for you. With that, Yang Sholi pointed to the surveillance cameras above and chuckled. Don't worry, there are multiple cameras here. Some from the Black Dragon Army, some from the education department. No one's going to cheat you out of anything. Hearing this, Chen Anmin and Lu Yanyu hadn't expected their casual question to be misinterpreted, so they could only offer an awkward smile. Then Chen Anmin unzipped his backpack and pulled out 2 plastic bags, having deliberately kept this pack separate when packing up the tent earlier. He placed them on the table. One was quite light, while the other clinked and clattered as it hit the surface. The crisp sound immediately caught Yang Sholi's attention. He leaned in for a look and grinned. Oh, that's quite a racket. Looks like a big haul. It's not too bad, actually. These are 4 netherworld herbs, and in this bag are just 37 black iron tier magic cores. Just. At Chen Anmin's words, every Black Dragon Army soldier in the room turned to look at him, their eyes reflecting admiration, envy, and even jealousy. Holy crap, this guy's showing off, isn't he? Just 37 magic cores. In my martial exam years ago, I couldn't even find any materials, let alone magic cores. They exchanged glances, and the air grew thick with sourness. Even Yang Sholi felt a twinge of envy. So how do you plan to split the spoils? Well, split them evenly. No way. You got all this yourself. I don't want any. Lu Yanyu declared firmly to both Yang Sholi and Chen Anmin. But, no buts. I absolutely refuse to accept them. Seeing the resolute expression on Lu Yanyu's face, Chen Anmin had no choice but to yield to her wishes. Yang Sholi then summoned a soldier with a camera to meticulously count and record each spoil. He said to them, it's all documented. They'll be displayed again when you leave. Let me take you to eat first. 5 minutes later, after leading Chen Anmin to the mess hall, Yang Sholi could have kicked himself. He stared in despair at the mountain of plates and bowls piling up before him, while Lu Yanyu kept serving him more food. This wasn't the appetite of 3 squads, it was nearly enough to feed an entire company. Trembling, he said to Chen Anmin, Anmin, that should be enough. Eating too much breakfast isn't good for you, right? Brotherly. The food from your mess hall is just too good. Truly befitting a chef who caramelizes sugar even out in the wild. Burp, but you're right, brotherly. Eating until 80% full is enough. After finishing his last sip of soup, Chen Anmin stopped eating and began picking his teeth as he spoke to Yang Sholi. Before Yang Sholi could regain his composure, the mess sergeant came over with a grim face. Company commander, we're out of food. The soldiers haven't eaten yet. What? You wasteful. Chen Anmin quickly intervened to stop Yang Sholi from losing his temper, urgently saying to him, Brotherly, don't get angry. I've got some. With that, he pulled Yang Sholi and the mess sergeant outside, producing a universal capsule. Boom. Everyone was stunned as a massive pile of ingredients materialized before their eyes. He picked up the capsule and turned to the two men. Consider this my meal fee. No, we can't possibly accept that. We don't take things from civilians. At Yang Sholi's words, Liu Yinyu stepped forward and said, Brotherly, think of it as a donation from him in his grandfather's name. The soldiers here worked hard to protect us along the way. Chen Anmin nodded. That's right. It's a donation on behalf of my grandfather. He was a soldier too. Then, as if struck by a thought, he chuckled slyly. Brotherly, if you don't take it, I won't put it away either. You wouldn't want to waste food, would you? Hearing Chen Anmin's dangerously provocative remark, Yang Sholi swore he would go to his house and give him a beating during the next break. With a dark face, he ordered the soldiers to move everything to the kitchen, then gave the mess sergeant a kick. Get cooking, damn it. Can't you see everyone's starving? Hearing Yang Sholi's command, the mess squad leader clutched his rear and scrambled toward the kitchen, muttering under his breath, Yes, company commander. Right away. The soldiers burst into laughter, hastily hauling the pile of ingredients into the kitchen, chunks of meat and vegetables scattering across the floor. Meanwhile, Yang Sholi fixed his gaze on the object in Chen Anmin's hands, rubbing his palms together as he spoke to him. Brother Chen, that thing in your hand is quite novel. Mind letting me take a look? Chen Anmin chuckled, inwardly thinking that his bait had finally been taken. He couldn't possibly sell his blueprints every time he needed money, could he? Besides, before he could mass-produce the universal capsules, selling a small quantity to the military was far safer than dealing with those capitalists. Chen Anmin opened his palm, revealing the universal capsule to Yang Sholi. Brotherly, this is called a universal capsule. It can store about 10 cubic meters of things. Of course, there are also specifications that can hold 20 or even 50 cubic meters. What? It can hold that much? If a storage unit capable of holding 10 cubic meters were used to store grain, oil, rice, flour, meat, vegetables, and eggs, based on a daily consumption of 3 kilograms per person, it could sustain about 100 soldiers for roughly 26 days. Of course, this was calculated based on maximum consumption during combat. On non-mission days, it could even last over 2 months. Then Yang Sholi smiled at Chen Anmin and asked, Brother, where did you get this thing? The Black Dragon Army really needs this for exploring the secret realm. I got it from an old man in an alley near my house a while back. He sold it to me. Is that old man still around? Chen Anmin shook his head. When I went back to that alley after that day, he was nowhere to be found. Brotherly, do you want it? His eyes, which had dimmed, lit up at Chen Anmin's words. If he was asking, it meant there was a chance. He rubbed his palms eagerly. Yes, of course. Brother Chen, this thing could save us so much trouble. How many do you have left? Can you sell them to us? Hiding his delight, Chen Anmin maintained a composed demeanor and placed the capsule in his hand. Brotherly, I'll give you this one as a gift. But if you want to buy more, they're not cheap. This one, which holds 10 cubic meters, costs $1 million. Hearing this, Yang Sholi stared at the capsule in his hand, his eyes gleaming brighter. Really? You're giving it to me? Chen Anmin nodded. Of course it's true. But if you want more, I'll have to charge you. He casually picked up the capsule and demonstrated. See, with a gentle press, you can store these tables inside. To release them, just press the button twice and toss it away like this. Boom. The tables that had just been stored were released, scattering on the ground, completely intact, as if they had always been there. Excellent. Brother Chen, let's exchange contact information. Once the higher-ups learn about this thing, they want bad, and I even at 5 million, let alone 1. After exchanging contact details, Yang Sholi led the two of them on a tour of the Black Dragon Army's encampment. Originally, the Black Dragon Army's base was outside the secret realm, but to reduce casualties among examinees during the test, they had set up an encampment within the realm. Once the day's exams concluded, the Black Dragon Army would also withdraw from the secret realm, so there was nothing worth keeping secret. Time slipped by as Chen Anmin leisurely toured the military camp, while other examinees frantically pushed forward, striving to earn a few more points. As the clock struck 10, marking the end of the exam, Chen Anmin and his companion boarded the ultra-large transport helicopter that would take the students out of the secret realm. To expedite the evacuation, over a dozen aircraft were deployed. Locating students within the 500-kilometer detection range was straightforward, as their positions could be directly pinpointed. For those outside the range, Black Dragon soldiers used portable signal receivers to gather a full plane load before releasing smoke grenades to summon the aircraft. Simultaneously, all examinees, including Chen Anmin and his companion, received a notification on their wristbands: exam concluded. Your movements have been recorded. Please remain where you are and wait for invigilators to organize the exit. The steel behemoth roared as it carried the two to a location within the secret realm, lowering a rope ladder as the pilot's voice came through the speakers. Zheng Xian Liu, Xiao Lu Bo, hurry up and climb the rope ladder. We're leaving the secret realm. Chen Anmin tried to stick his head out to look, but a Black Dragon soldier guarding the cabin slapped him back. What, trying to fall out? Get back in your seat. Chen Anmin chuckled sheepishly and sat back down. Moments later, 3 young men climbed into the cabin, panting heavily. Liu Qiao plopped down on the cabin floor, gasping for breath. Damn. After 10 days of struggling in this secret realm, my bones feel like they're falling apart. Everyone take your seats. The plane is about to depart. Don't move around. The three quickly found seats, ending up directly opposite Chen Anmin and his companion. Zhang Xian adjusted his glasses, eyeing the vaguely familiar Chen Anmin and the other. Are you two examinees too? Hello, we're all examinees. I'm Lu Yinyu, and this is Chen Anmin. You're that bronze-tier examinee. Under Zhang Xian's astonished gaze, Chen Anmin nodded, prompting an excited question. How did you improve so fast? Did you reach the finish line? We flew here from the finish line. Deliberately skipping his first question, Chen Anmin only answered the second. Hearing Chen Anmin's words, the three immediately grew excited, bombarding him with questions. You actually made it to the finish line. Did you encounter many monsters? Why do you two look much cleaner than us? Chen Anmin had to answer their questions one by one. Meanwhile, more and more students boarded the plane. It seemed quite a few had managed to cover half the distance on the final day. As the number of examinees on the plane grew, so did the questions directed at Chen Anmin and Lu Yinyu. With no other choice, they pretended to be asleep to avoid the barrage. At the secret realm's exit, a long line of students had already formed, waiting to hand in their wristbands, register their scores, and return their weapons. Hey, how did they get to the exit so fast? Under the respectful gazes of those on the plane, Chen Anmin and Lu Yinyu were the first to disembark, witnessing the crowd registering their scores at the exit. These people couldn't even cover 200 kilometers in 10 days. No willpower at all, and they think they can get into a martial arts university. Huh. A male student who had been on the same plane as Chen Anmin remarked among the crowd. Chen Anmin asked him, how do you know? These people couldn't even cover 200 kilometers in 10 days. No willpower at all, and they think they can get into a martial arts university. Huh. A male student who had been on the same plane as Chen Anmin remarked among the crowd. Chen Anmin asked him, how do you know? These people couldn't even cover 200 kilometers in 10 days. No willpower at all, and they think they can get into a martial arts university. Huh. A male student who had been on the same plane as Chen Anmin remarked among the crowd. Chen Anmin asked him, how do you know? How I have a cousin who took the exam here last year and got eliminated just like that, and he was a great talent. When the others heard that someone was eliminated for this reason, they all started jeering. Chen Anmin smiled helplessly upon hearing this, then led Lu Yinyu to a less crowded registration desk. In a short while, Chen Anmin and the others finished registering and exited the secret realm. The 10 days of intense travel finally came to an end here. After stepping out of the secret realm, Chen Anmin took a deep breath of fresh air. The sunlight fell upon his face as he finally escaped the dark and gloomy forest. Just as Chen Anmin was following Lu Yinyu to find their school's bus, a familiar voice called out. Laoan, Yinyu, over here. The two looked toward the direction of the voice and saw a familiar figure hopping into view. Wei Gui. Chen Anmin's eyes lit up, and he led Lu Yinyu over to Zhang Wei. Naturally, Zhang Wei's bodyguard and driver were also there. What are you doing here? Of course, I'm here to welcome our class monitor and the city's top scholar, a bronze-level martial artist. Zhang Wei patted Chen Anmin's shoulder excitedly. Just as he was about to speak again, their homeroom teacher Song Dihai also approached. Did you come out this fast? Yinyu, did Chen Anmin hold you back? Having just graduated, old Song's authority still lingered. His stern expression made the few of them tremble. Teacher Song, Chen Anmin led me to the finish line. We came in first. Lu Yinyu said to old Song with a hint of embarrassment. The finish line? How is that possible? Upon hearing old Song's words, Chen Anmin immediately became displeased. What do you mean, old Song? Have you forgotten that I'm a bronze-level martial artist? After Chao Ru disappeared in the secret realm, the homeroom teacher of Class 10 was dismissed for accepting bribes from students, and Chao Ru's actions at school were exposed online. In the past few days, he had been busy dealing with the negative impact on the school alongside Qinyu. Flustered and exhausted, Song Dihai had indeed forgotten that this student, despite having great talent, was now a bronze-level martial artist. Thinking of this, old Song coughed awkwardly. Yinyu just said you led her to the finish line. Chen Anmin raised his chin proudly and patted his chest. What do you think? Old Song's expression shifted from embarrassment to relief. Good lad, once the results are officially out, I'll apply for a school bonus for you. He looked around, his tone softening as he whispered. Remember, don't tell anyone before the results are out. Come back to the car with me first. At that moment, Zhang Wei put his arm around Song Dihai's shoulders. Old Song, I've booked a few tables at Tianyuan Grand Hotel. Want to join us for a meal? Hearing this, old Song quickly refused. No way. The school had just fired one teacher. If he went to the most expensive place in the city to eat with students, Principal Qin would tear him apart. You guys go ahead. He'll pass. I need to wait for the other students. In fact, several students' parents had already driven over to pick up their children, and they could leave after informing the homeroom teacher. Zhang Wei shrugged, wearing an expression that said, I can't do anything with you. All right, old Song, we're heading off then. We'll treat you to a meal another day. As everyone was about to get into the car, Chen Anmin walked over and quietly asked old Song, Old Song, how many billions is the reward? Hearing this, Song Dihai kicked him on the spot. Get lost. Do you think this is Zimbabwe? After lighting a cigarette, he continued, speaking to Chen Anmin. Billions are impossible. With your top scores in both liberal arts and martial arts, at least 5 million. Hearing that he would gain at least 5 points of combat power, Chen Anmen's eyes lit up. Had that still not bad. Well, Old Song, we're off. Next time we have time, we'll treat you to a drink. Old Song watched the receding car, hiding his astonishment. He never imagined that an grade talent student would become the top scholar in both liberal arts and martial arts. As for Zhang Wei, a poor student usually overlooked by teachers, dozing off in class reading novels. Without the help of Chen Anmen and the others, his grades would likely have been at the bottom. Who would have guessed that he was the young master of a tech conglomerate worth tens of billions? Old Song headed toward the bus. There were still many matters to handle. Wang Quanlin had been dismissed, and he was now temporarily managing Class 10, which was far more difficult to handle than Class 1. Chen Anmen and the others arrived at Tianyuan Grand Hotel again. For Lu Yanyu and the others, it had only been a little over half a month, but for Chen Anmen, it had been over a year. In the private room, the three raised their glasses together. Zhang Wei said excitedly to Chen Anmen, "Laoan, do you know? After you entered the secret realm, our detectors went into mass production quickly. Not only the Black Dragon Army, but other military units and the Red Dragon Group also placed large orders." At that moment, Chen Anmen was still stuffing food into his mouth frantically. Although the secret realm hadn't starved him, it couldn't compare to the variety of a grand feast. "Oh, what's the price? Can production keep up?" Zhang Wei grinned, slapping the table excitedly. "Each unit is priced at 1 million, but we sell them cheaper to the military at 500,000 each." To meet the orders, we're still expanding the factory. Hearing this news, the roast duck in Chen Anmen's mouth nearly fell out. What? 1 million per unit? He immediately did the math in his head. According to the agreement with the tech conglomerate, the conglomerate held 40% covering raw materials, factory sales, and so on. Chen Anmen held 60% and owned the exclusive patent, meaning he would receive 600,000 for each unit sold, and even 300,000 for military orders. "Thanks to you, Laoan. My dad said our conglomerate will likely become a 100 billion conglomerate in a few years." Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Chen Anmen's heart stirred. He immediately took off the combat suit and gloves from his upper body and handed them to Zhang Wei. "Here, no need for a few years. If you can research this thing, you'll be a 100 billion conglomerate right away." Zhang Wei was stunned for a moment. He looked at the blue tight-fitting suit and white armor in his hands, then at the identical outfit on Lu Yanyu. "Is this armor? It's so light." "Yeah, I call it a combat suit. It can fit any body type and is very strong. Even my bronze-level strength can't break it." Hearing about such a novel item, Zhang Wei couldn't resist calling Sun Weigong, telling him to come up immediately with his own weapon. After hanging up, Zhang Wei scratched his head and sighed. "Sigh, but our company is a tech company. We've never made clothes before." As soon as Zhang Wei said this, both he and Chen Anmen sat up and sighed. Seeing this, Lu Yanyu couldn't help but let out a chuckle. "You two idiots. Is buying a garment factory a big deal in your dad's eyes, Zhang Wei? I remember there's a company in our city that makes stab-proof vests, right? You two idiots. Is buying a garment factory a big deal in your dad's eyes, Zhang Wei? I remember there's a company in our city that makes stab-proof vests, right?" At that moment, Sun Weigong arrived in the private room with his own weapon. "Young master, you called for me to bring the weapon. What is it for?" Hearing Uncle Sun's words, Zhang Wei was left speechless. They had known each other for so long, yet he still couldn't change the way he addressed him. Every time he tried to correct the title of young master, he would only get replies like, "Yes, young master," or "As you wish, young master." Now Zhang Wei no longer bothered to correct him. Pointing at the combat suit on the chair, he said, "Uncle Sun, try cutting this suit with your blade. Olden says this thing is incredibly sturdy. It can't even be shattered by bronze-tier strength." Sun Weigong paused for a moment, lowering his gaze to the long blade in his hand, then glanced at the combat suit draped over the chair with the armor. A flicker of doubt crossed his face. "Young master, this thing looks so thin. And is this really armor? Can it actually hold up?" As he spoke, he reached out, picked up the combat suit, and rubbed his coarse fingers over the fabric, then lifted the armor to weigh it in his hands. Chen Anmen interjected, "Uncle Sun, go ahead and try. Use all your strength." Zhang Wei and Lu Yanyu nodded in unison. Zhang Wei simply trusted Chen Anmen's words, but he was still eager to see the result. As for Lu Yanyu, she had been wearing this combat suit for over 10 days and knew it best. Without it, she would have suffered countless injuries while battling demonic creatures. Sun Weigong hesitated no longer. He took a deep breath, gripped the hilt with both hands, and swung the blade fiercely at the combat suit. A crisp clang rang out as the edge scraped across the armor, leaving only a shallow white mark. The armor remained completely intact. Then, switching to a two-handed grip, he mustered all his strength and thrust the blade straight forward, the tip aimed precisely at the heart of the armor. This time, however, he finally managed to chip off a small piece, but in return the tip of the blade also snapped off. This? Seeing Sun Weigong standing there stunned, clutching the blade, Chen Anmen reminded him, "Uncle Sun, don't just test the armor. Try the gloves and the suit too." Hearing Chen Anmen's words, Sun Weigong quickly complied, repeating the same actions he had done on the armor with the suit and gloves. When he finished, Sun Weigong stared blankly at his long blade, now slightly dulled, then at the nearly flawless armor and gloves. Only a few fragments missing. and the blue bodysuit pierced but minimally damaged. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. This blade of his was a genuine military-issue weapon. For over a decade it had accompanied him through countless battles, slicing through tough vines, cleaving hard-bone armor, even parrying the claws of gold-tier monsters. Yet it had never suffered such damage. My blade. Sun Weigang's voice was hoarse with disbelief. He caressed the dulled edge and the broken tip with a pang of grief, as if some rare treasure had been destroyed. His old companion of over 10 years, ruined by a suit that looked as thin as a cicada's wing. Zhang Wei gasped, sharply leaping from his chair with his eyes wide as saucers fixed on the combat suit and armor, as if he were a starving wolf spotting a fat sheep. He snatched up the pierced blue bodysuit and examined the tiny hole closely. The hole was small with clean edges showing no signs of tearing or widening. Then he picked up the armor and gloves, turned on a flashlight, and carefully inspected the white marks and the small fragments that had been scraped off. His hands trembled with excitement. "Uncle Sun, did you use full strength just now? Are you sure you didn't hold back?" Zhang Wei's voice rose with exhilaration. Sun Weigang nodded solemnly, his face still marked with shock and pain. "Young master, I used all my strength. I know the material and hardness of this blade well. To fully destroy this armor and these gloves, I reckon it would take at least the power of a gold-tier peak." Without even taking off his clothes, Zhang Wei immediately put on the entire combat suit. He found that it didn't feel uncomfortable at all. So comfortable. It's actually very comfortable, incredibly breathable, and the armor doesn't feel constricting either. Of course, even girls can wear this, Chen Anmin said smugly, but when he noticed Zhang Wei's gaze drifting toward Lu Yinyu, who was playing on her phone, he quickly grabbed his shoulders and turned him around. "Go check out your company." Forced to turn around, Zhang Wei looked at Chen Anmin's expression, a sly grin spreading across his face as he leaned in and whispered, "Olden, I heard you were carrying her the whole time during the exam, huh? How did that feel? How did you sleep at night? Need me to send you some balloons? What are you two talking about? This really is comfortable to wear." Lu Yinyu wandered over to them, her big eyes wide with curiosity. Chen Anmin quickly covered Zhang Wei's mouth and smiled at Lu Yinyu. Nothing. Just eat up, okay?" Oh, hearing this, Lu Yinyu sat back down with her phone. Chen Anmin then lightly punched Zhang Wei on the shoulder. "If I can't ride the somersault cloud, it's definitely your fault. Let's get down to business." Zhang Wei rubbed his shoulder. He had no idea why Chen Anmin wanted to ride the great sage's somersault cloud, but now was not the time for that. "How much does this thing cost to make? What material is it? Is it easy to get?" Chen Anmin had no idea. He was just trying to see if he could avoid paying that 10 million. "I don't know." "What? You don't know? Then where did you get it?" Chen Anmin's answer made Zhang Wei's eyes widen, and his hand stopped stroking the armor. Chen Anmin trotted out the same excuse he had used to fool Yang Sholi in the secret realm that morning, silencing Zhang Wei. "Well, take some time to wander around that alley. Maybe you'll run into that old man again." Then Zhang Wei said to Sun Weigong, "Uncle Sun, Lu Yinyu mentioned there's a stab-resistant clothing factory in our city, right?" After a moment of recollection, Sun Weigang replied, "Young master, are you referring to the Chao family factory near our new plant? The son of that company's chairman is Chao Ru from your school." "Chao Ru?" All three of them exclaimed in unison. It was then that Chen Anmin and the others were stunned. At school, Chao Ru had only mentioned that his family collaborated with the military, never revealing what they actually did. "That's right. According to the investigation you asked me to conduct on Chao Ru, half of the garrisons in Ji province are supplied by his family. However, word has it that after what happened in the secret realm, the Chao family's orders were cut by 2/3, and they're now looking for someone to buy out the factory." "What happened in the secret realm?" Seeing the puzzled looks on their faces, Zhang Wei began to explain. After Chao Ru went missing in the secret realm, an investigation by the Black Dragon Corps revealed that an M500 pistol found at the scene bore Chao Ru's fingerprints. This incident caught the attention of the higher-ups. Now Chao Ru's father, Chao Li, is still in detention awaiting investigation due to the appearance of that gun and the company's malicious competition. Because of this incident, the Chao family's assets had shrunk dramatically, plunging them into a financial crisis. However, Zhang Wei, while discussing the Chao family, suddenly shifted his tone and asked Chen Anmin and the other person, "Did you two happen to run into Chao Ru in the secret realm?" Upon hearing Zhang Wei's question, the two exchanged glances. Lu Yinyu gave Chen Anmin a meaningful look before speaking. "We saw him when we first entered the secret realm, but then Anmin and I walked ahead quickly and didn't see him again. I heard that Chao Li is in the detention center shouting everywhere that his son was wronged. Why was he arrested?" Zhang Wei let out a light laugh and continued, "I couldn't be bothered to investigate before, but after that gun turned up with Chao Ru's fingerprints, the entire Chao family enterprise was scrutinized from top to bottom. Hiring martial artists to commit murder using inferior materials, tax evasion. He can stay inside for a while." "But what made you think to investigate Chao Ru?" Lu Yinyu asked Zhang Wei with a puzzled expression. Zhang Wei laughed heartily, then threw his arm around Chen Anmin's shoulders. "Before, although the Chao family's strength couldn't match mine, Chao Ru could still cause trouble for Olden. Although Chen Anmin had dealt with Chao Ru in the secret realm, he was deeply moved by Zhang Wei's words. He returned the gesture, putting his arm around Zhang Wei's shoulder, and they clinked glasses. Soon the meal was over. Zhang Wei originally wanted to invite the two of them to his company to research the battle suits. But they only wanted to go home and rest in bed for a while. Zhang Wei had Sun Weigang fetch a set of clothes for Chen Anmin, then drove to drop them both off at their homes. Chen Anmin arrived at the door of his rented apartment. Just as he was pulling out his keys to unlock it, a voice reached his ears, startling him so much he nearly dropped the keys. "You must be Chen Anmin, right? Damn, trying to scare me to death. Who's there?" Chen Anmin turned around and saw two men standing behind him. They wore starry camouflage uniforms with a black dragon embroidered on their left sleeves. He recognized the man in the back. It was Company Commander Yang Sholi, whom he had parted ways with after leaving the secret realm today. The man in front, however, was clearly of a higher rank than Yang Sholi. "I am Chen Anmin. And you are?" Chen Anmin asked the man in front of him with suspicion. At that moment, Yang Sholi suddenly spoke up. "Brother Chen, are you going to make us talk at your doorstep? Aren't you going to invite us in?" Chen Anmin snapped back to reality and quickly used his keys to open the door, inviting them inside. Stepping into the room, the two men looked around the sparsely furnished rental. The entrance opened directly into the kitchen and living room with only one bedroom, visible further inside. Chen Anmin quickly grabbed a rag and wiped down the sofa. "Sorry, I haven't been home for a few days, so it's a bit dusty. Please have a seat. They'll boil some water." "No need. Let's get down to business first." The leading man responded to Chen Anmin's hospitality as he sat on the sofa, declining the offer of water, and then extended his hand toward him. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qi Shuowei, commander of the 386th Regiment, and an old squad leader of your head teacher Song Dihai." Chen Anmin was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected old Song to have such connections. He quickly extended both hands to shake. "Regiment Commander Qi, nice to meet you. Is there something you need from me?" Qi Shuowei took out the universal capsule that Chen Anmin had given to Yang Sholi that morning and placed it on the coffee table in front of them. "I came here for this universal capsule. You said an old man sold it to you. You haven't seen him again." As Qi Shuowei asked the question, an oppressive aura of authority suddenly enveloped Chen Anmin, yet he seemed unfazed, responding with complete composure. "Yes. A few days before entering the secret realm, I didn't see that old man again. He wore a tall hat, and his hair, eyebrows, and beard were all white. Oh, and his hair was very long." Hearing Chen Anmin's answer, Qi Shuowei withdrew his gaze and began tapping his fingers absently on the sofa, as if pondering the truth of Chen Anmin's words. Yang Sholi couldn't hold back and spoke up. "You mentioned earlier that you bought a lot of universal capsules from that old man, right? Don't worry, we won't shortchange you." Chen Anmin thought for a moment, then stated the price he had given Yang Sholi earlier. "Regiment Commander Qi, Brother Yang. I did buy quite a few. How about this? I'll sell these capsules to you at my cost price." "Oh, how much did you buy them for each?" Chen Anmin looked at Yang Sholi, who immediately turned his head away to survey Chen Anmin's home. After all, who could remember the exact price? 1 million for a 10 cubic meter, 102 million for 20 cubic meters, and so on. The largest was 300 cubic meters, which cost 30 million. So cheap. Hearing Chen Anmin's quote, Qi Shuowei couldn't help but be astonished. This was space compression technology. The space of 300 cubic meters could all be packed into a tiny capsule. This was simply, considering the needs of the Black Dragon Army when entering secret realms. Qi Shuowei thought for a while before speaking to Chen Anmin. "I want 50 10 cubic meter capsules and 5 100 cubic meter capsules. That comes to 100 million. You said you bought them at cost. The Black Dragon Army can't let you lose out on this. So I'll add another 50 million for you." Qi Shuowei had his own considerations. Not all secret realm entrances were like the Dark Forest, where helicopters could freely shuttle in and out to transport supplies. 99% of secret realm entrances were only wide enough for two people to walk side by side. So when the Black Dragon Army had to enter a secret realm for a mission, food and clean water became the biggest challenge. Purchasing more 10 cubic meter capsules was intended to stockpile supplies like food, medicine, and weapons. As for the 500 cubic meter capsules, he was thinking about whether they could be used to store aircraft or tanks, which could be deployed directly inside the secret realm. Chen Anmin was stunned to hear that Qi Shuowei intended to give him 150 million. It also made him a bit uneasy. After all, compared to the system's price, he had already increased it tenfold, and yet someone was voluntarily raising the price because they thought it was too cheap. Regiment Commander Qi, just pay me the cost price. I genuinely want to help our people's army solve their supply problems." Chen Anmin forcefully suppressed his excitement upon hearing about the 150 million, afraid that Qi Shuowei might realize he had only paid a tenth of that amount. "How can that be? Buying your things at cost price would be violating discipline for me. No, listen to me." Yang Sholi was dumbfounded by the scene. In all his life, he had seen people haggle prices down, but never had he seen someone haggle the price up. In the end, much to the astonishment of Chen Anmin and Yang Sholi, Qi Shuowei directly filled in the figures and the quantities of universal capsules. Chen Anmin had no choice but to make an excuse that the capsules were in the bedroom and asked them to wait for him there. Fortunately, Xiao Lan allowed him to buy on credit as long as he repaid it by the end of the day, there would be no interest. A few minutes later, Chen Anmin emerged from the bedroom carrying a large plastic bag. Qi Shuwei immediately signaled Yang Sholi to make the transfer. The 1.5 billion will be credited to your account shortly. Now we need to discuss other matters. A few minutes later, Chen Anmin emerged from the bedroom carrying a large plastic bag. Qi Shuwei immediately signaled Yang Sholi to make the transfer. The 1.5 billion will be credited to your account shortly. Now we need to discuss other matters. They're not going to take it back, are they, eh? Hearing Chen Anmin's words, Qi Shuwei and Yang Sholi exchanged a glance before bursting into hearty laughter. Huh? How could that be? Chen Anmin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be news about Chaoru? Had he been exposed? He instinctively tried to mask his reaction, raising his hand, only to find it too deliberate, so he scratched his head and forced a smile. Commander Qi, my family has been poor for 3 generations. I ranked top in school and was always the honest kid who got bullied. Qi Shuwei narrowed his eyes at Chen Anmin. Song Dihai has already told me about your situation. I understand. But what intrigues me is how you suddenly became a bronze rank, and the instruments detected no demonic energy on you, not even the faintest trace of a demon core. So, I need you to come with me to the research branch of the Black Dragon Army for a thorough examination. Don't worry, it's just a simple blood draw. Chen Anmin breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just this. He had nearly panicked thinking Chao Ru's matter had been uncovered. The martial arts examination had a casualty rate typically attributed to factors beyond control, such as encounters with demonic beasts, poisoning, or personal errors. However, he had never heard of how the exam handled cases of candidates killing one another, whether such incidents were non-existent or simply concealed. Oh, that's fine. But can I change my clothes first? I just got home and haven't had time to freshen up. All right, 5 minutes. As Chen Anmin entered the bedroom, Yang Sholi asked with confusion, Commander, hasn't he already been tested multiple times on the combat assessment device? In recent years, we've discovered some demonic beasts that can fool the tests. Without a blood draw and a thorough check, they can't be detected. Don't spread this around. Hearing the commander's words, Yang Sholi nodded, though still puzzled. He picked up the plastic bag of capsules from the coffee table and put it away. In the bedroom, Chen Anmin changed clothes while reaching out to Xiaolan in his mind. Xiaolan, they want to draw blood. What do I do? Want they find my tail? It's just a blood draw. The most they'll conclude is that you're physically stronger than an average earthling. If they discover the tail, just use the same excuse you gave Lu Yinyu. Fine. So host, now that you have money, would you like to make a purchase? No. Chen Anmin firmly rejected Xiaolan's latest round of sales pitches in his mind, put on his clothes, and walked out of the bedroom. Commander Qi, Company Commander Yang, am ready. Shall we go now? An hour later at the Black Dragon Army's garrison in City A, the two led Chen Anmin to the deepest part of the compound, stopping before a 3-story building. Oh, old Qi, is this the kid you mentioned for the checkup? Quite handsome, isn't he? Though Chen Anmin wore a set of clothes bought from a street stall, costing no more than 50 yuan in total. His slightly spiky hair and chiseled features, however, gave him a charmingly rugged look in the eyes of the woman before him. Yes, I'll leave him to you. Let me know the results. I have other matters to attend to. Qi Tongwei patted Chen Anmin's shoulder twice before leaving only Yang Sholi, Chen Anmin, and the woman behind. Hello, I'm Ji Shuangying, the head of the research institute here. You can call me Sistering. Ji Shuangying had long hair tied loosely with a single elastic band at the ends draped over her right shoulder. Her delicate face was adorned with silver-rimmed glasses, a beauty mole near her right eye peeking out from behind the frame. The white t-shirt under her lab coat bore the words Dragon Nation stretched into a bold curve. Chen Anmin's gaze lingered for a moment. Hello, Sistering. Ji Shuangying tossed her cigarette aside and turned into the entrance. Follow me, handsome. The process is quick. Chen Anmin followed her into the institute. Yang Sholi, seeming familiar with the place, trailed silently behind. Ji Shuangying chatted casually as they walked. First, we'll draw blood. Results should take about 2 hours. While we wait, you can test on the new combat assessment device. In the blood drawing room, Chen Anmin's eye twitched at the sight of a needle as thick as a cotton swab. Sistering, why is the needle so thick? Ji Shuangying smiled mysteriously and patted his arm. Be good. Martial artists have tougher bodies than ordinary people. Drawing blood is no easy task. Watching from the side, Yang Sholi felt a wave of unpleasant memories at the sight of the needle and couldn't help but rub the goosebumps that had risen on his skin. Huh, how did it bend? Relax a little. I'm not even looking at the needle. I'm already relaxed. Ji Shuangying held up the bent needle and examined Chen Anmin's arm. Not a single mark. She grabbed a new needle and aimed for the vein on his arm. Ding. This time the needle snapped. Ji Shuangying and Yang Sholi. Second attempt. Third attempt. I refuse to believe this. Yang Sholi, your turn. A frustrated Ji Shuangying handed a fresh needle to Yang Sholi. She wasn't good at strength-based tasks, so why not let someone who was? Though both Ji Shuangying and Yang Sholi were gold-rank martial artists, she belonged to the psychic category. On Earth, martial artists were generally divided into 2 types, the physical body category and the psychic category, the 2 main branches in martial arts academies. Yang Sholi, as a representative of the physical body category, used Qi to stimulate his body through arduous training, gaining extraordinary strength, lightning speed, and impenetrable defenses, enabling him to withstand massive impacts in battle. Ji Shuangying, on the other hand, represented the psychic category. She used Qi to activate her brain for deep meditative training, mastering abilities such as elemental manipulation, illusion casting, or superintelligence. Chen Anmin, as observed by Lu Yanyu, belonged to the mutation category, capable of transforming parts or all of his body into a ferocious demonic beast. This category wasn't recognized in Earth's martial artist classification, as it often led to frenzied demonization, loss of reason, and uncontrollable destruction. In truth, judging by Chen Anmin's performance, when he killed Chao Ru in the secret realm, it closely resembled a state of demonization. The only difference was that Chen Anmin lacked demonic qi. Yang Sholi carefully took the needle and, guided by Ji Shuangying, used about 2/3 of his strength to push it in. Ji Shuangying's lips twitched as she looked at the needle after the blood draw. Its tip was gone, flattened into a cylinder. What kind of freakish defense is this? After the blood draw, Ji Shuangying led them to the largest room on the second floor, where an MRI-like machine sat resembling those found in hospitals. After completing the full body scan with the MRI machine, Ji Shuangying once again led the two to a combat power tester, though this one was much larger than the one Chen Anmin had seen before. I heard you had those portable detectors, but once the Kechuang group released this, that project had to be shelved. Ji Shuangying patted the massive device, then gestured for Chen Anmin to enter. 5 seconds later, numbers appeared on the display. Combat power 90. 1 martial rank bronze, monster chi 0. No. What? Seeing the numbers on the screen, both Yang Sholi and Ji Shuangying were stunned. Your file clearly states your combat power was 66. 6 before entering the secret realm, and you just came out of it. Chen Anmin said sheepishly, maybe I broke through in the secret realm. You're bluffing. X2 Yang Sholi and Ji Shuangying shouted simultaneously upon hearing Chen Anmin's reply. Improving combat power, even slightly, was notoriously difficult. Yet for Chen Anmin, in just 10 days he had increased by 20 points. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At their insistence, Chen Anmin entered the tester again, and the display showed the exact same results. This repeated several times, and even Ji Shuangying and Yang Sholi tried it themselves, but their numbers remained unchanged from before. The new function test results for Ji Shuangying and Yang Sholi showed the last line as Monster Chi 0. 7 Monster Chi 1. 9. Sissing, what does Monster Chi mean? Why is mine showing 0? It indicates the level of contamination by demonic energy. When using magic cores, some residual demonic energy remains in the body. If this value exceeds 3, it signifies a high risk of entering the demonization stage. Ji Shuangying casually lit another cigarette and said to them, 0. 7 represents the monster chi residue in my body, which is within the normal range. As for old Yang's 1. 9, you must have just finished training with a magic core, right? Remember to rest a few more days before absorbing a new one. Ji Shuangying flicked the ash from her cigarette, a hint of inquiry in her eyes, and continued, someone like you completely at 0 is virtually unheard of. Typically, as long as a martial artist has absorbed a magic core, even a trace amount, the instrument can detect a faint residual energy fluctuation. In your case, either your physique is so unique that it can instantly purify the demonic energy, or... She paused, exhaling a puff of smoke, leaving the latter half. Or you've never absorbed a magic core at all, unsaid, as it clearly contradicted Chen Anmin's bronze-level strength. She appraised Chen Anmin anew. How about a real sparring match? Hearing the prospect of a fight, Chen Anmin immediately lit up, his eyes gleaming. Can I? Who am I fighting? Ji Shuangying pointed at Yang Sholi. Him, of course. We're all researchers here, but we don't fight. Great, great. In game. Then let's head to the training hall's arena. With that, Ji Shuangying turned and led the way, her high heels clicking a crisp rhythm on the polished floor. The hem of her white lab coat fluttered the words Dragon Nation on it, rising and falling with each step. Yang Sholi quickly followed, not forgetting to whisper a reminder to Chen Anmin, Brother Chen, don't worry. No need to be nervous, I won't go all out. Chen Anmin thought, how can that be? In the secret realm, all the monsters he encountered were black iron rank, and they couldn't withstand a single punch from him. According to Xiaolan, if he didn't find an evenly matched opponent, he couldn't master his own strength, and he might lose control, just like when he dealt with Chao Ru to that legendary Saiyan bloodline. Brother Yang, please don't hold back. I want to know my true strength. Ji Shuangying leading the way ahead, and Yang Sholi beside her, both turned to look at Chen Anmin upon hearing this. Are you sure? Old Yang is gold rank, a whole major tier above your bronze level. Chen Anmin patted his chest, speaking confidently to them. Relax, I've got money now. Even if I get hurt, I can just buy some pills to fix it. The two were speechless. Having money didn't mean you had to spend it like that. Chen Anmin, however, was unconcerned. Based on his experience waking up in the hospital, even if he got a comminuted fracture again, so what? He still had the 2 Senzu beans head traded for the secret realm, never used. Time to fight with all his might. Exiting the building, the trio arrived at a structure resembling a gymnasium. Pushing open the training hall's doors, Chen Anmin saw many Black Dragon soldiers training inside. The training hall buzzed with noise, the air thick with the mingled scents of sweat and metal. Some were lifting weights, others were punching sandbags, and a few were sparring on the arenas. Yang Sholi scanned the room, spotted an arena where two fighters had just finished, and walked straight over. Yo, brother Yang's walking with Professor G. That's our brother Yang. Actually managed to win over our goddess. A wave of louder laughter erupted from the crowd. Several burly men lifting weights paused to whistle. What? You all want to come to the lab with me for some blood draws? Hearing Ji Shuangying's words, Yang Sholi quickly yelled, everyone get back to training. If anyone can't last 10 minutes under me, your training triples. These two statements instantly silenced everyone. Ji Shuangying in the lab and Yang Sholi on the training field were the two greatest demons of the 386th Regiment. Still, it couldn't stop the soldiers from whispering among themselves. Man, Professor Ji Shuangying is so fierce. But doesn't she seem bigger than before? Wanna know? Go ask in the lab. If I don't want that giant syringe drawing my blood. Who's that guy? Is he even an adult? Maybe he's a special recruit. Hey, he's getting on the arena with the company commander. Chen Anmin and Yang Sholi leaped onto the arena. Brotherly, please don't hold back. I want to test my limits. Yang Sholi nodded. Ji Shuangying saw the two were ready on the arena. Begin the match. As Ji Shuangying's words fell, Chen Anmin struck first. The muscles in his legs instantly tensed. He pushed off the ground, and his entire body shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Yang Sholi. So fast. Yang Sholi hadn't expected a bronze peak martial artist like Chen Anmin to display speed at the early silver rank. He effortlessly blocked Chen Anmin's left fist, meeting it with his own left hand. Bang! The two fists collided with a fierce, unadorned impact. Yang Sholi withdrew his left hand and raised his left leg, but Chen Anmin was caught off guard as the leg lift was just a feint. A sharp pain shot through his chest. Looking down, he saw Yang Sholi's right elbow had struck him. Chen Anmin let out a muffled grunt as he staggered backward, nearly losing his footing. Yang Sholi's eyes were sharp, and he seized the opportunity to press the attack, his right leg sweeping out like a whip aimed directly at Chen's lower body. Chen Anmin gritted his teeth against the pain and barely managed to block the strike, his bones numbed from the impact. Truly worthy of a gold-tier martial artist, so formidable. But I'm getting more and more excited. Watch this. Chen Anmin left an afterimage in his original spot, circling behind Yang Sholi. His right fist, wrapped in a gust of wind, drove straight toward Yang's back. Yang Sholi's fist struck only the afterimage. Sensing something amiss, he reacted swiftly, twisting his waist and blocking with his left arm like an iron gate. The collision of fist and arm produced a dull, bone-rattling sound. The spectators below the ring began to murmur among themselves. Did you see that? The company commander actually missed. Is that kid really that fast? He left an afterimage in place. This guy doesn't even seem to be silver tier, so how did he dodge the commander's punch? I remember now. He's the top scorer from the martial arts exam, a bronze tier student. What? Everyone below the stage, including Ji Shuangying, crowded around the soldier who had just spoken. Seeing so many people gathered, the soldier wasted no time and recounted Chen Anmin's feats during the martial arts exam. When they heard that this kid with mere 5th grade talent had reached bronze tier in just a few days, and had escorted a girl through 10 days without a scratch, arriving at the finish line while killing monsters along the way to collect 37 demon cores. At that moment, Ji Shuangying wore the same expression as every soldier below the ring, as if they had just swallowed a lemon-flavored dog biscuit. On the platform, Yang Sholi blocked Chen Anmin's fist with his arm and immediately created distance. Good one, kid. What was that afterimage trick? You almost had me. Brotherly. That's my self-created afterimage fist. Next, let's play rock, paper, scissors. Chen Anmin shamelessly claimed the afterimage fist as his own invention, trying to see if it could throw him off. Yang Sholi. Chen Anmin lunged forward again, one hand forming a palm and the other a fist, aiming both at Yang Sholi's face. Both hands were caught by Yang Sholi. Chen Anmin grinned. Brotherly, you've got rock and paper. Guess where the scissors are? With that, before Yang Sholi could react, Chen Anmin leaped up, turning his legs into a pair of scissors that wrapped around Yang's neck, sending both of them tumbling to the ground. Yang Sholi immediately erupted with the full force of his gold-tier aura, breaking free from Chen Anmin's hold and rising again, to force me to use all my power at bronze tier. Brother Chen, why not join our Black Dragon army? He had only broken free from that scissor leg hold by unleashing his gold-tier energy. Now the look in his eyes as he regarded Chen Anmin was completely different, filled with the surprise of discovering a rare gem. The crowd below erupted into an uproar, even louder than before. Who is this kid? My God, it took me 3 tries to pass the Black Dragon army assessment, and he gets an invitation as a bronze tier. A bronze tier going toe-to-toe with the company commander, forcing him to use full power to break free. Isn't that enough? You try it. Hiss. I guess so. This defense, this speed, these bizarre moves. It's insane. Wait, dude. You're telling me this kid is bronze tier? He looks stronger than me, and I'm silver tier. The soldiers' gazes toward Chen Anmin had completely shifted, From initial disdain and curiosity to a complex mix of shock, envy, and even a hint of awe. A student displaying such incredible combat prowess completely overturned their understanding of martial artist rankings. Brotherly, I just finished my exams, and you want me to join the military already? What's there to fear? Join the army first, then go to military academy from there. Yang Sholi laughed as he rubbed his right hand behind his back. Is he really bronze tier? My hands hurt from fighting him, and am gold tier. His defense is ridiculously strong. Hey, look at the commander's hands behind his back. What's he doing? TSK tisk, could it be that the commander's hurting his own hands from hitting him? Another soldier chuckled. No kidding, just look at his expression. He's toughing it out. A tall soldier chimed in, hey, keep it down. If the commander hears you, I'll be doing double drills again. What's there to fear? The commander's rubbing his hands himself. It's obvious. Yang Sholi heard the chatter from below, and his face flushed slightly. Chen Anmin, however, hadn't caught any of it, and was focused solely on Yang Sholi. Brotherly, let's finish the fight first. Yang Sholi shifted his stance, slightly extending his left palm forward, while keeping his right hand hidden behind his back. Then you'd better be careful. I'm about to go all out. Bring it on. Bring it on. Before his words had even faded, Chen Anmin stamped his foot and launched himself forward like a cannonball, his speed so great that it left a streak in the air. In the blink of an eye, Chen Anmin was before Yang Sholi, his right fist swinging with a dull whoosh devoid of any flourish. Instead of blocking, Yang Sholi threw a punch of his own, forcing Chen Anmin to cross his arms in defense. Bang! Chen Anmin felt as if his arms had been rammed by a runaway motorcycle, his body stumbling back uncontrollably. So this is the true power of a gold tier. Before he could recover, Yang Sholi closed in both fists, raining down on him. Bang! 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 Chen Anmin could only desperately guard his vital points, but Yang's speed was too much. The last two blows sent him reeling to the edge of the platform. A bead of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chen Anmin wiped it away, his excitement only growing. Come on, let's keep going. Stop! Chen Anmin, who was about to charge forward, suddenly froze in place, a cool sensation washing through his mind. Then he collapsed. Ji Shuangying appeared on the platform, catching him before he hit the ground. The results are out. Take him back for another checkup. Taking the unconscious Chen Anmin, the two jumped off the platform and headed toward the research building. Back in the training hall, the other soldiers erupted into even more heated discussion. Holy crap, that kid actually held off a few punches from the commander. That's insane. Last time the commander trained me like that, I went down after one punch. He took 2 punches and was still standing. If Professor G hadn't used purification, that kid would have lost his head. You think the commander's hand still hurt? This remark drew a wave of laughter. 5 minutes later, Chen Anmin opened his eyes and woke up on a hospital bed surrounded by unfamiliar instruments. Sensing something off, he threw off the covers. Where are my clothes? You're awake. The surgery was a success. You're a girl now. Upon hearing Ji Shuangying's voice, Chen Anmin quickly pulled the blanket over himself, but it was already too late. Ji Shuangying pushed the door open, a cigarette dangling from her lips, her white lab coat billowing as she strode in, a tablet in hand. Oh, awake. A guy, and you're shy about being seen. Sissing, what happened to me? I saw you were getting a bit carried away, so I tossed a cleanse on you to cool you down. But, Ji Shuangying leaned close to Chen Anmin, who was lying down. The words Dragon Nation on her t-shirt seemed to obscure his vision. Can you explain this to me? Why do you have a tail, and yet the demonic energy in the bodies of other beastkin mutants is at least 2. 7. But why do you have none at all? Ahem. Sissing, could you maybe let me sit up first before we talk? Ji Shuangying gave no reply. Chen Anmin adjusted his position on the bed, but as the Dragon Nation in his view loomed larger again, a flash of light streaked by. Chen Anmin looked up and saw Qi Shuawei and Yang Sholi behind Ji Shuangying, but he didn't manage to notice the flash of light. Captain Brotherly, you're here too. He greeted the two, who nodded in return. However, what puzzled Chen Anmin was the meaning behind Yang Sholi's suppressed grin. Ignore them. Let's talk about your tail first. Chen Anmin took a deep breath and then repeated what he had told Lu Yinyu earlier. In short, he would just pin all the blame on Xiaoru. Xiaolan had said it was just a tail growing out. She had even seen a beastkin martial artist with a lower body like a fishtail on Earth before. A mere tail was nothing to worry about as long as Chen Anmin didn't look at the full moon. So, you're saying this tail appeared after you were beaten and hospitalized? Chen Anmin nodded, but the skeptical look on Ji Shuangying's face made it clear she didn't believe him. Hearing Chao Rus named Qi Shuawei felt a pang of frustration. The search teams were still scouring the gloomy forest secret realm for Chao Rus' whereabouts, even though other personnel had withdrawn. He then asked Chen Anmin, were those 5 people including Chao Ru the ones who cornered you that day? It was the 5 of them. Then after you woke up in the hospital, is there anything that left a deep impression on you? Captain Professor G. If he knew, wouldn't he have told us already? Let's hear about his test results first. Based on Chen Anmin's performance in the arena, Yang Sholi had already decided he had to claim this young man as his brother. After all, even at the bronze level, Chen Anmin had been no match for a silver level opponent. Now Yang Sholi was thoroughly impressed by this little brother. All he cared about now was whether the blood test results showed any trace of demonic energy. There's no demonic energy in the blood, but the results from the blood drawn while he was unconscious aren't in yet. Good, no demonic energy. Haha, looks like this kid's a genius. Hearing Ji Shuangying's words, Qi Shuowei and Yang Sholi both breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Sholi, overjoyed, gave Chen Anmin a hearty couple of slaps on the shoulder. SSS, brotherly easy. Chen Anmin, caught off guard, winced sharply. Though his defenses were strong, the force of that gold-level strike on his freshly battered shoulder joint still left a numbing sting. Haha, can't handle a little force like that. You were pretty tough in the ring just now. Yang Sholi laughed heartily, clearly in excellent spirits. Qi Shuowei now looked at Chen Anmin as if he were an unpolished gem. His eyes darted as he spoke to the others. Speed up the tests. It's almost dinner time. Have the mess squad whip up a few extra dishes. Let him taste the craftsmanship of our Black Dragon core. Hearing this, Yang Sholi nearly stumbled onto Chen Anmin's hospital bed. What's wrong? Nothing. They'll contact the mess sergeant right away. He hadn't had a chance to tell Qi Shuowei yet, but this morning in the secret realm, Chen Anmin had eaten enough to feed 50 people. He wondered if the captain would ever dare to treat Chen Anmin to a meal again. Pulling out his phone, he sent a message to the mess sergeant. How much food is left in the kitchen? Chen Anmin is eating at the battalion HQ tonight. What? He's coming again. Sigmund. Back in the battalion kitchen, the mess sergeant put down his phone and stared at the soldiers cooking in his squad. Pick up the pace. All of you wash every last vegetable. Chen Anmin is coming for dinner tonight. What? He's not planning to join our battalion through a special recruitment, is he? If he comes, I'm applying for a frontline transfer right now. Shaoli, chopping vegetables nearby, flinched, nearly sending the cleaver flying the front line. Count me in. This morning alone, he wiped out half a company's worth of prepared ingredients. My hand's been stuck in this chopping position ever since. The mess sergeant slammed the cutting board in fury. Everyone shut up. Keep dawdling, and the whole battalion will be eating wind tonight. As the mess squad bustled with fervor, Qi Shuowei led the trio into the battalion's mess hall. Upon arriving at the mess hall, Yang Sholi headed straight for the kitchen to check on the mess squad's progress and supervise. The air in the mess hall was thick with the aroma of food, but beneath that fragrance seemed to lurk a faint undercurrent of tension and despair. Qi Shuowei led Chen Anmin and Ji Shuangying to a small room furnished with a large round table apparently used for entertaining guests in the battalion. Chen Anmin had changed into the Black Dragon Corps exclusive training uniform, as his previous clothes had been torn to shreds during Yang Sholi's assault. 5 minutes later, Yang Sholi entered carrying a kettle and teapot, followed by a soldier pushing a food cart. Chen Anmin took the teapot from Yang Sholi and poured tea for everyone present. Sit, don't be polite. The military doesn't allow alcohol, so we'll toast with tea instead. As Qi Shuowei finished speaking, everyone raised their cups. After picking up their chopsticks, he added, Eat up. Anmin, you're young, have more. But before his words faded, Yang Sholi, seated at his right hand, began wolfing down his food. Qi Shuowei frowned and smacked him on the back of the head. What's the rush? You having a snack? Don't you see we have a guest? MMPH. Captain, I suggest you grab a bite now too. Just take a look at Chen Anmin. Yang Sholi mumbled indistinctly, his mouth stuffed with peanuts, and gestured with his eyes toward Chen Anmin beside him. Qi Shuowei turned to look. There was Chen Anmin, head down, devouring his food ravenously, cheeks bulging, chopsticks flying as he grabbed dishes from the plates. In truth, Chen Anmin had eaten quite a bit with Zhang Wei and the others at noon, but after the afternoon fight with Yang Sholi, he was hungry again. Ji Shuangying, seated below him, grimaced and pointed at the empty plates, then looked at Qi Shuowei. Captain, I'm hungry too. Ahem. Then you sit next to Xiaoyang. Xiao, hurry up and serve the food, use a big basin. Ji Shuangying, now seated beside Yang Sholi, finally began to eat. So do you always eat this much? Hearing Ji Shuangying's question, Chen Anmin slowed down his eating pace and replied. Ever since I grew a tail, I've been eating this much. I can't go hungry, or I'll be completely drained of strength. Then after you've had your fill, how many days can you last without eating anything else? Without food, water, or rest, about 2 days, which is 48 hours. During that time, I can exert my full strength, but after that my speed drops by nearly a third. The data Chen Anmin cited came from his training under the Turtle Hermit. During that month in the desert, to save time, he only ate once every 2 days. Hearing Chen Anmin's answer, the other three at the table widened their eyes simultaneously. 2 days. You can still have full strength after starving for 48 hours. How is that possible? Under the same conditions, Qi Shuowei could manage it, but he was a platinum rank. Compared to Chen Anmin's bronze rank, it was like the difference between an ant and a tiger. Qi Shuowei was about to say more when Ji Shuangying's phone suddenly rang. What did you say? The results are out. Hold on a moment. She put the call on speaker, and a male voice came through the phone. Teacher, the latest blood sample analysis is complete. It's the same as the previous test results. There's not even a trace of demonic energy. Not even 0.001%. The only difference is that compared to an ordinary person, he exhibits extremely vigorous cell activity and abnormally intense energy release in a combat state. This starkly contrasts with the sample taken before the fight. Then his cells were stable and ordinary with nothing unusual. But now he's like an activated engine bursting with explosive power. It's an innate combat talent, a born warrior. Hearing the researcher's analysis over the phone, Qi Shuowei couldn't hold back and asked directly into the receiver, so there are no drawbacks. Greetings, Commander. Cut the crap and answer my question. Well, there is one issue. We found a special substance in Chun Anmin's blood after a fight. This substance stimulates his brain, making him increasingly excited and even affecting his combat judgment. Unless the battle ends, he might lose consciousness from exhaustion. Is that all? Yes, that's all the research results for now. After the researcher finished, the three others looked at Chun Anmin, who was also listening. Xiaolon, is he right? Pretty much. But the probability of you collapsing from exhaustion is only about 0.001. But the feeling of excitement during a fight is accurate. However, aside from dealing with Chao Ru and today's incident, even during occasional sparring sessions with Wukong and Tulin in the illusion realm, I never felt that excitement. That feeling is triggered by emotional intensity and a surge in combat power. When you faced Chao Ru, it was your hatred for him that brought on that feeling. Your sparring with Wukong and the others was always for cultivation with restraint, right? Without experiencing a closely matched fight or a life-or-death struggle, it's hard for that feeling to emerge. Honestly, this was the first time Chun Anmin had heard Xiaolon speak so much, and he found it quite novel. At that moment, he felt someone nudge him. Looking at Qi Shuowei, who had just withdrawn his hand, and the other two staring blankly at him, he asked, "What's up?" "What's up? You were spacing out." Yang Sholi shot him an annoyed glare. "The commander is asking you a question." Chun Anmin scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. "Sorry, I just zoned out for a second." It's fine. Qi Shuowei waved his hand at Yang Sholi to quiet him. "I just wanted to ask if you're interested in joining our Black Dragon army." Join the military. That could work, but can I wait until I graduate from martial arts school? Before my grandfather passed away, he always wanted me to go to a military academy or martial arts school before enlisting. Hearing Chun Anmin's words, Qi Shuowei was even more pleased and said proudly, "Of course not, I meant the Black Dragon Academy." Chun Anmin didn't know much about martial arts schools, and most of what he knew came from Lu Yinyu, but he had never heard of this name. The Black Dragon Academy. Qi Shuowei pointed at Ji Shuangying. "Let your sister-in introduce it, as she knows it best." Hearing this, Ji Shuangying quickly swallowed the beef in her mouth and shot Qi Shuowei a glare. "The commander graduated from there too." Qi Shuowei chuckled. "I graduated nearly 20 years ago. How would I know what's happening at the school now?" All right. Putting down her chopsticks, Ji Shuangying began to tell Chun Anmin about the Black Dragon Academy. Through her narration, Chun Anmin finally understood why he had never heard of it. The school's history housed many elders who had contributed to the nation, including former masters and even grandmasters. They were the main teaching staff of the academy. The admission criteria for the Black Dragon Academy were also extremely strict. Besides accepting soldiers serving in the Black Dragon Army for exams, it also recruited top-ranked students from various provinces of the Dragon Nation during the annual martial arts exams. But for both recruited students and soldiers, the Black Dragon Army would conduct a background check on 5 generations of their ancestry. Only after passing the check would they visit the student in person with an admission letter and a confidentiality agreement. Once a student confirmed their enrollment, their scores would be sealed by the state, and no other martial arts school would have access to that information. Whoa! After hearing Ji Shuangying's explanation of the Black Dragon Academy, Chun Anmin gasped. "So, is it against the rules for you to tell me this now?" At that moment, Yang Sholi with a satisfied look patted his belly and smiled. "Don't worry. After you finish eating, you can sign the agreement." "So how about it? Interested in coming to the Black Dragon Academy? There are former kings here. Big sister can come play with you." Ji Shuangying, after explaining the academy, looked at Chun Anmin. Her sparkling gaze made Chun Anmin's skin crawl. "Can I think it over?" "Of course. The martial arts exam just ended today. Based on your scores, you'll likely get a call from our regiment in about 2 days. To improve recruitment efficiency and reduce the academy's administrative burden, the Black Dragon Academy delegated the enrollment process entirely to the local Black Dragon Army for home visits. Not only does it allow for quick information gathering, but it also boosts the trust of parents and students. Lu Yinyu and I reached the finish line together. Does she have a chance too? Your little girlfriend?" Qi Shuowei lit a cigarette and offered one to Ji Shuangying. "Of course, luck is part of strength." Hearing Chun Anmin's question, the three before him grinned. Chun Anmin felt a pang of awkwardness. "Whose girlfriend?" "That's my brother since we were in diapers." "Oh," both replied. Ji Shuangying had overheard other warriors mention how Chun Anmin carried Lu Yinyu through the martial exam. She and Yang Sholi exchanged a knowing glance. Qi Shuowei ignored his blushing protests and continued. "By the way, students at Black Dragon Academy get free tuition and living expenses plus an annual 5 million national subsidy." Hearing this, Chun Anmin's expression turned serious. "Where's the registration form?" I want to contribute to the nation. Of course it wasn't for the 5 million, mere 5 combat power. Yes, that was it. His gaze was as resolute as if he were joining the party. Hey, this kid's not dumb. Chi Shuowei blew a smoke ring, his eyes teasing. If you want to sign up, wait for the notice in a couple of days. You don't look full yet. Mess hall, more food. Chen Anmin, still hungry after all the talk, picked up his chopsticks again. Anmin, take your time eating. I have other matters. Chen Anmin nodded as Chi Shuowei left the canteen with Yang Sholi. As the commander of the Black Dragon Corps, Chi Shuowei was never idle, tasked from superiors deploying garrisons to secret realms searching for new ones. With the former political commissar fallen, no replacement had been assigned yet. So Chi Shuowei had to drag the chief of staff and Yang Sholi, the guard company commander, to handle affairs. Since the meteorite triggered Mount Fuji's eruption 70 years ago, nations formed special warrior units to combat monsters in secret realms. The Black Dragon Corps was Dragon Nation's special force tasked with defending cities against beast tides and exploring new realms. Every new realm brought a beast tide of equal grade. Back in the office, Chi Shuowei asked the chief of staff, "How's the Tying Mountain No. 097 secret realm?" It had emerged 2 months ago deep in the mountains. Surveyed as platinum grade, the realm spewed too many beasts. If they escaped the mountains, it would devastate the city, home to both warriors and civilians. Humanity had learned this harsh lesson over 70 years of demonic energy. Dragon Nation cities had shrunk from over 3,000 to just 327 base cities. The population dropped from 1.5 billion to 800 million even after recovery. To stop the beast tide, Commissar Chung of the 386th Regiment chose to self-destruct at the realm's exit, temporarily sealing it. Things aren't good. About a month left. We need to prepare early, Chief of Staff Chun Hai said, frowning at the latest data. No. 097's exit is expanding. Latest reports show an opening 1 meter wide, 2 meters tall. At this rate, in 33 days, OITLL burst open like a floodgate. And monster activity near the entrance is surging. They're waiting for that moment. Hearing this, he massaged his temples, knuckles white from pressure. Damn you, old Chung. Chi Shuowei gritted his teeth, voice seething with fury and pain. You died and left me to clean up. They'll settle this when I see you. The office air froze, leaving only Chi Shuowei's heavy breathing. Chun Hai stood silent, understanding the commander's grief. The old comrade's sacrifice bought time. But now wasn't for mourning. He said quickly, Commander, we need weapons. We haven't replenished to pre-outbreak levels. And should we request reinforcements? Monsters were thick-skinned. Even black iron grade ones shrugged off ordinary bullets. Only high-power, high-penetration weapons could harm them. Chao Russ M500 was one such pistol, effective against black iron beasts. Weapons that could damage platinum-grade beasts were rarer and far more expensive. While some large weapons could hurt beasts, most secret realms couldn't even fit a car, let alone heavier arms. The regiment's stockpile had been exhausted in the last beast tide. Chi Shuowei took a deep breath, forcing calm, and lit another cigarette. You've listed the requisition. Double it and submit. As for reinforcements, he opened a drawer and pulled out a red-headed document. Take a look. Chen Hai and Yang Sholi leaned in, eyeing the crumpled file. Classified on 2 master-grade secret realms in Exiled Province. June 25, 2096. Yang Sholi gasped at the date. Yesterday. 2 master-grade. Chi Shuowei nodded. All Black Dragon forces in Exiled Province are there now. Even other provinces' troops are covering their usual posts. He pulled out a dozen more red-headed documents, tossing them on the desk, and lit another cigarette from the stub. We've got over a dozen new secret realms near base cities, all at least silver grade. He'll request from above, but whether they come is up to fate. Chi Shuowei exhaled a thick plume of smoke. Reinforcements? Huh. Everywhere's sprouting new realms. 2 master grade, and even the grandmasters are tied up. The office fell silent save for the wisps from his cigarette. Suddenly Yang Sholi's eyes lit up. Commander, there's a way. We can use conventional weapons. Chen Hai tapped Yang's forehead with the back of his hand. No fever. Why talk nonsense? Conventional weapons can't kill monsters. Yang slapped his hand away, smug. I'm not talking about personal weapons. What then? Of course it would be aircraft, missiles, tanks, and even nuclear bombs. Chen Hai stared at Yang Sholi in bewilderment, then turned to look at Chi Shuowei. Commander, I request a memory restoration procedure. This kid has clearly lost his mind. Yang Sholi broke free from Chen Hai's grip. Cough, cough. Why are you grabbing my collar? Let go of me. Despite this, Chen Hai continued, pointing at him indignantly. Are you insane? You want to detonate a nuclear bomb in the Tying Mountains? Beijing isn't far from here. Of course the cannon would be fired inside the secret realm. Chen Hai helplessly patted Yang Sholi's shoulder. You're truly delusional. Although the entrance to the secret realm was large enough for an aircraft carrier when it first appeared. Once the beast tide is unleashed, the entrance shrinks immediately. There's no chance, understand. At that moment, Chi Shuowei seemed to have a sudden realization. Sholi, you mean using the universal capsule to store it? Hey, you've got a commander. What capsule? What does it cure? Yang Sholi pulled a small object from his pocket. At Chi Zui's signal, he explained its function to Chen Hai in detail. Spatial compression technology. It can hold 100 cubic meters of stuff. Chen Hai looked at Yang Sholi incredulously, pointing at Chi Zui's fish tank. What nonsense are you spouting? If that thing really exists, it'll drink this entire tank dry. All right, I'll be the witness. You said it yourself. The commander is my witness. With that, Yang Sholi immediately demonstrated storing the fish tank from the windowsill into the capsule and then releasing it again. So, do you believe me now? Here, this fish soup is all yours. Stunned by Yang Sholi's demonstration, Chen Hai hastily snatched the small object. At the same time, a mournful howl echoed throughout the camp. My fish! Chi Shuowei held the reappeared fish tank, tears threatening to fall. Yang Sholi was also dumbfounded. Although the capsule had stored everything when the fish tank was released, the fish inside were floating belly up. Chen Hai had been destined to drink cold fish soup, but now he needn't worry about an upset stomach from cold liquid. Chi Shuowei had raised those koi for 5 or 6 years, yet today they had all perished. Furious, Chi Shuowei threw Yang Sholi out of the third-story window on the spot. See, calm. Commander, since it's already like this, how about we all try some koi together? In the bushes below the office building, Yang Sholi had just stood up. At that moment, a figure descended from that very window. Holy sh! In a flash, Yang Sholi quickly covered his face with both hands. Chen Hai's mouth landed squarely on the back of Yang Sholi's hand. The two in the bushes were eye to eye, chest to chest, and, well, let's just say it was an awkward collision. 2 thuds sounded, followed by 2 howls echoing through the camp. In the cafeteria, Chen Anmin was shoveling food into his mouth. My, why do I hear that sound again? 2 people. Brother Anmin, don't mind them, they're just a bunch of stinky men. Won't you just say yes to me? It's just leaving 2 pounds of blood for research. Hearing Ji Shuangying's saccharine voice, Chen Anmin shoveled his rice even faster. After Chi Shuowei and the others left the cafeteria, Ji Shuangying kept gazing at him with an intense look. When he curiously asked why, her answer made him want to slap himself. What a jinx. She had initially wanted to slice him up for research. When that failed, she changed her demand to drawing 2 pounds of his blood. Was she joking? 2 pounds of blood? She might as well just kill him outright. And so Chen Anmin endured Ji Shuangying's grating voice throughout his meal. If you weren't constantly casting purification spells, I would have beaten you long ago. You annoying twit. Since Yang Sholi and the others were busy, the task of escorting Chen Anmin home was assigned to Ji Shuangying. Once in the car, Chen Anmin deliberately sat in the back as far away from Ji Shuangying as possible. Arriving at Old Factory Street, he got out eager to escape this female vampire. Ji Shuangying rolled down the window. Brother Anmin, you're really something else. I quite fancy your body. The elderly women cooling off downstairs were shocked by her voracious words, staring at Chen Anmin. Hearing this, Chen Anmin nearly tripped over his own feet. Turning around, he shouted back. Sister Ing, if you want to cut off my flesh, forget it. When I have time, I'll peel some dead skin off my soles for you. Ji Shuangying's voice carried a hint of grievance. Brother, what I want is your tender, juicy body. How can you give me something like that? She leaned out, her voice syrupy sweet. I spent the whole afternoon with you, and now you're just abandoning me. Chen Anmin's face turned green. Without another word, he turned and sprinted upstairs. Leaving the elderly women to gossip downstairs, Ji Shuangying remained at the window, her eyes wolfish. A novel constitution truly worthy of thorough study. Back home, Chen Anmin shut the door and collapsed onto the sofa. Damn it, that old hag is unbearable. Should I move? Those old women definitely heard everything. Just buy a new place. He opened WeChat, intending to ask Lu Yanyu to look at houses with him when her call came in. Are you free tomorrow? My parents want to treat you to lunch. Why the sudden invitation? To thank you for helping me reach the finish line, of course. All right, I understand. At your place? What? No way. With your appetite, my parents would be exhausted just trying to feed you. Lu Yanyu's voice rose sharply, as Chen Anmin's appetite was indeed enormous. They'll pick you up at 11 tomorrow. Wait for me at home. She hung up. Lying on the sofa, Chen Anmin thought of something and summoned Xiaolan in his mind. Xiaolan is there, a way for others to cultivate using demon cores without the taint of demonic energy. Of course, the Qi manipulation technique is available for only 50 combat points. Isn't this the one you recommended back in the secret realm? Can others learn it too? Absolutely. Once mastered, one can retain the demonic energy within the core while absorbing only the pure energy. So I can use it too. What about that guy Zhang Wei? Why did you tell me before that I couldn't cultivate with demon cores? Because you hadn't purchased it yet, host. Even those without talent can learn this. But host must not forget your own bloodline. Once you possess power you cannot control. Do you remember what happened during the martial arts exam when you dealt with Chao Ru? Chen Anmin shuddered at the memory. At that time he had been consumed by the ecstasy of slaughter and combat, feeling as though his consciousness had been replaced by another. Did you deduct a lot of combat points from me back then? How is this possible? Don't tarnish my innocence with baseless accusations. Do you know the price of controlling your own body? You don't care, you only think of yourself. The system is angry. Warning: if this happens again, all items in the system will be marked up by 50%. I was wrong, then give me the techniques to manipulate Qi. Chen Anmin directly purchased what Xiao Lan recommended to placate her. He now had 4 billion, which was no small amount. Ding. Purchase successful. Items have been delivered to your space. He hurriedly opened the space in his mind and found a skill book quietly stored in a compartment. Would you like to use it? After selecting yes with his thoughts, a wave of information flooded into his brain. What is this? At that moment, Chen Anmin learned various methods for manipulating Qi. This skill perfectly matched Chen Anmin's requirements, allowing him to absorb energy from magical cores without regard for the practitioner's talent. It also included sensing others' Qi, suppressing one's own Qi, as well as flight techniques and energy blasts. So powerful. Chen Anmin then sat cross-legged on the sofa, interlocking his fingers and following the method as he took a deep breath. 10 seconds later, a small glowing orb appeared in his hands, dazzling in its brilliance. Is this Qi? Next is. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, Chen Anmin slowly began to float upward, though only about 20 centimeters off the couch. I really flew. Oh my see. Just as he was floating comfortably, the ringing of his phone interrupted him. Had he not reacted quickly, he might have startled the readers. Who is it? Calling so late at night startled me. He clicked the answer button. Who is it? Olden. It was nearly midnight, and a weak voice came through the phone, causing Chen Anmin to jump. However, recognizing the familiar voice, Chen Anmin asked in confusion, Wei Go. What's wrong with you? Have you been drained by someone? You can blame that combat suit you gave me today for making me work overtime. Is it really that urgent? Research doesn't move that fast. And what exactly are you researching? Zhang Wei suddenly became animated. You have no idea. After the researchers finished testing the strength of that combat suit, they went crazier than when they were working on the detectors. My dad and I were about to leave, but we got dragged into the lab and have been there ever since. I don't have it here, yet you should calm down Uncle Chai and the others. If I find out what the materials are, I'll let you know. Over the phone, Zhang Wei seemed to be speaking to someone else. Did you all hear that? He said he would notify me. Can everyone take a break now? A chorus of sighs came from the phone, and then the research group leader Chai Junfei took over. Xiaoqin, congratulations on passing the martial examination. Make sure to notify us as soon as you have news about the materials. Chen Anmin responded repeatedly, and then Zhang Wei took the phone back. Just as he was about to hang up, Chen Anmin stopped him. Are you free tomorrow afternoon? Come to my place. I need to discuss some things with you. Sure. After Zhang Wei hung up, Chen Anmin had already gone to bed. A night passed, and around 11 in the morning, Lu Yinyu's call promptly rang. Hello, come down at the bottom of your building. After Chen Anmin went downstairs, he saw Lu Yinyu sitting on an electric bike, wearing a white t-shirt and denim shorts today. Her long legs dangled down, feet touching the ground, and upon seeing Chen Anmin, she patted the front seat of the bike. You come take me. Okay, but first, where are we going? To Platinum Barbecue Buffet. This is the largest buffet barbecue restaurant in City A at 500 per person, making it the second most expensive in the city. All right, hold on, we're off. 10 minutes later, Chen Anmin rode the electric bike with Lu Yinyu to Platinum Barbecue. At a table, Lu Yanyu's parents were already waiting for the two. Hello, Uncle Lu, Aunt's son. Liu's mother resembled Lu Yinyu in some aspects, appearing gentle, while Liu's father bore a calm demeanor typical of a person in a position of authority. Uncle Lu smiled, stood up, and patted Chen Anmin's shoulder. Anmin, sit down quickly, don't just stand there. Aunt Tian also waved enthusiastically, her eyes turning crescent-shaped. We originally wanted to choose Tianyuan Hotel, but this child insisted on this place. That's fine, we can go there once you receive your acceptance letter. No need, this place is just fine. Lu Yinyu nudged Chen Anmin, playfully urging, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and sit down. Chen Anmin sat across from Liu's parents with Lu Yinyu beside him. During kindergarten and elementary school, Chen Anmin often went to school with Lu Yinyu, as their families were neighbors back then. In their childhood, Lu Yanyu's father Lu Wen was a black iron-level martial artist, while Chen Anmin's grandfather followed Lu Wen to do what little work he could manage. Due to frequent trips to the secret realm, Chen Anmin's grandfather would ask his wife's son, Li, to help take care of him. After his grandfather passed away, Lu Wen and his wife became like second parents to Chen Anmin. Lu Wen and son Li, feeling sorry for him being all alone, sincerely wanted to adopt him as their own son. Unfortunately, Chen Anmin inherited his grandfather's stubbornness and was quite obstinate. He held his head high and resolutely rejected their kindness, preferring to work and study part-time while struggling through life. This stubbornness made Lu Wen and his wife feel both heartbroken and helpless, yet they admired the child's inherent tenacity. However, they were finally pleased to see him succeed, achieving both literary and martial excellence, and Lu Wen and his wife grew increasingly satisfied. Yet one thing shocked the couple: Chen Anmin's appetite. The shock on Lu Wen and his wife's faces had turned into numbness. Lu Wen even subconsciously touched his wallet. As expected, my little sweetheart is the best. Otherwise, my wallet definitely wouldn't have survived. At that moment, a man in a suit with a large belly hurried over, looking at Chen Anmin's table. His hands trembling, he took the tissue handed to him by the young waitress, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then approached Chen Anmin's table. Child, how many days has it been since you last ate? Huh. I just had breakfast this morning. Chen Anmin was puzzled as to why the man asked this, but then the man pulled out a stack of bills, leaving Chen Anmin bewildered. Well, folks, I'm the owner here. My place is small, and I'm running out of ingredients. Hey, race 5,000 yuan. If you're still hungry, you can go across the street. Hearing this, Chen Anmin looked around at the hundreds of refrigerators and the seats that could hold 500 people, then turned his gaze back to the man. Seeing Chen Anmin's expression, the owner gritted his teeth. He'll add another 5,000. I'll gladly accept your kind offer then. Chen Anmin took the money from the owner and was escorted to the restaurant's entrance. Lu Yanya's family, who had followed him out, couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. Ha ha ha. Chen Anmin then pulled out the money the owner had given him. Uncle Lu, come on, let's split it 50-50. After all, you brought me here. Get lost. I'm not splitting it with you. As an adult, how could he possibly share money with a child? Chen Anmin rummaged in his pocket, and a small object appeared in his palm. Then, Uncle Lu, please accept this. What is this? Lu Wen picked up the object between his index finger and thumb, examining it closely. How can this be? This is too expensive. Seeing Chen Anmin give her father a universal capsule, Lu Yanyu felt both grateful and a little distressed as she spoke to him. What is this? Seeing his daughter's expression, Lu Wen was almost certain that this item was definitely not cheap. At that moment, Chen Anmin stopped Lu Yanyu's hand from reaching for the capsule. I'm giving it to Uncle Lu. Why are you grabbing it? Don't worry, I have plenty of these. All right. Then, I have things to do with your aunt's son this afternoon. Let Yanyu take you back. Chen Anmin quickly waved his hand. No need, Uncle Lu. I want to check out the martial artist mall. I have some black iron grade magic cores to sell. Black iron grade magic cores. Those won't fetch much. Let Yanyu take you there. I happen to know someone who can buy them at the highest price. Chen Anmin was about to refuse, but Lu Yanyu had already driven her electric scooter up to him, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Get on. Seeing her expression, Chen Anmin had no choice but to comply. Lu Yanyu twisted the throttle, and the scooter shot forward, leaving the restaurant entrance behind. Sun Li watched the two children ride away on the scooter. They make a good match, don't they, old Lu? Lu Wen also looked in that direction, his feelings unclear, whether happy or angry, and only replied with a grunt, humph. On the road. Which school do you want to go to? Hasn't your grandfather always wanted you to attend the imperial capital Martial University? Lu Yanyu's voice came through, and Chen Anmin, thinking of the Black Dragon Academy, replied. There's a school better than the imperial capital Martial University. You'll know before the martial arts exam results come out. What school, eh? I can't say. Just keep an eye on your phone calls in a couple of days. I'm stingy. Chen Anmin shrugged helplessly. He wanted to tell her, but he had just signed a confidentiality agreement yesterday. How could he spill it now? At least wait a couple of days. About 15 minutes later, Lu Yanyu brought him to a massive shopping mall. The four large characters on the mall's top had already weathered with age. Martial Artist Mall. This place catered to the needs of martial artists. The first floor sold pills, the second floor magic cores, and the third floor weapons and armor. Besides official and company-run stores, there was even a designated area for martial artists to set up stalls. The city had more than one such mall, but the one near the city gate was usually the busiest. Lu Yanyu led him to the official magic core buying and selling shop on the second floor. Uncle Lin, a man who looked about the same age as Lu Wen, stood up from behind the counter, smiling warmly at the two. Oh, it's Yanyu. What brings you to see your Uncle Lin? Lu Yanyu explained the reason for their visit, and Lin he happily offered them a very favorable purchase price. Although the exams had just ended, improving one's strength before the martial arts school semester started could earn more attention upon enrollment. As a result, black iron grade magic cores were selling exceptionally well, even rivaling the prices of brass grade ones. Chen Anmin had obtained 37 magic cores from the martial arts exam's secret realm. He sold 30 of them, receiving 3 million yuan on the spot. Then, using the remaining 7, he traded for 4 brass grade magic cores. Leaving the shop, Chen Anmin felt refreshed, another 3 combat points added to his account. Martial artists and ordinary people lived in two different worlds, a fact Chen Anmin had known since childhood. For an ordinary person to earn 100,000 yuan, it might take half a year for someone doing well, or even 2 years for others. But for a martial artist, a single magic core could earn them 100,000 yuan. Yet they lived a life on the edge, entering secret realms and undertaking missions daily, always prepared for death every time they ventured in. And when a beast tide erupted, if the Black Dragon army fell, they had to be ready to sacrifice themselves to defend the city. After all, in this city lived their families, loved ones, friends, children, and all those ordinary people. Want to look around here together? Hearing Lu Yanyu's suggestion, Chen Anmin became interested. He pulled out his phone to check the time. It was only around 1:30, still early for his appointment with Zhang Wei. So Lu Yanyu switched into shopping mode. Magic cores weren't particularly exciting, so they first went to the first floor to check out the pills. The pills here were similar to those in novels, boasting all sorts of peculiar functions. For example, common ones like rejuvenation pills and bone knitting pills, pills for short-term enhancement, and some that aided in cultivation. After about half an hour, Lu Yanyu, still full of enthusiasm, dragged Chen Anmin to the third floor. Oh, stop. Xiaolan's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, startling Chen Anmin. Pick up that red wooden stick from the stall on your left. and take a look. Chun Anmin lifted the red wooden stick, weighing it in his hand and feeling its texture. Isn't this just an ordinary wooden stick? Except it's red. No, if I'm not mistaken, you're in for a surprise. Chun Anmin toyed with the stick in his hand while asking the stall owner, how much for this stick? 1 million. What? For just this broken stick? 1 million, I'll take it. What? For just this broken stick? 1 million, I'll take it. Just a million. I'll take it. A unfamiliar voice rang out behind Chun Anmin, who turned to look at its owner. It was a man appearing to be in his 30s with long hair, dressed in expensive clothes and wearing a detector bearing the logo of the Kechuang group over his eyes. The stall owners nearby and a few passing martial artists were all drawn by this bold declaration, casting glances filled with curiosity, confusion, or even a hint of mockery, as if looking at a fool. An unremarkable red stick priced at 1 million on the stall, and someone actually wanted to buy it. Holy crap, are you insane? 1 million for this broken stick? Tisk, even if you're rich, this is just throwing money away, a total loss. That kid looks sharp, but is he brainless? Should keep it down, maybe he really knows his stuff? Oh, please look at the stick. It's got several cracks, what kind of treasure could it be? But Chun Anmin's focus was on the detector over the man's eyes. The man shot Chun Anmin a contemptuous glance, then strode over to Lu Yinyu, flicking his long hair with a flourish. Hello, beautiful. I'm a senior high school graduate from a city's no. 3 high within a grade talent. Care to get to know me? What? You're a high school senior? Uncle, you must be joking. Lu Yinyu hadn't expected to be his target, and she hid behind Chun Anmin with a look of utter disgust. Chun Anmin, seeing this oddball trying to flirt with Lu Yinyu, could barely contain his laughter. Lu Yinyu, catching his expression, grew annoyed and pinched the softest spot on his waist with 2 fingers. Hiss. Chun Anmin hadn't expected that his bulletproof defense would still feel a sting from her pinch. He's a student? A repeater? No way. How could he look so old? He really does seem like a student. I think I've seen him somewhere. Hearing Lu Yanyu's cutting remark and the murmurs around him, a flush of red crept onto his dark face. He hurriedly pulled out his student ID and national ID from the no. 3 high, and Chun Anmin saw that they were indeed from the same year. I just look a bit mature. Let me introduce myself. I'm Tao Hongxi, currently with a combat power of 13.7, and my father is Tao Chiyuan. The name Tao Chiyuan sparked a wave of gasps around them. What are you all shocked about? You don't know? Tao Chiyuan is the chairman of a city's Baichao company. 40% of the province's healing pill market belongs to his family. Only 40%. What about the remaining 60? You fool, Baichao's 40% is already impressive. The rest is split between the government and other pill companies. Hearing the nearby chatter, Tao Hongxi glanced triumphantly at Lu Yinyu. So beautiful, how about being my girlfriend? What future is there with a scrub like him with a combat power of just 5? His words left Chun Anmin momentarily stunned, then he understood. Yesterday he had learned to manipulate qi, and on Xiao Lan's advice he needed to quickly master control over his own power. Thus Chun Anmin suppressed his aura to the minimum, never expecting to be looked down upon. Was this the treatment of a protagonist? Your detector must be broken. He's clearly yellow. Her mouth was instantly covered by Chun Anmin, who whispered softly to Lu Yinyu. Don't say anything yet, just watch me. Tao Hongxi, seeing Chun Anmin covering Lu Yanyu's mouth, turned a dark red with anger. Take your hands off my goddess. I just bought this, how could it be broken? I say it's broken, so it is. Why don't you take a closer look? Saying this, Chun Anmin still didn't release Lu Yanyu's hand, silently raising his aura. The detector emitted a series of beeps, and the number on Tao Hance's display changed again. 49.7 inches. Expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you be at the black iron level? Only then did Chun Anmin release Lu Yanyu's hand, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He let his aura spread again, then raised it further. Take another look. And so the numbers on Tao Hance's detector kept jumping. 5, 2 inch, 49, 3 inch, 49, 3 inch, 5, 4 inch. After several cycles, Tao Hongxi removed the detector from his eyes. Damn it. I stood in line all this time, and they gave me a broken one. Tao Hongxi started to head for the Kechuang store, then stopped and pointed at Chun Anmin. Kid, what's your name? My name is Chao Ru. Chun Anmin replied with a smile. Fine, I've got you. Just wait. He then turned to Lu Yinyu, his smile full of feigned affection. Haha, beautiful, what's your name? Seeing Lu Yinyu turn away without answering, he had no choice but to slink off. Hey, don't go. Do you still want this stick or not? The stall owner, thoroughly enjoying the drama, panicked when he saw his mark leaving and called out to stop Tao Hongxi. Want it, my ass? A lousy stick like that for 1 million. Go eat shit. Tao Hongxi cursed and strode away without looking back, leaving the stall owner stomping in fury, his face red as a beet. Oh, my young folks these days have no manners. The stall owner, hands on his hips, spat at the retreating figure. Ha, spit. If you weren't the Baichao company's young master, I'd have knocked you out long ago. Chun Anmin watched the stall owner with an amused expression. Boss, now that the troublemaker's gone, how about selling this stick for 20? What? I want 1 million and you offer 20. The stall owner hopped in anger, his beard bristling. I brought this out from a secret realm. 5,000 at least. Deal. Host, don't leave. Ask him which secret realm he found it in. Shin Onmin paused in scanning the QR code, then spoke in a casual tone. Boss, which secret realm did this stick come from? It's from a secret realm in the mountains of Gue Province. I've forgotten the exact number, but it was near Sea City in Gue Province. I took it from a little house in the mountains inside the realm. Alright, scanned it. Leaving the stall, he checked the time. It was nearly 2 in the afternoon, almost time for the appointment with Zhang Wei. I've arranged something with Zhang Wei at home, so you can head back on your own. I've got nothing to do, I'll come with you. She walked ahead of Chen Onmin, then turned back. And you still haven't explained what happened earlier. Chen Onmin shook his head. It was fine that she came along. He could teach them both at once. About 20 minutes later, Chen Onmin and Lu Yinyu arrived at his doorstep, finding Zhang Wei already waiting there. He pulled them both inside, drew the curtains, and sat them on the sofa. In a barely audible whisper, he asked Zhang Wei, "Do you want to become a martial artist? Brother Wei, tell me honestly, do you want to become a martial artist?" Zhang Wei and Lu Yinyu exchanged a puzzled glance, turning their gaze to Chen Onmin, who sat on the tea table. Zhang Wei stood up and reached out to touch Chen Onmin's forehead. "And are you out of your mind?" After slapping Zhang Wei's hand away, Chen Onmin looked at him seriously. "Don't worry about that, just tell me if you want to or not." "Of course I do, who wouldn't want to be a martial artist? My father is only Frank, and I have no talent at all. If we could become martial artists, it would save a huge fortune spent on tribute. You have no idea, every year we have to give 10% of the company's profits to those patron masters. It breaks my heart. The Dragon Kingdom now has a population of 800 million. Excluding those with Frank talent, there are roughly 200 million martial artists with a rank talent or above. According to statistics, Frank talent accounts for 400 million people in the Dragon Kingdom. Without Xiaolon, Chen Onmin would have been among them. Many companies run by ordinary people often face threats and extortion due to their lack of self-defense capabilities. For instance, local gangs might demand exorbitant protection fees, or rival businesses might maliciously sabotage them, leading to bankruptcy. They can't even ensure their employees' safety. Thus, many companies without martial artists are forced to seek protection from high-level ones. Even Zhang Wei's family company is no exception. Chen Onmin nodded and placed the bronze-grade demon core in Zhang Wei's hand. "Brother Wei, I can let you try absorbing the energy from this core. Do you trust me? Will there be any problems?" Lu Yinyu voiced her doubt, as no one had ever guided someone without talent to become a martial artist. "Don't worry, even if it doesn't work, there won't be any side effects." Hearing Chen Onmin's words, Zhang Wei was too excited to sit still. As for whether he trusted Chen Onmin, no kidding. In 3 years, had Chen Onmin ever deceived him? Really? Hurry, let me try. Alright, I'll circulate the chi through your body now. Feel it. He extended his right hand and placed it over the back of Zhang Wei's hand, holding the demon core. Zhang Wei froze, feeling a faint yet unmistakably clear warmth seep from his palm into his skin, traveling along the meridians of his arm with extreme precision. It was as if a long dormant riverbed within his body had been silently dredged, the warmth spreading rapidly throughout his being. He could clearly sense his strength gradually increasing and his mind growing sharper. "This core is drained. Get another one." 50 minutes later, Chen Onmin discarded the demon core in Zhang Wei's hand and replaced it with a fresh one, repeating the same process. Suddenly, Zhang Wei let out a muffled grunt, feeling as though he had shattered some kind of shackle. Chen Onmin sensed Zhang Wei's aura and found that the chi around him had grown denser. He speculated that Zhang Wei had broken through to the black iron rank. He had heard that breaking through brought a euphoric sensation of shattering bonds. This kind of shackle would make the difficulty of breaking through to the next rank multiply exponentially. The poorer one's talent, the harder it was to shatter. For example, someone with rank talent might remain at the bronze rank their entire life, never breaking through to silver. According to the Dragon Kingdom's Grandmaster, breaking through from Grandmaster to King was as difficult as an ordinary person trying to turn the Himalayas into a plain. However, Chen Onmin, now at the bronze rank, had never felt any sensation of breaking shackles. He planned to ask Xiaolon about it that night. By then, the chi in both demon cores had been absorbed by Zhang Wei, leaving only demonic energy unfit for cultivation. Chen Onmin quickly released Zhang Wei's hand and asked him, "How do you feel?" "My strength is much greater and my mind is clearer. I feel like I could kill a non-demonized ox with one punch. And I think I've absorbed the core to its limit. If I take another, I might get demonized. Note the time. If that sensation fades, you might be able to try absorbing another core." Then Chen Onmin took out a detector and aimed it at Zhang Wei to measure his combat power. 21:8. Take a look. Zhang Wei took the detector, switched it to self-test mode, and his eyes widened so much that his mouth could fit an egg. "No. Wei. And is the detector broken?" Chen Onmin didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Lu Yinyu. "Do you have a detector with you? Try it. Zhang Wei is stronger than you now." "Tisk, in such a short time. Impossible." With that, Lu Yinyu pulled a detector from her bag and aimed it at Zhang Wei. Her expression mirrored Zhang Wei's from moments ago. She had trained with her father for days before the martial exam, even with her strength talent. Despite that, she hadn't reached the black iron rank. But Zhang Wei, who didn't even have Frank talent, had become black iron in just 10 odd minutes. Chen Anmin gently pushed her chin up. Seeing they were about to speak, he quickly made a shushing gesture. I know you have many questions. Listen first. On the night I left the hospital, I met a reclusive master. Chen Anmin plausibly described Xiaolan as such a figure, explaining why he only told them today to confirm the technique had no side effects. Then he explained the effect of the technique and even demonstrated his ability to control his combat power reading. So that broken detector wasn't broken, it was your doing. After hearing this, Lu Yinyu had an epiphany. She had genuinely thought the detector was malfunctioning. Chen Anmin then took out the remaining 2 bronze-grade demon cores and took Lu Yanyu's hand. At that moment, Lu Yanyu's earlobes flushed slightly pink. Chen Anmin's gaze lingered on her hand, while Zhang Wei grinned, taking in the entire scene. Your talent is far stronger than Brother Weiss, so this should be quick. Bear with it. The process began. The moment Chen Anmin's qi circulated through Lu Yanyu's body, her expression relaxed. Hearing Lu Yanyu's soft grunt, Chen Anmin knew she too had broken through to the black iron rank. He sensed she still had room to absorb more, so he increased the intensity. 5 minutes later, the first core could no longer be absorbed, startling Chen Anmin. Zhang Wei had taken 50 minutes for a single core, while Lu Yinyu only needed 5. Indeed, even with Xiaolan's technique, one's innate talent mattered. After another 5 minutes, Chen Anmin stretched lazily. Lu Yinyu switched the detector to self-test mode. After a series of numbers flickered, 34, 6. I've reached black iron. And it's different from my previous core absorption. Different how? Chen Anmin and Zhang Wei asked simultaneously, as among the 3 present, only Lu Yinyu had used a demon core before. The black iron grade demon core I absorbed before was filled with chaotic energy, and I still had to strip away the demonic qi, so it took me 7 days to absorb one. But this time not only was the absorption several times faster, I didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. Normally when martial artists absorb a demon core, they experience symptoms like dizziness, fatigue, and tinnitus. Even absorbing 1/20th of a demon core per day would accompany these sensations for several hours. Didn't you have that feeling of being maxed out like Zhang Wei? Lu Yinyu listened carefully for a moment, then shook her head. Not yet. Hearing this, Chen Anmin nodded and turned to the other 2. Then do you remember the circulation route? If you were to cultivate on your own, it would probably be slower than now since my qi was guiding yours. I remember it clearly. I think I could manage cultivation on my own without any problem. Zhang Wei patted his chest confidently. But Lu Yinyu hesitated, speaking with some embarrassment. I didn't memorize it. As in strength talent, Lu Yinyu was on par with Chen Anmin in academic performance, yet she couldn't retain information as quickly as Zhang Wei, which deeply wounded her pride. It's fine. It takes Zhang Wei 50 minutes to absorb a demon core, while you only need 5. It's normal that you couldn't remember. Unfortunately, I don't have any demon cores left now. If you still have one, you could test your absorption limit. Lu Yinyu nodded, as she still had the plant-type black iron-grade demon core that Chen Anmin had given her. This was a plant-type demon core containing more energy than ordinary ones. By the way, Brother Wei, I suggest you don't tell others that you've become a martial artist unless you trust them deeply. Don't worry, I understand. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly a knock at the door made the 3 exchange glances before they sprang into action. Zhang Wei went to pull open the curtains. Lu Yinyu disposed of the spent demon core, while Chen Anmin walked to the door and asked cautiously, "Who is it?" "It's me, Anmin dear." The familiar voice made Chen Anmin's head ache. Move. He had to move out. When he opened the door, Ji Shuangying barged in and pressed Chen Anmin against her chest. At that moment, Chen Anmin felt something covering his eyes, and a sharp pain struck the back of his head. "Dear, you haven't been replying to my messages on WeChat." The 2 inside the room were also stunned by the intruding woman. Lu Yinyu saw the woman in a white lab coat with a t-shirt underneath featuring a chubby 3D panda. Lu Yinyu then glanced down at herself. Well, if she leaned back, she too couldn't see her own toes. She then glared at Chen Anmin with irritation. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei looked at the beautiful intruder and then at Chen Anmin's current position, feeling an envious twinge. "MMPH. Calm down. Ji Shuangying. Did you just pull my hair out?" After breaking free from Ji Shuangying's ample embrace, Chen Anmin saw her place a few strands of hair into a sealed bag and casually slip it into her pocket. "Oh, relax. I let you take advantage of me, or else I'd report you to the police for assault." Ji Shuangying shook her phone, which displayed a photo of the scene from moments ago. Frustrated, Chen Anmin ignored her and sat back on the sofa, puzzled. How could Ji Shuangying have taken a photo while pressing his head with one hand and pulling his hair with the other? "Aren't you going to introduce me, Anmin dear?" Chen Anmin first introduced Ji Shuangying to Lu Yinyu and Zhang Wei. "This is Ji Shuangying, head of the A City Black Dragon Army Research Institute. Just call her Sistering." Then he introduced the 2 to Ji Shuangying, and they formally got to know each other. Ji Shuangying stared at Lu Yinyu. "Is this your little girlfriend, dear? She's really beautiful." At this, Lu Yinyu blushed and lowered her head, her earlier anger forgotten. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei was grinning like a fool. After giving Zhang Wei a slap, Chen Anmin turned to Ji Shuangying with a helpless tone. "Sistering, what brings you here?" Commander Chi forgot to ask you yesterday. He wants to know how you reached bronze in 7 days. I can't say. If the time is right, I'll tell the commander. How could Chen Anmin tell them that while they saw 7 days, he had actually lived through 1 year and 6 days? All right, my orders were that if you didn't want to talk, the Black Dragon Army wouldn't force you. Then thank you, Sister Ing. Chen Anmin breathed a sigh of relief, a relaxed smile appearing on his face. Ji Shuangying waved her hand, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth. It's nothing. But there's something else I need to ask you. Go ahead, Sister Ing. If I can say it, I won't hide anything. I'd like to buy some universal capsules. Well, that's it. How many do you need, Sister Ing? 10 each of the 100, 200, and 300 cubic meter ones. But just say it, Sister Ing. Our institute doesn't have much funding, so I can only pay the original price. That morning, Yang Sholi had handed out several universal capsules to the squad heading into the secret realm, and Ji Shuangying happened to be nearby. Seeing the device's function, she immediately grew envious. Many predecessors had wanted to conduct research directly inside the secret realms. Unfortunately, most secret realm entrances could only admit one person, let alone equipment larger than a room. With this, she could study fresh demon beasts directly in the secret realm. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Although the Institute's budget was much larger than the military's, its expenses were also high, preventing it from spending as lavishly as Qi Shuai. After thinking for a moment, Chen Anmin said to her, "How about this, Sister Ing? They'll give you a 10% discount. Could you stop thinking about studying me in the future?" Ji Shuangying raised an eyebrow at his words, her smile deepening. "Dear, you sure know how to bargain. They'll take the 10% discount. As for studying you..." She deliberately drew out the last syllable, a playful glint in her eyes. "It's always a bit impossible. If someone else finds out, I can't guarantee anything." Chen Anmin thought she had a point. After all, he hadn't done anything to hide his actions. What if he ran into a mad scientist? Ji Shuangying then continued, "But I can promise to keep all your information confidential for 1 year. Deal?" Hearing that he had a year, Chen Anmin felt relieved. With his system, maybe a year later, he'd be a king-tier martial artist. Who would dare to dissect him then? Back in the room, Chen Anmin spent 60 million to exchange for the items Ji Shuangying wanted. Dear brother, you just saved me 60 million. How about I warm your bed tonight? It's the original price now. Hearing Chen Anmin's righteous tone, Ji Shuangying immediately stopped her antics. After all, his young girlfriend was still there. She was now like a well-behaved child. "I've transferred the money to your bank account. I still have some things to do, so we'll be off now." Chen Anmin happily escorted Ji Shuangying downstairs. This woman had finally left. As for her excuse, she just wanted to go back and study her own hair. But with her guarantee and Xiao Lan's words, Chen Anmin wasn't concerned. Just as he returned home, Zhang Wei excitedly hugged him. "Olden, do you still have any of those universal capsules? I want to buy a few too." Stumbling from Zhang Wei's sudden embrace, Chen Anmin replied, "By my ass, he'll give you 2. He pushed away Zhang Wei's hand that was trying to transfer money. "He'll give you a few. Otherwise, you're not treating me like a brother." Chen Anmin turned to look at Lu Yinyu. "You too." Lu Yinyu and the others initially wanted to refuse, but hearing Chen Anmin's unyielding tone, they immediately fell silent. After a moment, Chen Anmin came out with 10 capsules and gave 5 to each of them. "Next time you want more, I'll have to charge you." "Well, actually, I could warm the bed too." "Get lost." He kicked the fidgeting Zhang Wei and glanced at the time. It was nearly 7 o'clock. "Host, hurry up and put that stick in for me to upgrade." "Ahem. I'm a bit tired. You two go home first." Zhang Wei and Lu Yinyu knew Chen Anmin was genuinely exhausted. Zhang Wei chuckled. "All right, Olden, you rest well. I'm off." Lu Yinyu looked at him with concern. "Are you okay? Maybe I should cook you dinner before I go." Chen Anmin waved his hand. "It's fine. He'll be okay after some rest. You two go ahead and close the door behind you." Hearing his words, the two finally left. Just then, Xiao Lan's urging echoed in his mind again. "Host, don't dawdle. Hurry up and put that wooden stick in. I can't wait." All right, I know. What's the rush?" Chen Anmin held the wooden stick he had bought for 5,000 yuan today, and in an instant it vanished from his hand. Xiao Lan's upgrade interface appeared in his mind with the red stick displayed within. Detected that this item can be upgraded. Proceed with upgrade. Requires 50 combat power. Yes. Upgrade will take 48 hours. Please be patient. Do you recognize this stick? I can say I do, and I can say I don't. What do you mean? Its material is the same as a weapon I've seen. I'm just adding the stick's properties to it. All right. He then said to Xiao Lan, "Since I have enough money today, exchange for a bloodline activator." Host, are you sure? If you now possess a complete bloodline but cannot control its power. You said before, didn't you? If I activate the complete bloodline, it'll grow stronger even without training. But if I don't try to master it now, do you think I'll be able to control the power later? What the host says does make sense. Confirm exchange. Exchange. Another 500 million was deducted from his bank account, leaving him with over 68 million. A test tube appeared in Chen Anmin's hand, identical to the last one. Just as he was about to drink it, Xiao Lan's prompt appeared again. It is recommended that the host suppress your aura to the minimum before drinking. After drinking, you must also compress your aura with all your might. Shun Anmin immediately suppressed his aura to the lowest level so much so that even the detector couldn't register his combat power. Having prepared himself, Shun Anmin tilted his head back and drank the potion. The moment it went down, NGH, a transparent white halo emerged around his entire body like a sharp protective barrier. Shun Anmin felt a violent energy rampaging through his body. Sweat instantly soaked his clothes as the halo fluctuated wildly. Host, quickly suppress your aura. Compress it to the limit. Otherwise, the bloodline power will backfire. Xiao Lan's warning echoed in Shun Anmin's ears, making his heart clench. He dared not hesitate and immediately mobilized all his will to compress the raging energy. Sweat soaked his clothes, sticking to his skin. The transparent white halo flickered intensely, gradually shrinking smaller and smaller. Huff, huff. This is really exhausting. Shun Anmin took out the detector, activated the self-test mode, and a series of numbers flashed across it. 136. 7. How is this possible? I've already suppressed my aura to the minimum. This means the host's control over your aura is insufficient. Your actual combat power is now 217. 8, not much lower than before. It is recommended that the host seek out platinum level or higher monsters or martial artists for sparring or train your mental strength to prevent losing control of your own energy. Platinum level and above, huh? Shun Anmin slapped his forehead. Right? Commander Chi. Having found a target, his mind relaxed and an immense hunger surged through his body. He hurriedly opened the ingredients from the fridge and the universal capsule. Not even bothering to prepare them, he started eating them raw, dipping them in sauce. The ingredients are gone again. TSK. Half an hour later, Shun Anmin looked at the kitchen he had ravaged. Bloodstains and oil spills everywhere like a crime scene. With a twitch of his mouth he had to clean up. While working, he asked Xiao Lan, "Is this also part of the upgrade?" "Yes." "All right. By the way, I wonder if there's any buffet open in the morning." "Host, if you have time, you could explore the secret realm in City C of Gui Province." "Huh? What do you mean?" "I suspect there is a secret realm there related to my universe. There might be Dragon Balls." "What?" Xiao Lan had explained the function of Dragon Balls in detail during the secret realm. They were Xiao Lan's energy source. Moreover, if he could find just one Xiao Lan shop, would give Shun Anmin a discount. According to Xiao Lan, there might even be powerful beings from their universe guarding them. Whether to save money or to fight, Shun Anmin had to go. "All right. Once the martial arts exam results are out in a couple of days, if I have time, we'll go look for it." The kitchen was now clean. Shun Anmin stood up and headed straight for the bathroom to take a shower. Looking at the mirror in the bathroom, he saw his well-developed biceps, perfect V-line, and 8-pack abs. He clicked his tongue. Tisk TSK, hope I don't attract the ladies. He came out of the bathroom, laid down on the bed, and within 2 minutes, he was fast asleep. The combat power values on Earth are about 10 times stronger than where I'm from. Good thing I absorbed some energy in time otherwise. That evening at the entrance of the secret realm, No. 097 in the Taiyang Mountains. "Captain, let me go in first." Chi Shui lit a cigarette and kicked Yang Sholi, saying, "You want to go in? You're just a Goldie, or what will you do if you alarm them?" Yang Sholi said with a face full of grievance, "Captain, according to previous investigations, the magical beasts inside don't move at night." "All right, you prepare with the comrades from the regular army. I'll go in first. If it's safe, I will come out and notify you." As a special force of the Dragon Country, the Black Dragon Army consists mainly of warriors. Asking them to operate rocket launchers and kamikaze missiles is indeed quite challenging. Therefore, today Yang Sholi and Chun Hai not only borrowed rockets and kamikaze, 41 both nuclear and non-nuclear versions, but also borrowed the operators. These operators, if considered for the drill, are experienced veterans, but unfortunately we are now in the super martial era. Countries around the world are overwhelmed by the emergence of secret realms competing for international status, which now more often involves the high-end warriors of nations. After all, warriors at the master level can withstand nuclear bombs, and even a single air cannon shot can obliterate an entire region. So when the leaders of the regular troops heard they could fire at will in the secret realm, they were very excited, and even the Air Force was dispatched. After all these years, the maintenance costs for these weapons have been in the billions each year. Chi Shui took a deep breath of smoke, extinguished the cigarette, and glanced at the entrance that could only accommodate one person. He raised his hand to signal Yang Sholi to step back. "Sholi, tell the brothers on the periphery not to let anyone approach." Although Yang Sholi was reluctant, he straightened his back and replied, "Yes, Captain." Without hesitation, Chi Zuwei's figure flickered, and he disappeared into the entrance of the secret realm. In an instant, a wave of heat hit him, the dry air seeming to evaporate a person's moisture. Before him lay a barren mountain range crawling with nearly tens of thousands of mutated dinosaurs. Their massive bodies were covered in rough scales, sharp claws deeply embedded in the yellow earth. The heads of these behemoths hung low, most appearing to have fallen into a deep slumber, while a small portion remained nocturnal, still roaming the mountains. Standing at the entrance of the secret realm, Chi Shui noticed that the closest magical beast was merely 2 kilometers away from him. If he were to open the universal capsule here, there would be no time to launch, and the position would be overwhelmed by these beasts. "I need to lure them away." Chi Shuai thought to himself he needed a sufficient distance and time for the troops to safely interdeploy equipment and prepare for an attack. He turned around and walked out of the secret realm addressing those present. Now that group of magical beasts is all guarding the entrance, is there any way to lure them away? What about a drone? It's a silent payload drone that can fly 200 kilometers away in 10 minutes. A colonel from the Air Force thought for a moment before informing Chi Shuai. Upon hearing this, a glint of sharp light flashed in Chi Shuai's eyes as he quickly calculated the feasibility of this plan. Silent drones could remotely drop bait without disturbing the sleeping giants, but it had to be flawless or any misstep could trigger a beast tide. He asked in a deep voice, "Colonel Zhou, what is the payload capacity of this thing? Can it simulate enough noise to attract nocturnal magical beasts?" Colonel Zhou immediately added, "Captain Chi, the drone can carry high explosive sonic bombs, and once detonated at the edge of the mountains, it would be sufficient to create sounds that attract magical creatures." Just as he finished speaking, another team member interjected, "Even if one isn't enough, we brought several thousand high explosive sonic bombs and hundreds of payload drones, which can easily lure them to the designated strike area." Chi Shuai decisively waved his hand. "Very well, Yang Sholi. Here, lead our people into the secret realm first, then protect the drone unit reach the designated area, and remember, do not make unnecessary noise to disturb those magical beasts." Yang Sholi immediately accepted the order, turning around to shout, "Black Dragon Army, line up and follow me in. Move quietly, control your breathing." The elite warriors blended into the night, like shadows, silently entering one after another, quickly forming a defensive formation inside the entrance of the secret realm, vigilantly scanning the vast darkness for the lurking giant shapes. Following closely, the Air Force's drone operators brought their equipment. Inside the protective circle formed by the Black Dragon Army soldiers, they swiftly took out the universal capsules and set up a makeshift takeoff platform. One after another, silent-coated drones were rapidly assembled and activated, the blue indicator lights flickering in the dimness like a slumbering falcon awakening. The operator's fingers flew over the control panel, setting the predetermined flight paths and bombing coordinates. "Drone swarm ascend." Colonel Zhou issued the order in a low voice. Dozens of drones ascended gracefully, making almost no sound, like a group of silent night owls skimming over the undulating surface of the mountains, rushing towards the designated drop point, soon disappearing into the gloomy horizon. Next, the outdated J-20 units from the Air Force entered the secret realm, but these J-20s were equipped with vertical takeoff and even hovering capabilities, eliminating the need for runways. Their task was to intercept the aerial magical beasts such as pterosaurs, small raptors, and the Rihi birds, which could disrupt the rocket launch site. Fortunately, they had borrowed a few large-capacity universal capsules from Ji Shuangying and stored them in advance, otherwise these weapons would not have been able to enter the secret realm. As the dots on the screen represented the drone swarm delving deeper into the mountains, they steadily approached the preset coordinates 200 kilometers away. Soon Chi Shuai had released all the J-20s from the capsules, each aircraft silently ascending to maintain aerial vigilance nearby. "Shall go notify Colonel Li, it's time to let their rocket troops in." Saying this, Chi Shuai released the capsule containing the rocket vehicles and the kamikaze 41 again. "TSK tisk, Captain Chi, where did you get this capsule? It's simply amazing. If we had this thing, we could just plow through the secret realm ourselves, right? Only I advise you not to think too much. These things are only useful for secret realms below diamond level. Don't hope for the master level. An atomic bomb won't do. What about a hydrogen bomb? If the secret realm can't be used, don't we still have non-nuclear hydrogen bombs from decades ago?" Hearing Colonel Li's words, Chi Shuai was a bit taken aback. He hadn't really thought about that, while Colonel Zhou from the Air Force beside him gave Old Li a thumbs up. "Old Li, you're the one causing trouble. Captain Chi, do you think our Air Force has anything suitable? Let's see today's results before discussing the future. Report to the 3 colonels. The drone attraction route is ready. Please give instructions." Thank you once again to everyone for your support and adding the book to your shelves. The swarm of drones glided over the mountain range like specters, their signal lights shifting from green to red at the western edge of the target zone. Reporting. The decoy drone swarm has arrived at the predetermined drop point. Colonel Zhou Wei was stared at the screen, a trace of barely concealed excitement in his voice. Release the payload according to the original plan. The moment the command was given, the bomb bays beneath dozens of drones opened silently. The drones closest to the beast horde began their deployment, grouped in teams of 10, each carrying different munitions. 5 were equipped with small high-explosive missiles intended to draw the beast's aggro and make them taste blood. The other 5 carried high-explosive sonic grenades, each the size of a fist, and coated in a matte finish designed to lure more monsters towards this direction with their sound. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions echoed in succession, flames leaping into the sky as the mountain range was instantly engulfed by an orange fireball. The high-explosive missiles tore through their targets with surgical precision, stirring up a bloody storm, while the piercing shrieks of the sonic grenades rent the air like invisible grappling hooks, drawing the distant horde of monsters surging forth like a tidal wave. At the southeast of the beast population, all lights on the military's makeshift landing platform were extinguished. In the midst of this, a single screen was surrounded by everyone, not a glimmer of light escaping. On the screen, signals indicating destroyed drones flickered frantically. Colonel Zhou's gaze was locked on the display with intense excitement, his voice low and urgent. Excellent, all these monsters are chasing the sound towards the west. Upon hearing Colonel Zhou's words, Qi Shuowei said, Colonel Li Yunlong, you can have your troops prepare to launch. How about we hit them with a wave of rockets once most have passed? Push the stragglers that weren't in the strike zone forward. Qi Shuowei and Zhou Weiguo listened to his plan and nodded in unison. It was indeed a method to save the trouble of having stragglers charging their positions. The beasts here were all platinum tier. Although their frames were as colossal as the legendary dinosaurs, their speed was not to be underestimated. In just half an hour, half of the beasts had reached the predetermined location. At that moment, several soldiers operating reconnaissance drones spotted this. Reporting, over half of the beasts have reached the designated area. The farthest remaining beasts are about 50 kilometers away. Are there any beasts nearby? None detected within a 100-kilometer radius. Good. Truly a mindless bunch of monsters. Qi Shuowei turned around smiling at Colonel Li of the Rocket Force. Colonel Li Yunlong, it's your turn to shine. Let our Black Dragon army witness some real artillery fire. Easy enough. The smile on Li Yunlong's face vanished, instantly replaced by the stern focus characteristic of a professional soldier. He gave a sharp wave of his hand, his voice steady and powerful, cutting through the slightly oppressive air. Rocket Force, attention. Seal off a 30-kilometer radius around the target zone. Let not a single beast escape. Saturation strike. Fire. The command was like a boulder dropped into a placid lake, instantly stirring 1,000 waves. The next second, a piercing screech tore through the sky. Countless rockets trailing long tails of flames streaked across the sky, like a meteor shower rising from the abyss, carving out heart-stopping trajectories. Their speed was immense. In the blink of an eye, they reached the predetermined area 200 kilometers away, trapping the beasts within a 30-kilometer perimeter. Reporting, 90% of the beasts have entered the designated zone. At that moment, the launch vehicle carrying the Kamikaze 41 missiles completed its final attitude adjustment in the distance. Excellent. Kamikaze unit, it's your turn. Fire those 2 nuclear warheads we brought first. Hearing this, a corner of Qi Shuowei's mouth twitched. Thank goodness this secret realm is a barren desert. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have let you use nukes. Maintaining a single nuclear warhead costs an astronomical sum every year. Consider it saving the country some money. Immediately after, 2 Kamikaze 41 missiles carrying nuclear warheads locked onto the target and shot out at supersonic speed. In an instant, 2 blinding white flashes exploded one after the other over the desert, as if the gates of hell had been torn open. 2 overlapping mushroom clouds expanded with an earth-devouring ferocity, and the shockwave swept across. Wherever it passed, sand and rock vaporized the air, twisted instantly, turning the beasts within the containment zone to ash, leaving behind only scorched earth and a deafening aftershock. Even at the temporary base 200 kilometers away, the cataclysmic sounds still arrived like billions of thunderclaps. Everyone present, except for Qi Shuowei, simultaneously hit the ground, covering their ears. 5 minutes later, the blinding light in the distance had vanished, and the deafening roar gradually subsided. Though his heart was pounding with excitement, Qi Shuowei took a deep breath and asked Colonel Zhou, "Have our reconnaissance drones arrived yet?" "The nuclear blast just ended. All nearby drones were destroyed. You'll have to wait a bit longer." Zhou Weiguo wiped the sand and dust from his face, smiled wryly at Qi Shuowei, and then hurried off to instruct the drone unit. Qi Shuowei's brow was now furrowed. His gaze fixed on the site of the nuclear explosion, he paced restlessly. Haha. Come look, they're all eliminated. Zhou Weiguo thrust the screen in his hand towards Qi Shuowei, and Li Yunlong, his face beaming with excitement. On the screen, the beasts' corpses were completely carbonized. Their charred coal-black remains scattered around the edge of the radiation crater. Wisps of smoke still rose slowly, contrasting with the cracked earth after the explosion. Qi Shuowei stared intently at the screen, but his brow remained furrowed. He asked in a deep voice, "No beasts escaped, right?" Zhou Weiguo's excitement subsided slightly. Pointing at the charred remains on the screen, he spoke with a note of certainty. "Don't worry, our soldiers are using drones for infrared observation nearby. We'll be notified immediately if any escaped. Tisk, what a pity. I wonder when we can go in and collect the spirit cores." Li Yunlong also came over and gave Qi Shuowei a comforting pat on the shoulder. "Relax, I haven't used up all my ammunition yet, and I don't plan on taking it back. We can conduct a carpet bombing over a 100-kilometer radius of the target zone. After another pass, it should help dissipate some of the radiation." By this time, Li Yunlong had already given his troops the order to fire at will, as such an experience was impossible outside the secret realm. Rockets and Kamikaze 41 missiles then rained down like a torrential storm, instantly turning the land within a 100-kilometer radius of the target zone into a sea of fire. Chi Shuwei, his eyes rimmed with red, watched the missiles leave their launchers and murmured involuntarily, "Old Chung, can you see this? I've avenged you." The soldiers of the Black Dragon Army, including Yang Sholi, felt their eyes grow hot upon hearing Chi Shuwei's words. The next morning, Chen Anmin was still sound asleep at home when a knock came at the door. "Who is it? Who is it?" Chen Anmin got up, put on his clothes, and opened the door in a daze, only to find 3 people waiting outside, looking somewhat puzzled. "Sister Ying, what is this? Brother, you look quite handsome, even when you just woke up." Today, Ji Shuangying appeared rather formal, dressed in military uniform, which made her look quite impressive. The 2 people standing behind her wore the same outfit as Ji Shuangying. One of them held a briefcase looking less like combat troops. "Brother, are you planning to let us talk at your doorstep?" Hearing Ji Shuangying's words, Chen Anmin glanced down the hallway, feeling a bit speechless. What are these neighborhood aunties doing here, causing a commotion so early in the morning? The aunties were peeking and discussing, some even carrying freshly bought vegetables, evidently attracted by the 3 people in military attire. Chen Anmin forced a smile, stepped aside to clear the way, and said, "Sister Ying, and you 2 brothers, please come in." Ji Shuangying acted as if she were at home, leading the 2 into the living room. "Let me introduce you. This is Tian Daochen, and the one with the briefcase is Lei Yun. They are the Ace City representatives from the Black Dragon Academy's admissions office. You can call them teachers. You should be able to guess why they came today, right?" Chen Anmin certainly knew that the people from the Black Dragon Academy were here for admissions, but wasn't it a bit too early? He distinctly remembered Ji Shuangying saying they would only visit a few days before the martial arts exam results were announced, so why today? Nevertheless, Chen Anmin nodded, saying, "Hello teachers, do you need some water?" At that moment, Tian Daochen waved his hand and smiled at Chen Anmin. "Sorry to bother you. We originally wanted to call you in advance, but little Ying brought us over directly. You must have just woken up, right? Why don't you go freshen up first?" Chen Anmin instinctively looked down, realizing he was still wearing wrinkled pajamas and his slippers were askew. He quickly nodded and replied, "I'll please wait a moment, teachers, I'll get ready right away." He hurriedly apologized to the 2 and quickly walked toward his bedroom. At this moment, Tian Daochen took out a detector which they had borrowed from the Ace City base yesterday. This detector had been distributed to various martial artist shops in different cities by the Science and Technology Group days ago. In just a few days, it had become essential equipment for the lower secret realm. Now, to buy a detector, one had to make a reservation in advance, and even then it wasn't guaranteed. Even the detectors in the Black Dragon Academy had been snatched up by students undertaking tasks in the lower secret realm. So they had to borrow one from the local Black Dragon Army for convenience and on-site testing. When the numbers appeared on the display in front of Tian Daochen, he couldn't help but exclaim, "If it weren't for you showing us this kid's inspection results, I would have thought this level of combat power was possessed by demonic energy." Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. At such a young age, he has already reached the pinnacle of bronze. The numbers displayed on the detector were evidently not much different from those at the research institute. 97. After a night past, Chen Anmin felt he had gained some initial control over his strength. To avoid being studied too much, he had been maintaining the energy sensation before mastering chi manipulation. 10 minutes later, after changing his clothes and washing his face in the bathroom, Chen Anmin grabbed a few bottles of water and placed them in front of Ji Shuangying and the others. "Sorry to keep you waiting, teachers." He had changed into a clean, casual outfit and casually styled his hair, looking much more spirited. In the living room, with a warm smile on his face, Lei Yun sat upright, his briefcase securely resting on his lap. "No problem, young man, you move quite swiftly." Tian Daochen smiled and waved his hand, indicating for Chen Anmin to sit down. His gaze was filled with unabashed admiration as he looked Chen Anmin up and down. "Teacher Ji told us about your situation on the way here, but I still need to ask you once more. Are you sure you want to come to our Black Dragon Academy?" Chen Anmin nodded, saying, "That's right. Sister Ying introduced it to me before, and I have a great interest in the academy." But he looked at Ji Shuangying with a puzzled expression. "Teacher Ji." Ji Shuangying was sitting cross-legged, proudly lifting her chin. "What's wrong?" Lei Yun pushed his glasses, looking at the proud Ji Shuangying, and then at the astonished Chen Anmin, forcing back a smile. "Teacher Ji is a PhD in demonic energy research at the Black Dragon Academy, and she's already a professor at just 23 years old." Upon hearing Lei Yun's introduction, Chen Anmin gasped, then looked at Ji Shuangying. "No wonder Captain Chi said she knows the school. Isn't it said that big bears are brainless? What's going on here? What are you looking at? Sister Ying, aren't you a professor? Why are you here at the Black Dragon Army? There's also my research institute here, and because of 2 months ago. You'll know in a few days." Ji Shuangying suddenly stopped speaking. "Why do you care about me? Do you have an interest in me, brother?" Chen Anmin was taken aback by her sudden teasing, but quickly corrected his expression. "I was just surprised. Clearly Sister Ying is only 23, but she looks like she's in her 30s. Chen Anmin. Ji Shuangying's smile instantly froze. Like a cat whose tail was stepped on, she suddenly jumped up from the sofa, her eyebrows raised. "What did you say? Who looks like they're in their 30s? Her sudden outburst startled Tian Daochun and Lei Yun beside her. Lei Yun instinctively tightened his grip on the briefcase, leaning slightly backward. Tian Daochun's mouth twitched as he fought the urge to laugh, coughing a couple of times to cover it up. Chen Anmin hadn't expected that his casual retort would have such a powerful effect. Seeing Ji Shuangying's fiery gaze, he instinctively shrank back. Cough, cough. It was just a joke, Sister Ing. The first time I saw you, I thought you were a younger sister. Chen Anmin shamelessly flattered Ji Shuangying, and at this a smile crept onto her lips. Tian Daochun and Lei Yun, having survived the bruises on their thighs, finally managed to suppress their laughter. All right, let's get down to business. At this moment, Tian Daochun looked at Chen Anmin with a serious expression. Chen Anmin, let me tell you about things that Teacher Ji hasn't mentioned. The Black Dragon Academy is different from ordinary martial arts schools. It has a 4-year system, but only the first year provides basic education. After the first year, students must enter the lower secret realm and complete at least 3 tasks each month. Doing tasks can be deadly. The mortality rate for second-year students is the highest, reaching 50% in 1 year. Before Tian Daochun could finish, he noticed Chen Anmin's eyes lighting up. Are first-year students really not allowed to take tasks? Tian Daochun and Lei Yun exchanged confused looks.